Eliana cross POV. What do you mean she's pregnant? My father asks, turning his head angrily at me. No. It's out of the question. That can't happen. I'm only here for regular medical checkups that any werewolf who turns 18 soon is doing. Eliana, my mother asks me, unbelieving what she just heard. What is the doctor talking about? How can you get pregnant when you haven't even had your first time shifting to wolf? For the goddess's sake, you are underage. I look into my father's eyes and I feel sick and I can't say anything. I just repeat continuously, it must be a mistake. But the doctor immediately showed my parents an image on the ultrasound monitor. Alpha, he says, this is the baby. And immediately turns on the sound and the whole office begins to resound with the sound of the baby's heartbeat that seems to be in my womb. Sweetie, my mom say, trying to calm my father, I am sure that you never wanted something like this to happen. Please tell us who took advantage on you. And I see her having tears in her eyes and looks at my father in panic. Who took your virginity? My dad asks, furious, almost hitting me, and now I am more panicked than before because I can't tell him the truth about my one-night stand. He will kill me instantly. Ely, says Lauren, my sister, coming near me and taking me in her arms. Tell him the truth. It was not your fault. He will understand. But I can't be pregnant, I yell and I start crying. I protected myself. I took some pills to avoid pregnancy. This is not enough to avoid pregnancy all the time, says the doctor. Sometimes is not efficient. But immediately my father signals to the doctor to get out of the office, and turning to me he says angrily, Tell me his name now. I can't tell his name. Daddy, I say, crying with all my heart. If he finds out that I slept with the enemy of our pack, this will start a war. I can't let something like this happen. Richard, please calm down, says my mom, coming to him, but he can't hear a word and starts getting closer to me. Please, Daddy, let me explain. I beg him, also coming towards him, but he beckons me to stop. Don't take me with Daddy. This will not work. You are my child and the heiress of this pack, and what did you do? He asks me, hitting with his fist in a wall and making Mom and Lauren to startle, but even when I thought he would calm down, I see him coming towards me, transformed by anger. He grabs me by the neck and he says to me, Tell me his name, or I'll kill you here with the bastard in your belly, and I feel his arm tighten around my neck. Richard, stop, my mother yells, and immediately grabbed my father by the hand, trying to get me out of his hands, but without success. Tell him, Eli, says Lauren, crying, seeing me in this position. It was. I can't tell him the truth, so I chose to lie to him. It was a rogue, I say in a trembling voice. What? He asks me with disgust, and I also see my mom and Lauren looking at me with horror. I slept with a rogue 3 weeks ago. I tell him slowly. What are you doing, Eli? Lauren whispers to me. Tell him the truth. The truth is not an option now, and I choose to keep my mouth close. You stupid and unworthy child, he yells, and lifting me, he hits me and throws me to the ground. Richard, yells my mom. You are hurting her. And Lauren tries to come to help me, but my father stops them. Get out, he yells at them, but they stay in their place, unmoving. Get out, or I will punish you with her. Go, I say. I don't want anyone suffer because of me. And because they don't move, I see my father grabbing them by the hand and pushing them out of the room. He slams the door in front of them as soon as they want to go back in. You make me look like a fool in front of my pack, he says, turning to me. How will I be able to look up in front of the members of this pack when my own child has been able to humiliate me in such a way? And approaching me, he makes me crawl on the floor, trying to get away from him, but as soon as he reaches me, he spits on me and tells me, You are shameless. You've learned from me for so many years, and I've wasted my time on you. You are just useless, says Dad. Dad, please let me explain. I try to tell him, but nothing I can say. I know. It won't stop him. For the God's sake, he is my father. Will he really not give me the right to explain myself? The thing is that I really didn't mean it to do this on purpose. All I know is that I was at a party and that I drank more than I should be. I remember the party. I remember perfectly how we danced with my sister, and how the young people from the neighboring packs were circling and inviting us to dance with them, but from one point I don't know too much. But how can I tell my father the truth? How could I tell him who I actually slept with? You are a whore, Eliana. You chose to become a prostitute for a damn rogue instead of honoring this family. I gave you everything a werewolf could have wanted, and what do I get in return? He asks me, looking at me contemptuously. A whore, that's what you are, he says. And let me tell you that in our family we have no place for such a thing. No, please, Dad, I tell him to cry out loud. I was wrong, please forgive me, I tell him, clinging to him. But my father didn't show me a second of any pity, and pushing me away from him as if I were a plague or a contagious disease, he tells me with hatred, "From now on you are disinherited." And I feel the tears stop in my throat. I know what's next. I always thought my father was right. I always thought he was judging fairly, but now I realize how wrong I was. I am his own child, and for him all that matters is his status. I am your child, I say to him looking in his eyes. I know that I fucked up, but I am his child beyond that. He told me all my life how proud he is of me and how much he values me, but now, at the first opportunity when I disappointed him, he throws me like garbage. You are a disgrace. I'm disinheriting you. From this day on, I no longer consider you my daughter. This pack will never get into your hands. You challenged me, Eliana. You hit me where no alpha will ever accept to be hurt. It's only your self-esteem that was challenged, Dad, I tell him with dignity. I told you that you are not my child anymore, he yells. Don't call me Dad ever. And rushing towards me, he asks me, did you understand? Yes, I yell at him. I understand. Eliana Cross, he says, looking straight into my eyes. From now on, you are banned from Crescent Moon Pack. What? I ask in shock. You cannot do that. You'll pack up and leave, he tells me angrily. Dad, but I am pregnant. Is it really necessary? I ask him. To become a rogue being pregnant is almost like a death sentence for me. I have no experience. I just can't be alone in this damn nightmare. But my dad has no mercy, and he mindlink his beta, who looks shocked at me as soon as he enters the doctor's office. Call all the members of the pack in front of the house, my father orders. Now! What are you doing? My mother asks, coming behind us as soon as my father starts crawling me after him, until we reach the front of the pack house where the whole pack is already gathered. Richard, don't do anything crazy, she begged, but Dad is too angry to hear her. He is looking at the pack members and then he shows me with his index finger. She is banned from this moment. Throw her out now and don't let her take anything with her. And all the members start to murmur, making my father even more furious. Lauren takes Mom in her arms because she is almost collapsing, and she is looking at me with her eyes full of fear. You will erase all her previous records in this pack, and from now on no one is allowed to mention her, or you will be punishment, says my father. She is not a member of this pack anymore. And my father Beta approaches me and lifts me off the ground, trying to crawl me after him. And I just realize maybe I was wrong, maybe I disappointed my father, but I am his daughter. Please, Dad, I say crying, don't do this. Throw the garbage out, he says, and all the pack members gasp in shock. I never been so humiliated in my life. So I stand up, and pushing the beta hand that was holding me, I look Dad in the eye and say bravely, I do not need to be dragged out. This day was revealing. All you care about is your status in this pack. Keep your pack. Dad, I say, emphasizing the word Dad. And staring into his eyes, I tell him, I hope this pack is enough for you, Dad. And looking at Mom and Lauren, I say to them softly, I will miss you, and leave without looking back. I will not let him see me destroyed. We'll handle it, baby, I say, carrying my hands on my womb. We will make it in this damn mean world. Eliana Cross POV. I'm so angry. How did I get here? Okay, I know how I got here. I had a one-night stand. The children are not brought by storks. I know very well how it got inside me. But my question is, how did I end up sleeping with Noah Black? With Alpha Noah Black, to be more explicit, 3 weeks earlier. Eli, says Lauren, dancing like crazy and waving her hips to the beat of the music. Dance with me. We are at the annual Alphas meeting, and my father insisted that we should come too, especially since I am the heir to the pack. This meeting is very boring, and after the meeting ends, the current Alphas retire to talk and have fun while we, their children, stay at an after-party. Lauren, you are drinking too much, I tell her worriedly. You should stop. But Lauren takes a new glass and hands it to me. No, Eli, you drink too little, I say with a laugh. Stop being perfect and have some fun. I look at her and I know that she is right. I have to live a little bit for myself, so I take the glass and immediately put it on my neck. Then I take another one, and already refreshed, I start dancing. Tonight, I wear a very sexy little black dress that highlights my figure. I am tall and slim, but I had forms. My long blonde hair is caught in a ponytail, and I wear delicate makeup because I never felt like exaggerating with it. My long and fit legs are the strong point of my outfit, and as soon as I start dancing, I see how the young alphas start to appear near me. One of them puts his hand on my waist and starts to dance, staying in my back, but exactly when he pulls me close to him, I hear a very strong and masculine voice that makes my heart beat faster. "Get lost," he says, and I can't even move when I feel his hands grab me by the waist and pull me towards him, clinging me to his chest and starting to move to the rhythm of the dance with me. He turns me slightly to him, and I feel the earth slipping from under my feet. Noah Black, the most famous playboy in our world, who made a bet with himself to sleep with all kinds of women. It doesn't matter to him if the woman is tall, fat, or thin. It doesn't matter the race. It doesn't matter the education, the status. Absolutely nothing. If you own a pussy, you are perfect for him. I know Noah Black too well because he is my father's most ardent enemy. Dad hates him deeply, and the hatred seems reciprocal. But instead of walking straight away from him, I wake up giggling in front of him. What is wrong with me? Looking in his eyes, I know that this is the recipe for disaster. I must go away from him. Far, far away, because he is damn gorgeous, and I don't know what's wrong with me, but I feel the need to jump on him directly. Looking into his beautiful eyes, I walk away from him and look for Lauren. "Come on," I say, trying to pull her after me. "We have to go." But Lauren immediately snorts and angrily puts her hands on her chest and says, "You are not funny, Eli." And taking another glass, she puts it in my hand and says, "Drink it, you'll feel better." "I need to go back to our apartment," I say to her, and also looking at the glass from my hand. "Please no, Eli. Who knows when we'll have more fun again? Please stay a little bit longer." And she's almost starting to cry. "That's not good at all," I say, turning around and immediately drinking the glass of alcohol. I don't know how many glasses of alcohol I've been drinking since then, but I know that by the time Noah Black sat down, his hands around my waist again, I were already drunk. Totally drunk. And turning around and looking at him, I collapse because I am so drunk that my feet cannot sustain me anymore. "Don't push me away," he says, taking me in bridal style, smiling, and starts to caress my face. And then my arms, and easily he puts a hand between my legs, touching me lightly where I have never been touched, and I feel that something is triggered inside me. "All night," Noah Black says. "I couldn't take my eyes off you. You're driving me crazy," he whispers in my ear, making me shudder and want him more and more. I want to resist, but I can't even articulate a word at this moment. "This is not good, Eliana," I repeat in my mind, but who am I lying? I want him. And I'm drunk enough to have a good chance of not remembering anything tomorrow. "I want you," he is telling me, blowing lightly on the neck. I look into his eyes and see him easily move away from me, and looking into my eyes, he smiles at me. He is a fucking wizard. What did he do to me? How can I lose my mind in front of him? "Damn it," I say, blabbering, and he immediately takes me with him, and he puts me in a hotel room. In the morning, the sun rays fall on my face. Who turned on the light? I immediately wonder, and I'm trying to open my eyes too, but I feel like my head is spinning, so I close my eyes again. Every part of my body hurts. "Why, Eliana, why did you drink so much?" I say to myself, and taking courage, I open my eyes again. "Where the fuck am I?" I ask, raising my head slightly and looking around. Am I in a hotel room? I don't remember staying at a hotel last night, but I can't think too much about how I got here because I immediately feel one hand sitting down lightly in the middle of my waist and hugging me. "Goddess," I say with my eyes closed. "Please, Goddess, tell me that the person that lays beside me is Lauren, my sister. Please." With my eyes closed, I take a deep breath and gently lift the sheet that wraps me, and looking down, I open my eyes. I am naked. I am doomed. But a flash from last night immediately comes to mind. No, this is even worse than losing my virginity. Please, Goddess, tell me that I didn't slept with the last man I remember I met last night, and I easily return into the arms of the one who hugs me just to have the shock of my life. My father will kill me. Yes, I am dead. Fuck! My heart is pounding. I slept with Noah Black. I get up slightly and take his hand off my waist. I get dressed quickly and open the door, trying to slip out of the room. Eliana Cross POV. 9 months later, I look at the miracle that sits on my chest and sucks from my breast in despair, demanding for her right to life. My sweet little daughter. I just gave birth to a baby girl. From the first second I left my father's pack, I swore that I would protect this child, that I would not let her pay for my mistake. I remember as if it were yesterday wherever I went, people urged me to give up the pregnancy. You are a rogue, you can't have a baby, some said. You are ruining your whole life. And my favorite, how will you take care of this baby alone? The last 9 months of my life were a clusterfuck, but I did not give up and I fought every day to complete this task. So what did I do? I went from place to place, trying to find a place where it didn't matter that I was a rogue. I've been in the human world, but I've learned on my own that humans are as evil as werewolves and have preconceived notions. So I went back to my own people. Coincidentally, I find out that in Noah Blake's pack, which by the way owns a whole fucking metropole in the middle of our country, the rogue who do not come to make trouble are tolerated, and more than that, get work. The salary is not high, but it was enough for me to survive. I bought a dilapidated truck that has been my home for the last few months, and I helped clean up one of the restaurants in town, so I ended up getting a small portion of food. That was all I needed. Do I miss my life before that one-night stand? Of course I do, but bringing my child into this world is more important than anything. Today I gave birth, and I would lie to say that I do not suffer like looking at the mothers who gave birth at the same time with me. They have support at home. No, I'm completely wrong. They have a home. I am alone in this adventure of motherhood. My eyes watered with tears at my daughter. You're so tiny, I say, taking her little fingers in my hand and putting them to my mouth to kiss them. I promise, I say, looking at her, that I will live every day of my life loving you, and I caress her little face. She is a faithful copy of her dad. She has red natural hair color that is so bright that it looks like her hair is in fire. My baby girl has dark blue eyes just as Noah has, and plummy lips like me. In fact, the lips are the only trait she inherited from me, but she is very sweet and is like an angel. I've just met you and I love you so much, I said to my daughter, kissing her again, but this time on the tip of her nose. But immediately the ward's door opens and a nurse comes in. Hello, dear, how are you? She asked me. She is a very nice lady, and she stayed with me all during labor. I'm better now, I say with a smile. How can I thank you for being so kind to me? I ask her with a smile. Take care of this little miracle, and that's enough, she tells me, stroking my hair. My dear, she tells me easily, and I realize she has nothing good to say. Unfortunately, in this hospital, we have a rule for births, and I see her sad. A fee should be renewed to the hospital after you give birth, otherwise you would not be able to live in the hospital. So I have to go now that I've given birth? I ask her in a panic. I hoped I can stay here for at least a few more days. I was about to lose my life giving birth to this baby. How am I going to handle my daughter when I'm not healed yet? So I should pack and leave the hospital? I ask with tears in my eyes. I'm so sorry, sweetie. I can't help you stay here, says the nurse. It is not your fault. You were very good to me all this time. You didn't make that rule, I say with a smile as I get up from the bed and put my daughter on the bed to pack. Have you thought of a name? Asks the nurse. Yes, I say, looking at my daughter. Her name will be Hope. And I smile while the nurse puts her hands on her heart, understanding the meaning of this name for me. You know, she says to me as she walks me out of the hospital, I heard of a place is a charity that helps single mothers somewhere in the pack. I don't know exactly what the conditions are, but maybe they can help you. You are too kind, I tell her, and I see her looking after me while I leave the hospital with my daughter at my chest, and a little bag in which is all my fortune. 2 shirts, a yoga pants, 2 baby clothes, and some diapers that the hospital donated to us. I asked right and left and finally found the place the nurse told me about. Is this the charity? I ask a woman that stays at the entrance with a baby boy in her arms. Yes, it is, says the woman, smiling sadly. When she sees me with Hope on her chest and seeing how tiny she is, she asks me, "Oh my goddess, did you just give birth?" Yes, and I was hoping to find a place to stay for a few days until my baby will be comfortable with this new world. Do you stay here too? I ask her with interest because just as I am, she seems to be a rogue too. Yes, I live here for a while. I am an Omega, sweetie. When my fated mate found out I was pregnant, he rejected me and kicked me out of the pack. I have nowhere to stay. I found this place and fortunately they welcomed me too. The woman tells me sadly. Do you think? I ask her, do you think there is room for me too? Please, goddess, find me a place here, I pray almost with tears in my eyes. No, the place was full and there is no room left, unfortunately, says the woman. I am so sorry. Do you think I can find another place like this in this city? I ask her hopefully. She must know much more than me about this pack. Unfortunately, there is no other place like this. Anyway, in this pack we are safe if we don't look for trouble. They let us live in peace. Yes, but they also exploit us, I say sadly. I worked so much during my pregnancy, and I received a wage that is much lower than the normal werewolves who joined the pack. It's not right, I said. It's not fair, but this is the only place where we can get even a little bit of it. She tells me with a smile. Where are you going? The woman asks me anxiously. I will go back to my dilapidated truck. But that's not the place for such a small child, she tells me, and I can see that she's affected. I can't afford the rent of a room, so I don't have a choice, I tell her, and I start moving away from her. Thank you for talking to me, I say, but I immediately hear the woman shouting, Wait a moment, please. And you see her fleeing into the charity building and comes with a bag full of food. But I can't. This is too much. You have a child too. Please take it, the woman told me insistently. Your baby is much smaller. Yes, I will find food at the charity. At least I have a roof over my head. Please tell me your name, I say, almost crying. Give me your phone. I want to thank you when I will be able to do it. I must thank you for your kindness. In recent months, no one has shown so much kindness to me. I am Lily Smith, and she immediately handed me a piece of paper on which she wrote her phone number. I am very grateful for all your help. I will never forget your gesture, I tell her crying. Take care of you, she says. Hope, I said to her, leaving from the charity while the woman was looking at us with sadness. Unfortunately, I have to disappoint you from day one. I say, and I burst into tears. Tonight I will sleep in my truck again. Please, goddess, watch over us. Eliana Cross POV. As soon as I got to my car, I put my bags in the back, and I tried to put Hope in a safe position while I drove to a place where we could stay for the night. I drove for a few streets, but nothing seemed safe enough to stay with my baby. Mommy will find a very quiet place where we will sleep. What do you say will help me to find it? I ask Hope, trying to keep her alert while driving, but Hope immediately starts crying. No, baby, please don't cry. I say and start crying with her. I take her in my arms and put her with her head on my shoulder so that her little face will touch my neck. What do? I wonder in panic, seeing that my daughter is crying and I feel her little mouth sucking from the skin of my neck. Oh, goddess, are you hungry? And driving with her in my arms, I found a place near a gas station that has self-service hot water. I stop the car and immediately put Hope at my breast, but I have no milk. And where to get it from if I hadn't been able to eat anything since I left the hospital? The bag with food that Lily gave me must last many days, so I immediately take out a bottle and wash it, take some hot water, and prepare Hope some instant milk. She is crying hard already, but as soon as she feels the bottle, she grabs it hard and starts sucking hard on it, drowning from time to time. My poor baby was very hungry. As soon as she calms down, I place her on my chest and leave my car seat slightly on my back. Maybe we can stay here longer, sweetie. What do you say? Do you want to stay here? I ask, kissing her on the cheeks. We have hot water and we don't bother anyone. I can wash you here. I can also bottle feed you. And I see Hope looking into my eyes while she is yawning lightly. Sleep, sweet baby. You are so perfect, I told her. And I watch her for hours on end until I realize I'm sleeping with her. Namakan. And as soon as I wake up, I see that next to my car, my family stays and is crying, and they apologize for abandoning me. My dad is looking at me, and with tears in his eyes, he says to me, "Forgive me, Eli. I was so stupid to let you leave. Will you come back to Crescent Moon, please?" And I look at him, and I really don't know what to say to him. Should I forgive him? Of course I will forgive him. If not for me, for my baby, so that she will live in a proper place. And I want to open my mouth to let him know that I am coming home. But someone is making noise near me, and I see my father signaling to me that he doesn't understand what I'm saying. "I forgive you," screams at him, but my father still signals to me that he doesn't understand what I'm saying, and I scream louder and louder, trying to cover up the noise around me. "Take it easy." I suddenly shout, and I turn my head. I see that my father is no longer near my car, and suddenly I open my eyes. Was it just a dream? I ask myself, almost crying, but I don't have time to think too much because I immediately hear the dream noise again. "Wake up, lady," yells a security guard guy. Doesn't he see that I'm sleeping and that I have a small child in my arms? I wonder nervously, and slowly opening the car door, I go down with Hope in my arms. "I want you to be quiet, I beg you. If she wakes up, she will ask for milk, and I don't have too much milk at this moment. If she sleeps, she doesn't need food." I tell him slowly, trying not to wake her up. "I'm sorry, lady," says the security guard, "but I can't let you stay here anymore. This is a private territory, and if my boss will find out that you stayed here, I will have trouble. Please, we will stay calm, and we will not bother with anything. All we need is to stay near a place with hot water so I can bath my baby and make her milk." I tell him, but the man doesn't seem to hear what I'm saying. "It is impossible for me to let you stay. If my boss will find out, you will give me trouble. How many times do I need to repeat myself? But please," I say, lifting Hope in my arms. "Look at how tiny she is. How could this soul cause trouble to your boss? She is small and innocent. Don't you feel sorry for her?" I ask him, already upset. What a heartless man. How to throw a woman with a small child out. "Look, lady, this is the last warning. If you don't leave here, I'll throw you out with the baby. I'm telling you for the last time that this place is a private property and you have nothing to look for here. Leave or I'm kicking you out. Do you understand?" "You are so heartless," I say, crying. "Don't you have children at home too?" I ask him angrily. "Of course I have children at home," says the security guard, looking at me. "What would you do if you were in my place and met a soulless man like you?" I ask him in spite. "I wouldn't have children if I didn't have something to offer them," said the security guard, making me angry and making me cry. "What would I do if I didn't meet all the judges in the world whenever I go?" "You," I tell him, but immediately I see how his face is whitening. "Oh my goddess, the boss is here," he yells, and immediately I see a luxury car entering the gas station. So this is the scary boss. Maybe if I talked to him and explained what was going on, he would let me stay here. "Go away, you damn rogue," says the security guard, making me feel so low that I almost burst into tears. "I will leave," I tell him. "You are very mean, and really hope that you will never find how to be in my position and be rejected when you need help." And I turn myself to leave, but just like in a déjà vu, my face hits a mountain of a man. And he looks at me questioningly. "What's happening here?" he asks, and I put my head down and say in a whisper, putting Hope to my chest, "I was just leaving, sir. I don't want to disturb you," and I immediately got in the car. "Damn car," I said in panic. "Start once!" Author's POV. Michael Mackenzie, Noah's beta, is looking at Eliana as she runs to the old car and closes the door and tries desperately to start the car. "What's happening here?" he asks the security guard, finding it strange how the woman sneaked up when he appeared next to her. "Nothing beta, Michael," says the security guard. "Just a female rogue with a baby that insisted that she needs to stay here." "Is that so?" he asks, looking at the car, how Eliana is agitated inside the car. "Oh my goddess," says Eliana in her mind. "He is looking at us. Baby, what are we doing?" As soon as she hit Michael, she smelled him. He has a strong aura, and Eliana felt his bloodline. He is a beta. "Please start once," says Eliana, hitting the steering wheel of the car, which could not start, but Hope starts to cry, scared by the noise. No, please, please, baby, keep quiet." whispers Eliana, and realizing that she is not getting anywhere, she stretches out her arms and takes Hope in her arms. "I'm sorry, baby," she says, "but we are in deep danger. We must leave this place immediately." She knows very well that the alpha and beta of her pack disliked rogues and even treated them with cruel methods. If this beta is as cruel as the one in her pack, what should she do? Eliana can't risk putting Hope in danger, but Hope doesn't stop crying and makes her panic more and more. She closes her eyes and tries to convey her peace to Hope. But what peace can she convey when she has a little more and poops in her pants for fear? And to make matters worse, Eliana hears a knock on the window. Michael smiles at her and motions for her to open the window. "Is everything all right?" he asks, looking at Eliana and then at the little girl in her arms. This is really strange. The baby's hair, it's a unique color, and he knows only one person with that hair, Noah. He is looking at the baby and then at Eliana and asks her with any kindness. "Do you need something? I see that your baby is crying for some time," he says, looking at Hope carefully. She is very similar to Noah. What is happening here? But Eliana is not answering and starts to panic, realizing who she stays in front of. "Is it your baby?" he asks, trying to find more about this curious baby. No, says Eliana, stammering. "It is my sister's baby," she lies. "She is somewhere in the area. She went to buy some food." "And she just let a tiny baby as this baby with you?" he asks, looking at her puzzled. "Why didn't you go buy food and let the baby with her mom?" Michael asks, realizing that something is wrong. "The baby keeps crying," he says to Eliana. "Oh yes, she's crying. She couldn't find her mother," Eliana says, and turns the car key, which this time starts immediately. "I must go. My sister is waiting for me. Goodbye, sir," she says, and immediately starts driving, completely panicked by what happened. "That was close, baby," she says. And while she is driving out of the gas station, she sees Noah standing propped up by the car and staring at her. She knows very well that mimic. She's been seeing in her father's pack since she was a little. It is the instinctive disgust for rogues that any alpha develops during the time. She steps on the acceleration and leaves in a rush, leaving Michael and Noah behind. "What the fuck was that?" Noah asks as Michael returns to him. "A female rogue," says Michael, looking in the direction where Eliana ran. "Did she cause problems?" Noah asks, convinced that this must have happened. "No, she had a baby in her arms, and that baby had the same hair as you," said Michael. "What do you mean?" Noah asks in shock. "Are you saying that the baby is mine? Are you nuts?" "Your hair is unique, Noah. That's for sure," Michael says, looking at him worriedly. "You know very well that no matter how much I like women, I have only one restraint. I will never sleep with a rogue. They are too disgusting for my taste," he says. "And more than that, I swear that I will never let a woman get pregnant unless that woman is my fated mate. This is my oath, and you know it," says Noah, irritated by Michael's insinuations. "You should see the baby, Noah." "No need," Noah tells him. "I will never sleep with a woman that has such a damn strong rogue aura. I know what I've seen." "And I know what the fuck I did," says Noah, closing Michael's mouth. "I didn't fucked a rogue." Noah Black, POV. Michael must be insane to believe that that rogue baby could be Mew mate. He knows me too well. He is almost like my brother. I don't know what's in his mind, but it's completely ruining my mood. "Where are you going?" he asks me. "Back home," I say to him. "My father wants to talk to me, and I promised him that I will come home before dinner." "Another rebuke?" Michael asks me, laughing. "Maybe you should lose to the old man. You kind of bleached his hair." He says, laughing, "It is his problem. I am still young and without a mate, and I can do what I want. I don't understand what his problem is with me." I tell Michael, entering in the house, and go to my father's office. "Finally," says Dad as soon as I enter the office. "I thought you got drunk somewhere and forgot to come." "You know very well that I only drink at night," I say with a grin. "I never hang out during the day." "And should I like this?" my father asks me nervously. "You are wasting your time, my time, and precious time for this pack, staying day by day with your bitches." "Goddess, not again. Honestly, I'm a little tired of the same story. I am sure that now comes the part with threats. You must find a mate as soon as possible, Noah, otherwise you will be stripped of the alpha title," he says, completely threatening. "What the fuck? This is a new one." "Dad, you can't be serious." I tell him, looking him in the eye. I am your only son and your only heir. That's why I'm telling you to calm down and start behaving like an alpha, he tells me nervously and immediately gets to his feet. This is your last warning, he said and left the room, making me look like a fool at him. I'm so nervous that I know for sure that only one thing can relax me. First, Michael with that damn rogue child, and now my own father threatens to leave me without a pack. How stupid! I put my hand on the phone and look through my phone book. This one is for a normal day, this one for a sober day, this one... No, I'm already bored of her. The blonde one. The bimbo with big tits and nice ass. Yes, she should be the right one for a day like this when all things seem to be going wrong. I immediately call her to have some fun together. I never have sex at the office or at home because I don't feel like my dad knocking on my door when the world is dearer to me. So I go, and in 5 minutes I'm in the hotel room that I have at my disposal. I undress completely and take a robe on myself, and as soon as I hear it knocking on the door, I go and open it. Yes, that's exactly what I need on a day like this. I grab the blonde by the neck and immediately kiss her, and looking her in the eye, I say, "You make me want to do a lot of naughty things to you." And I start laughing, undressing her immediately. "Stop talking," she says. "I came here for some action." No, he is not softened. He is dead and buried. I can swear I hear a priest holding its funeral service. It's completely melted. What the fuck is this? I ask. "What did you do to me?" I ask the blonde angrily. "I did not do anything to you," says the blonde, laughing. "You!" I yell at her. "This is all your fault. Leave immediately," I say, and push her out of bed. "Are you for real?" she asks, but I can only see black in front of my eyes. She takes her clothes and dresses herself, but I cannot stand to look at her, and while she is still partially undressed, I grab her hand and push her out of the door. "You are a fucking jerk," she says, going straight away from my hotel room. I get angry and immediately put my hands on the phone, and I'm calling Michael. "I thought you were busy tonight," Michael tells me with a laugh. "Didn't the blonde come?" "She came, but my dick is broken." I call him nervous. "What do you mean by broken?" he asks, not understanding what I mean. "Did you get syphilis?" "What? No. Are you insane?" I ask him angrily. "My dick doesn't get up anymore." Author's POV. "Don't cry, baby," Eli murmured softly, rocking little Hope. "Mommy is going to find a place where we will be safe." And she kisses the little one's nose and smiles at her. "You are the most beautiful baby in the world," she says, tracing her index finger on Hope's jaw. "Please don't cry," says Eli again, looking out at the torrential rain that doesn't seem to stop. "Please, goddess, make it stop, or the water will start to flow in my car," she prays. It's been raining for 3 hours, and the weather is showing no sign of improving. Thunder and lightning pierce the sky, and little Hope is scared every time by them. "Mommy will find a place, all right? I will take you to a beautiful place. Who can stand up to a beauty like you?" Eli says, smiling at Hope as she puts her in her special car seat and gets behind the wheel. "I can't stay here anymore," she is thinking. "Not with this horrible weather." And looking at the back seat where Hope finally managed to fall asleep, she is starting her car through the torrential rain. "Rain, rain, go away." Eli starts to sing, almost laughing even though she is at the limit of crying. "Come again some other day. When will we find a place to stay?" And after 2 hours of intense driving, she is back to Crescent Moonpack. "When your grandma and your grandpa will see how wonderful you are, they will love you at first sight." Eli says loud enough, trying to be brave. This is her only chance. She really had nowhere to go, so she drove straight to her parents' house without stopping for a second on the road. Stopping in front of her former home, Eli does not dare to go down. "What if they don't let me back?" she asks herself, as she begins to be overwhelmed with fear, and tears begin to flow down her cheeks, and for the first time, she feels that all her force seems to leave her. "What if they drive me away?" she thinks. "I have no money, no other place to go, and I can't go back to your father's pack. He hates rogues, and I can't risk for him to see you." And while she was lost in her own thoughts, the car's door opened suddenly. "Oh my goddess!" Lauren yells and starts crying while she is going inside the car. "I was sure it was you," and immediately she takes Eli in his arms and starts to cry. "I've missed you so much, Eli." She hugs her to his cheeks and doesn't even let her breathe, even though the space in the car is narrow. "I am so happy that you come back. I must persuade Dad to let you back. My life is so unhappy without you." "Lauren," says Eli, also crying, "I missed you too, but will you let me breathe?" she asks, laughing, and Lauren hardly pulls away from her. "Come on, come home. Why are you in the car? You have to." Lauren asks excitedly, but she doesn't even manage to continue, because from the back seat a small whimper is heard, like a kitten meowing, and Lauren winced and, looking back, put her hands to her mouth and her eyes filled with tears. "Is that?" she asks in shock, looking at that little bundle of joy with red hair and blue eyes. "Oh my goddess, Eli, my heart just melted," she says, whispering. Eli slipped through the chairs and took Hope in her arms. "Meet Hope," she says to Lauren. "She is your niece." "Eli, she is so beautiful," and she stretches out her hand and takes Hope's little fingers in her hand. "Wait here. I will come back immediately." And Lauren slips out of the car through the torrential rain, only to return to the car a few minutes later with an umbrella. And when she had opened the door, she said unto Eli, "Mom is waiting for you. Come with me." Eli feels so panicked. Her mom? It has been a few months since she saw her last time. What if she will hate her just as her dad? But as soon as Eli gets in front of the door, her mom is taking her in her arms and is kissing her hard checks. "My baby," she cried back, "you are here." She is crying her heart out, but just then she hears little Hope giggling from Lauren's arms. "Is that my grandpup?" she asks, and she is just mesmerized, but Hope and can't articulate another word. "Yes, Mom, she is my daughter Hope." "She didn't look like you at all," her mom said, laughing, and from her features, she doesn't look like the daughter of a rogue Eli. She looks like... "She is my daughter, Mom," says Eli. "That's the only important thing." And looking into her mom's eyes makes her understand that she didn't want to talk about it. It's been months since Eli has been so comfortable, and immediately her mom brings her something to eat. And they are talking about their lives, about their struggles. Because even the lives of those left at home have not been beautiful after they lost Eli. Eli's heart is full now, and she is happy for the first time in a long time, and stays in her parents' living room, on a sofa in her mom's arms, while Lauren almost kidnapped Hope and put kiss after kiss on her little face. And in their immense joy of reunion, they forgot an essential part. "What the fuck is this?" Richard Cross's voice is heard suddenly, echoing throughout the room. "What is this circus?" he asks furiously, looking at Eliana as if he wants to strangle her directly. "Richard," Delilah, Eliana's mom, says, "please don't get rid of her again. I've missed her every day of my life since she left. I can't stand it anymore." "She's just a whore and you're defending her," Richard asks nervously. "Dad," Lauren intervened immediately, "she just gave birth. Look, she is your granddaughter. How can you be so insensitive?" And looking at the baby with red hair and blue eyes, even if he doesn't know why, the baby's face reminds him of something that deeply irritates him, and even though he can't put his finger on it, he only knows that he suddenly feels annoyed. Richard doesn't even realize that Hope is a faithful copy of his worst enemy. "Take your bastard child and leave," he yells, scaring Hope and making Eliana tremble. "How can you be so soulless?" Eliana asks, crying. "I am your daughter, and that little pup is your granddaughter. You are a granddad, whether it suits you or not," says Eliana, starting to shake harder and harder, and she feels her blood rush and her skin begin to burn as her anger grows. "I told you to take your bastard and leave this pack. Leave until I drag you out, or throw you in dungeons with that thing you're trying to put on my neck as my granddaughter. You are not my daughter anymore, and that bastard child will never be a part of this family." "Richard," yells Delilah, "if you continue with this madness, I will never forgive you." "Then you can leave with her," he yells, breaking Delilah's heart. But neither Delilah nor Lauren can say anything more because Eliana suddenly starts screaming and falls to the ground. "Take the baby out," Delilah tells Lauren. "Oh my goddess, she is shifting." Author's POV. And looking at her, Richard stays silent. Maybe she is a strong wolf, and maybe he will be impressed with her stature, he thinks. After all, he has no other heir except Lauren, who is not as strong as he wanted her to be, and he really wants to see what his former heir looks like. "Sweetie," says Delilah, Let her come out, don't oppose. She tells Eliana, who is lying on the ground and screaming in pain, feeling her every bone break. All this madness I hope is worth it, Richard tells her, looking skeptically and carelessly at his own daughter's suffering. I can't shift, Eliana yells in pain. After all those last months in poverty and hunger, her body is so weak that the pain is almost unbearable. Giving birth put her on the verge of death, but this first shift is beyond death. It's pure hell. It's like purgatory. Help me! She yells, and Delilah pulls her close to her and gently strokes her forehead with hot sweat running down her face. My skin is burning, she cried. I can't stand it anymore. Please make it stop. Eliana yells, and Hope starts to cry, as if feeling her mother's pain. Get out of here, Richard tells Delilah. She must do it by herself. Don't help her. She is our daughter, says Delilah. I can't sit with my hands on my chest and look at her how she is suffering. I sad to let her alone, he says in his alpha command, and Delilah must submit to him, even if she doesn't want to. Eliana continued to scream and tremble for more than half an hour, but in the end a faint growl was heard coming from where she had fallen. Suddenly, Eliana bows from the ground and her claws lengthen, and almost instantly she shifts for the first time. What the fuck is this? Is this a joke? Asks Richard, looking at her wolf while Delilah gently strokes her fur to help her calm down. Oh my goddess, I'm cursed, says Richard, approaching her and kicking her. Eliana, Delilah Cross, her father says, calling her on her whole name. I thought you couldn't disappoint me more than you already did, but I was wrong. You're just a pathetic being, incapable and good for nothing, he continued, looking at her contemptuously. Get this trash out of my house, he says angrily, and leaves the living room swearing, If when I come back she's still here, you will go with her, he yells. Delilah is looking at her sighing daughter, and soft howls are heard coming from her. Lauren approaches with Hope in her arms and kneels beside Eliana. Everything will be all right, says Delilah, putting her arms on Eliana's wolf neck. You will be fine. Don't put it on your heart, she says with tears in her eyes. Mom, asks Lauren, why is she so tiny? Is it because of those months in suffering? How can she be so small? Even a rogue is bigger than her. I don't know, sweetie, says Delilah. But your father has no excuse for what he is doing. She is his flesh and blood. Eli, says Lauren, still carrying Hope in her arms, do you want to see your wolf in a mirror? I am just too tired to move. I have no energy. I don't understand what's going on, she says through a mind link. Sweetie, your wolf is very small and weak. It didn't look at all like a wolf that has an alpha bloodline. I can't understand why this is happening, but I am sure that the moon goddess has a plan with you. What is your wolf name? Lauren asks, sitting down next to Eliana's wolf. Bo, she says. Her name is Bo. Is that even a name? Lauren asks, looking at her mom. Bo means precious. It is just like Eli, simple but so deep in meaning. It is perfect, says her mom, taking Bo's head and putting it in her lap. Stay a little bit here. I want to remember those moments, she says. Just stay here until your father come back. And after almost an hour, Eliana managed to gather her strength and transform again in her human form. I'm so sorry, Mom, she says with her head bowed. I know I let you down. No, sweetie, says Delilah. You are worthy and precious, she says, smiling. Don't let anyone make you believe anything else. And looking at Lauren, beckons her to put Hope in Eli's arms. If your father finds you here, I don't know what he will do. You must go because I don't want to throw you in jail. I need to know you are safe. And looking at Lauren, she asks her, Did you bring what I asked for? Yes, Mom, all is here, she says, handing her a thick envelope. It is not too much, but those are our savings. I have gathered them since you left, hoping that one day we will find you and give it to you, said Delilah. Mom, I can't take it. I don't want to bother you, Eliana says, crying. You have to take it. For Hope, if you don't want to take them for you, but you have to take it. I put a few things in your car, a few things for you and Hope, a thick blanket, a pillow, some clothes, some food, and she can't finish what she wants to say that Lauren bursts into tears right away. Mom, we must do something. Can't we really persuade my father to change his mind? No, Lauren, Eli said with dignity. I will do as he asked, and I will leave because I do not want you to have problems because of me. I just hate Dad right now, says Lauren, crying in Eliana's arms. I just found you. Why do I have to lose you again? She asks. Will you love me until the end? Eliana asks, and she wants to prolong these minutes as long as possible, and she takes Hope in her arms. We will love you to the moon and back, says her mom, just as she was saying to Eli when she was a little girl. I will miss you, Mommy, says Eliana, smiling sadly. I will miss you so much. Take care of my granddaughter, says Delilah. Eli, please, don't go, says Lauren, crying hard. She must go, Lauren, or your father will unleash hell on her. What can he do more? To take my life? Eliana asks sadly, but frightens both Delilah and Lauren, who realize that Richard Cross is really capable of this. And getting into the car, Eliana puts her daughter in her car seat, among the luggage prepared by Lauren and her mom, and with tears in her eyes she leaves again from the place where she hoped to find relief. There is no place for us here, says Eli. We will make our own place, she hears Bo in her mind. Together? Asks Eliana. Together, says Bo. Author's POV. Fucking rain, says Eli in her mind, looking in the rearview mirror at Hope. At least she is sleeping and does not realize the deplorable state in which they live now. Where am I going to live? Eliana asks angrily. I can't go back to Noah Black's pack, she said to herself. I saw how disgusted he looked at me when he saw me at the gas station. Maybe he hates the rogues as much as my father, and just because they bring him profit he lets them live in his pack. I can't risk anything. If it hurts me, who will take care of Hope? I can't risk my life or Hope's safety. I will never go back there, she said it as a personal oath. What about the public area between the packs? Asks Bo. We should try there. But there are a lot of rogues, werewolves and humans. I don't know. Although if I'm thinking about it. And through the heavy rain she drove to the edge of the pack, and just at the edge of the public area between her father pack and Noah's pack, she found a dilapidated hotel. This is scary, said Bo, slightly frightened by the dilapidated facade of the hotel. You say it's haunted. There are no ghosts in this world, Eli said, taking Hope in her arms and running through the rain to the entrance of the hotel. People say that there are no werewolves in the world, but here we are, said Bo, still not wanting to go inside, but Eli ignores her and enters. At the reception of the hotel, a middle-aged woman is sitting behind an old desk. Excuse me, Eli said, shivering from his rain-soaked clothes and squeezing Hope's chest to keep her warm. Do you have empty rooms? She asks shyly. The woman looks at her and smiles sadly as if Eli told her a joke. The place is all empty. I have all the rooms you need, sweetie, she said. She's a rogue, too, said Bo, a little bit shocked. And the truth is that the woman is looking so sick that you could say that she is on the verge of death. But at the same time, the woman is very beautiful. Eli looks at her and has strange feelings, and she doesn't realize what's going on with her. Are you all right? Eli asks. You're very pale, she says anxiously. I am fine. Don't worry about me, the woman said. You are all wet. You must change immediately or you will get sick, the woman says, and she approaches her, but Hope wakes up and begins to cry softly on Eli's chest. You have a baby with you? Asked the woman, looking at Eliana's arms. Oh, my goddess, don't you tell me you just gave birth? No, madam, Eli said. I gave birth 2 days ago. Let me help you, says the woman, approaching her, but as soon as she sees Hope, she freezes and whitens her face completely. Madame! Are you all right? Asks Eli in a panic, seeing how the woman has little left and collapses, staring at Hope. A baby with red hair. The woman stammers and immediately closes her eyes and takes a deep breath. I am fine. Don't worry about me. Let's get you and your baby in a room to change your clothes. I'm worried about you, Eli said. Are you sure you don't need help? You must rest, and I will help you when Hope falls asleep. Your priority is the small pup in your arms. I can handle it, the woman tells her. I am Rose Thibault, by the way, and I am the owner of this place, or what is left of it, because to say that this is a hotel is far too much to say, she says with a smile. I am Eliana Cross, madame, and this is my daughter, Hope. Please call me Rose. Madame sounds too formal, and this is not a place for this. Rose knows so well that in Eliana's eyes she is like a dying person, but she didn't explain to Eliana what is happening to her. Right now she is just happy because Eliana got in her way, and tonight she will not be alone in the hotel. As Rose leads Eliana to her room, Eliana can't help but look around. The place is huge. How could a rogue afford such a place? Eliana wonders. And she can only imagine how great this place would be with a little cleaning and maintenance. The hotel must have 4 or 5 floors. The hotel entrance, although dilapidated, retains some of the beauty it must have had in the past. Next to the huge reception there is a hall that is now empty, and only the dusty chandeliers and the windows from ceiling to floor evoke the parties that must have been held here a long time ago. From the reception upstairs, a massive wooden staircase completely adorns the lobby, and even so dusty and unpolished, that staircase is a masterpiece. All the rooms are the same, except mine, Rose tells her. I will give you a room next to my apartment, and if you need something, you can look for me without any problem, no matter what time it is. I'm here. I need to do something for you. Ely tells her more and more worriedly, How can I thank you for your kindness? Do you really want to thank me? Rose says, Then stay here with me. I am always alone, and the only thing that could make me feel better is to have someone with me who can accompany me and stay by my side. And Eli is looking at Rose and has no idea what to do. She enters her room. It is like a studio, not too big, but it is enough for her and Hope. She has even a little private kitchen and a bathroom. This is much more than she had in the last 9 months, and she started to panic. This must cost a fortune, and she has only her mother and sister savings. I don't think I can afford to rent this room, says Eliana, looking sad at the comfort of the room. It is true that everything is old, but with a little cleaning, this could be the perfect place for her. I don't need your money, Eliana, Rose said softly. As I told you, I just want someone to stay here with me, to keep me company. Few people come here, and the place is almost always deserted. Stay here, and you won't pay me any rent. This room is yours. It is a win-win situation. I help you to have a roof over your head, and you help me keep my mind healthy and not get lost alone in this place that is too big for one person. And smiling, Rose leaves the room, but not before telling her. Stay here tonight, and think. You don't have to decide immediately. You will tell me tomorrow what you have decided, and it immediately goes unnoticed. Do we have a choice? Eliana wonders, looking around. Rose is right. She needs a place to stay safe with Hope. And after taking a bath and putting Hope to bed, in the middle of the night, she had no other choice but agreed to stay here for one night and decided to think about what's next she should do tomorrow morning. Right now, she needs to sleep. Noah Black POV. Where are you? I mind-link Michael, getting more and more agitated as I sit on the edge of the bed watching the corpse between my legs. I'm here, I hear him say as he enters the hotel room door, which I dare not leave since yesterday's incident. What the fuck, man? He yells, seeing me completely naked. Put something on you. It doesn't. Get up. And what do you want me to do to you? Michael asks me, laughing. Do you want me to help you get him up? Don't be stupid. Tell me what to do. I tried everything and it didn't work. It softened when my world was dearer to me, and since then I have not been able to make it react at any stimulus. I tell him, totally bewildered. Maybe you got something. Maybe you got a disease. Michael tells me to go to the bathroom and return with a robe in his hand. Put something on you or I'll vomit. You are my best friend, but this, he said, and he throws the robe at me. I was just fine, and all of a sudden, just before I finished, everything ended prematurely, just like the broken tape from recorder. I told you again and again, Noah, it is all about your excessive sexual activity, Michael tells me. And I tell you, I was fine yesterday. Everything was fine with my favorite blonde bimbo until it wasn't anymore. It's some voodoo thing. I've been in this room all night trying to recover, and nothing works. But something happened, Michael tells me, and you can't deny that. It's that rogue fault. I call him nervous. Which rogue? Michael asks me, puzzled. The woman with the baby at the gas station? Yes, that one. Seeing her made me so disgusted that I think it affected me deeply in my subconscious. That must be it. It affected my subconscious. I say like I had the biggest revelation in the world. Honestly, Noah, Michael tells me. Are you sure only your dick is broken? Is your head fine? And he starts to laugh. This is the biggest aberration I've ever heard, and I see him fall into thoughts. Noah, Michael tells me, looking at me seriously this time. Her baby was very tiny, and I couldn't see her well, but her tiny head was covered with red hair just like yours. Do you start with that again? He asked nervously. Do you think it's a coincidence? He asks me without making a gesture. As you said yesterday, you were fine. You met that rogue woman with a child who I believe is yours. And suddenly, a few hours later, you were in a state where you are now. He tells me, and honestly, I'm starting to pay attention to what he tells me. I said something wrong? Michael asks me. No, everything is fine, except the part where you have every belief that I have a child with a rogue. But it's not ruled out, Noah. With your sexual appetite and how much you drink and spend every night in clubs and hotels' rooms, everything is possible. All except this. That woman smelled like a rogue from afar. She was in her car and I still felt her. I had never had sex with rogues because I really hate their smell. I can't get over their smell. Yet she was having a baby that looked like you, Michael insisted. Don't you want to miss this point and move on? He asked nervously. What if she was your mate? Michael suddenly asks me. There is no chance that Moon Goddess will make such a mistake and unite me with a woman so unworthy to be my Luna. How could a rogue be my mate, my Luna? I ask him, almost laughing. Any option is possible. I don't have all the solutions to the equation right now, but I strongly believe that a rogue woman is your mate and her baby was your baby. Why are you so sure about this? I ask him again, but putting things together, I start to see a logic in what he says, and I already know where he wants to go. The situation which you are facing now only occurs after the mate shows up in your life. Once you meet your fated mate, you can't mate with someone else. It's even worse, you become frustrated sexually, just like you. I'm not sexually frustrated, I say, looking at him ugly. And how are you now? He asks me without a joke. How to explain it more clearly than that? You found your mate for sure, and you didn't realize it. I suggest to you to no longer reject the idea and accept that it is a possible option. Somehow this explains all this madness. Okay, maybe she's my fated mate, and if she is, I am doomed for life, I say, becoming even more worried. It's not something you can't live with, Michael tells me. If she is your fated mate and she was meant to make you happy, she will be enough for you. A fucking rogue, I tell him, getting up nervously from the bed and walking to the hotel room window looking outside, not knowing exactly what I'm looking at. How could I accept that, Michael? How? If that rogue really is your mate, you can only accept her. Because this is just the beginning. He tells me and comes to me and we look out the window together. I did not ask for any of this. I'm almost 25 years old and I couldn't find my mate until now, only to find out she could be a rogue? I want to scream. Scream as much as you want, but yesterday she was the only woman outside your circle of friends with whom you met. She must be the cause. I still have to find a way to get rid of this, I said nervously. I don't want a rogue as my mate. If she is, you can't do anything without destroying at least one life, Noah. You know pretty well what it takes to reject a mate. Are you willing to live with that all your life? It is something that will follow you and transform you without realizing it. I am just cursed, man. How wrong have I been in this life to be punished like this? I ask, raising my hands in the air. A mate is not a punishment. Will you help me find that rogue to test your theory? I ask him, knowing that I have no other choice if I ever want to come again in this life. Yeah, get dressed and let's look for her. Author's POV. Oh my goddess, it's morning again, said Eliana, stretching and lifting her head from the pillow slightly. Where am I? She asks in panic, but immediately remembers what happened the night before. And putting her face in her hands, she closes her eyes, takes a deep breath, and then looks around. She felt safe last night, and her sleep was as deep as her baby's. Little Hope, she asks her daughter, did you sleep well? And she immediately bends down and kisses her little nose while Hope giggles and shakes hands. I think you agree with me then. Shall we stay here? She wonders. And if we don't stay here, where we can go, especially since we have Hope with us? Bo asks her too. I can't go back to my father's pack. Crescent Moon Pack is clearly cut off from the map of my options after everything that happened yesterday, says Eliana. He's still our father. Maybe we should insist. Bo says, hoping to soften her father's heart. There is no chance for us to live there, Beau. He can't tolerate rogues. No, I am not his daughter anymore. I am just another rogue, which means that I am just a problem for him. He will take us back, says Beau. Stop thinking about it. I know him better than you. Let's just not think about it anymore. What other options do we have? Says Beau. Maybe we should go to the Silver Crest Pack, where our baby's father is the alpha. That's where rogues can live in peace. That is not an option either. I've been there for the last 9 months, living in my truck, dreading every night. I can't give Hope such a life. We'll handle it, Beau says. It is more than this, Beau. What if Noah Black sees Hope? If he finds out she's his daughter, he'll take her away from me, Beau. I can't live without her. All this time, all I did was make her born safe. From now on, everything I will do will be for her to live safely. And then, says Beau, isn't it better to accept Rose Thibault's offer and stay here? And looking at Hope, who fell asleep again with her finger in her mouth, Eliana felt her heart calm down. I will be safe here, Eliana thought. When she came to the hotel yesterday, she found that there was no one else there except Rose Thibault, who is a very kind woman, and just looking at her, you realize she also needs help, and Eliana remembers everything she saw the night before. If the other floors look like this where she is now, it means that the hotel has quite a few rooms. Now in the light of day, she looks at the room she is in, and things don't look so old anymore. Dusty and careless? Definitely, however, nothing is extremely damaged so that it cannot be repaired. I think this hotel was brilliant in the past, Eliana thinks. And the location is perfect, said Beau. It's just between Dad's pack and Noah's black pack. Here is a public area where no alpha will come here at any time. It is very safe for us. You know what, Beau? You are right. I don't know why I keep thinking, and I linger on something that is already very clear. What's on my mind? Let's talk to Mrs. Rose. Eliana is looking at Hope as she sleeps in the middle of the bed and takes 2 pillows and puts her between them so that she should be safe while she is talking to Rose. And after making sure the little girl sleeps safely, she opens the door and knocks lightly on the next door, where Rose told her she would find her. You are already awake, says Rose, smiling at her. Yeah, I'm a really morning person, says Eliana, smiling shyly. Would you like to come inside? Do I serve you some hot tea or a coffee? Rose asks, opening the door wide for her. No, Hope can wake up every second. I wanted to talk to you, Mrs. Rose. Eliana tells her, but immediately Rose stops her. Rose, just Rose, please, she says, laughing. So, Rose, I've been thinking about your proposal, and if it's still valid, she says, looking into her eyes and hoping Rose hasn't changed her mind. I agree. I would like to stay here and help you organize this place. And Rose is looking right in her eyes, and she can't believe that Eliana agreed with her proposal so easily. She looks at Eliana and feels her soul warming up. She remembered what happened to her when she was 18 years old, too. In front of her, a poor girl with a child is staying just as she did when she was young, abandoned and sad, without anyone's help. Rose knows exactly how Eliana is now just looking at her. It's just a déjà vu. Suffering and abandonment can be seen on Eliana's face. I don't know what happened to you and how you got here. I don't know what you experienced, but I want you to believe me with all your heart when I tell you that the pain would go away over time. Being rejected by a mate is not the end of your life, even if it is difficult. And Eliana is shocked by how the owner knew she was rejected by her mate. This is not all, isn't it? Asks Rose. It's just half the story, I assume. And Eliana doesn't say anything to her. She just smiles sadly and looks away. How could she tell Rose that she has alpha blood in her veins, that she is the heir of the Crescent Moon Pack, that she has a child with Noah Black, and the list goes on? How? I won't ask you anything, said Rose, smiling at Eliana. But believe me when I say that you are still very young. You have your whole life ahead of me, my dear, Rose tells her. Things can change. Everything could be changed. Don't think too much about the past. You can't change anything there. Focus on what you can do today and you will have a bright future. And Eliana is just looking at the woman that stays before her and speaks so kindly and can't help but wonder how she got into this situation. Maybe her experience is similar to ours, Beau tells her. Otherwise, how could she have understood us so well? Yeah, and she's so alone. And looking at Rose, Eliana decides to change the subject because Rose's sad look only evokes a past as sad as hers. I will do exactly as you asked. I will stay here and keep you company. I will help you run this hotel, says Eliana, trying to cheer Rose up. You and that little redhead will make my days brighter, Rose tells him, smiling. I hope so, says Eliana, but just before she says anything, she hears Hope crying lightly from the room. So, we will make plans later. Take care of that little angel, says Rose. Yes, that's exactly what she's going to do. She will take care of Hope and then make lots and lots of plans on how to survive here. Author's POV. Sweetie, Eliana tell Hope to kiss her cheeks all the time. We have a place to call home again. And looking around, she wondered how big this place is. In the middle of the night, she didn't see it clearly. The hotel has 10 floors. 10 fucking floors. This place is enormous. And for sure, she can't handle it by herself alone. It is too much to work for a single person. There are 20 rooms for each floor. And if you put the ground floor with that huge party room and the reception and the kitchen and the restaurants, because there was a restaurant once in the past, it is just much too much for Eliana and Rose to take care of. Baby, should I call Lily? She asks her baby, even if she knows that Hope can't answer her. But she has the feeling that looking at Hope in her clear blue eyes, she will find all the answers. And Hope starts to giggle and laughing. Eli tell her, I knew I could count on you. You are a reliable counselor. And kissing her little nose, she puts her on her shoulder and heads for her room. I will call her. How lucky I was to ask for her number. Eliana thinks. As soon as she forms the number to her surprise, Lily answers her. Hello. A shy voice is heard at the other end of the phone. Hi, Lily. I don't know if you remember me. We met 2 days ago at Charity. You helped me with food and... Hi, Eliana, right? She asks, and Eliana feels her more relaxed. I was really worried about you because I didn't know if you found a place to take shelter. I am fine. Don't worry about me. I found a place and I need your help if you want to come with me. I don't understand, says Lily. Where to come? Where to come? Let me explain more clearly. I found a hotel, and the owner is a rouge just like us, and she needs help to rule this place. It's really huge, Lily. She gave me a room, and I will have food, and I will not pay rent for staying here. Are you really serious? Lily asks her, not believing that such a place really exists. Yes, I am very serious. And how can I help you? Lily asks, hoping with all her heart that what Lily will tell her is what she wants to hear. I want you to come here, to live here with us, and help us to make this hotel attractive to customers. If you will come, I will speak with Miss Rose, and I am sure she will let you stay here. What do you say? Asks Eliana. When can I come? Lily asks, laughing. Aiden, we will have a place to stay. Lily can be heard crying and telling her little boy. Tomorrow? Eliana asks happily. Give me the address, and I will come. And after hearing the address, she laughs and says, It's in the public area. It's even better than I thought. I will have peace there. And as soon as the phone ends, Eliana puts Hope to bed and sits down next to her. We must sleep a lot, baby, she says. We are starting work tomorrow, and we need to rest. But Eliana couldn't sleep for an hour because there were strange sounds in Rose's room. It's like someone banging nails into the wall, and light, steady bangs are heard on the wall. What is Rose doing? Move the bed? Eliana wonders. Maybe she needs help, she says to herself and tries to get out of bed, but immediately puts her hand to her mouth when a loud moan and a man's voice can be heard from beyond the wall. I missed you so much, says the groaning man. Please, she can hear Rose speaking. Show me how much you missed me. And immediately their moans start to fill the air, making Eliana blush in the face completely. It seemed to be the sound of a man and Rose having sex. But she is single. Who can this man be? Is Eliana wondering? Looking at Hope, who is still sleeping, she puts her head on her pillow and trying to cover her ears, she closes her eyes. Until late in the night, the man ravished Rose and made her moan. Eliana felt her heart full of doubts. Will this man come frequently? But Rose is a free woman and she can do whatever she wants, so Eliana takes Hope to her chest and soon falls asleep, and in the morning when she opens her eyes there is no more noise from Rose's room, and the man must be gone. Come in, she says, hearing a little knock on her door. Did you sleep well? Asks Rose, entering the room. Yes, thank you, says Eliana. Rose, I want to talk to you. She says, but looking at Rose's face, she sees that she is very depressed, and there are only light traces of vitality on her face. Are you all right? Asks Eliana. Yes, it's just my tired heart, but I will be all right soon. Don't worry about me. What did you want to talk about? Asks Rose. I have a friend, Eliana says, in the same situation as me. I called her last night and asked her to come here to help us with the hotel. You did well, said Rose, smiling softly. Call me when she arrives to give her a room. Can she stay, really? Eliana asks enthusiastically. Yes, as long as she's your friend, I trust you. Thank you so much, says Eliana, rubbing her palms with joy. Soon Lily arrived with her dozens of baggage and baby Aiden. Oh my goddess, she yells. Will we live here? She asks with tears in her eyes. Yes, we will. Let's make this place our home, says Eliana. Eliana cross POV. As soon as Rose showed Lily where she was going to stay, which is right next to my room and hers, she came to talk to me. I'm glad you found someone to help you to manage the hotel, Rose tells me, looking straight into my eyes and smiling. To manage the hotel? I ask her in astonishment. I don't understand what you mean, Rose. I want you to manage the hotel. I can honestly say that I don't have the energy to deal with it. I leave you free to do whatever you want to make it work again. I put too much heart in this place until I can't take it anymore. Rose tells me. I thought you just wanted me to help you clean up, I say, a little panicked. No, sweetie, I want you to take the lead in this place. But what will I do with Hope and Lily with Aiden? And I start to panic because I just realize that I can't do this with Hope in my arms all the time. If you will allow me, I will take care of Hope. Looking at her, my heart is more calm. She is like an angel with her blue eyes and her red hair. Oh my goddess, did I die and get to heaven? How can there be such a good woman? Who can offer me so much without asking for anything in return? What do you say? Rose asks, smiling at me. Will you be my hotel manager? I promise that I will take good care of Hope while you are busy, and in addition you will always be in the area. Whenever you miss her, you know where to find me. I must repay you, Rose, I tell her, hugging her and making her laugh because she didn't expect it. No need, sweetie. Your presence here already makes me feel better. I must tell Lily. I call her happy and jumping up and down like a child. Go, says Rose, laughing. I will be in an apartment if you need me, or if you want to let Hope stay with me. Thank you so much, Rose, I say, bringing my hands to my chest, close to my heart. I promise that I will repay your trust in me, I say, smiling, and I immediately run with Hope in my arms to Lily's room. Lily? I say, knocking lightly on the door. May I come in? You don't have to ask, just come in, Lily said with a laugh. Oh, my goddess, you've got a lot of luggage. I tell him, laughing, looking at the mute of bags that are lined up in the room. That's all I have, Eli. Lily tells me with a smile. That's all my fortune. My whole life is in 6 bags. I've got news, Lily, I say with a chuckle. Rose made me the hotel manager. Oh, my goddess, you are my boss, says Lily, laughing with all her heart. She is so beautiful when she is laughing and is for the first time since I met her when I see her truly happy. I want to reopen the hotel, Lily, and it is a lot of work. Will you help me? We don't have money to pay you, but we will have a place to live and daily food, and if you will... I keep telling her, but Lily immediately stops me. You don't need to ask me. I needed a place like this, far away from my past. We will be happy here, Eli. I am not afraid of hard work. You, me, and Rose, and our little pups, we will have here our own imaginary pack here, I say, laughing. You are damn right, Ely. We are a family of single mom now. We worked every day and took it floor by floor, cleaning it and replacing everything that was broken, and to our surprise, things in the hotel are in very good condition. And Lily is right. Working hard for a specific purpose is not hard. We know what we are struggling for, and we work happily every day. Hope and Aiden are in Rose's care, and I can swear that whenever she takes Hope in her arms, her vitality grows and she is happy. Hope is her therapy. Today was a hard day, and we are very close to reopening this place. All is shining again and smells good, and in a few weeks we will have an inspection. If all goes well, we will be back on the market. Going to the Rose room to take Hope and Aiden, we hear noise and quarrel. Oh my goddess, says Lily. Is someone yelling? No, it is the TV. Rose is watching the news again and beating on her door easily. We enter her room. What are you watching? I ask her, but it is enough to hear the voices, and I already know who is arguing on TV. My father and Noah Black. You are a fucking tyrant, Noah Black reproaches him. You are stepping on corpses in order to thrive. You invaded my territory without my consent, screams Noah at my father. Since when a place in a public area is your territory, said my dad. We are free to extend wherever we find people to receive us. And they keep screaming at each other, but I can't follow them anymore. My heart is really frightened when I see them threatening. Did they really fight for a place in the public area between their packs? We live in that area now. This is our home now. I don't want to lose all because of their war. To leave from here will only cause Hope to be greatly hurt. I can't stand to see these two quarrel. Suddenly I hear Lily talking, and she moans and changes the TV channel. I am sorry, Rose, but these two are just selfish and greedy and care only about their own interests to expand territory, regardless of the lives of the pack's members. I have lived in Noah's Black Pack almost all my life, and I am sick of him, she said nervously. But I can't process anything, Lily says and continues to comment. I hear her talking to Rose, but my thoughts are on one thing. Please, Goddess, don't let them fight. Noah Black, POV. It's been a few weeks since Michael kept insisting that the rogue woman I met in the parking lot was my mate. He is firmly convinced that she is behind my problem. I don't believe for a second that the moon goddess could do such a thing. I am an alpha, for the goddess name. I can't have a stinking rogue as my mate. And what if she really is our mate, Hunter asks me. If she is our mate, we are doomed. But the fact is, as it is, and I have nothing to do but accept her as my mate. I don't want to live my whole life with her in consciousness if I reject her. Anyway, I'm convinced Michael was wrong. I'm more than sure of that. I'm sick of all this woman you keep fucking, man. I want my mate. I'm tired of being a man whore. Hunter begins to complain. We don't have a mate, I growl at him. I am still young and I am still mateless. I just want to live a little bit more. You will regret this. Hunter is threatening me. I don't think so, I say, laughing and looking at myself in the mirror. I'm going to the club tonight. At Michael's insistence, I tried to stay calm in the hope that he would find that woman he suspected was my mate. Of course, he didn't find her. So what if her baby had red hair? It can't be related to me, I am sure. This is the reason that confirms to me that my beta is hallucinating. I never slept with a rogue. And what if she really is our mate? Hunter continued. Shut up, I say nervously. I am sick of that rogue. Tonight I will hunt again. I just need a good fuck, and all will be fine. I am sure that I was just tired. Tired of what? Off too much fuck up? Hunter asks me in a pissed-off tone. If it doesn't suit you, close your eyes, but tonight I'm gonna fuck until my eyes go out of my head. Enough with staying on the sidelines because of a potential fated mate that no longer appears. And immediately I take my jacket and leave the room. I just need to live again. I can't go on like this. And I take my keys from my Koenigsegg and hurry to the hottest club in town and go straight to the bar. But immediately, the voice of my reason is heard from behind me. What are you doing here? I hear Michael in the back. What do you think I'm doing? I say, giving him a glass of tequila and starting to scan the ground. That fucking bimbo that softened my dick is here. I don't want her anymore, even if I have to admit that she looks insane tonight. Noah, you can't do this. Michael tells me, already annoyed. If that woman is your fated mate, you will break her heart. She is not, I shouted in his face. How many times do I have to tell you? It's just an unfortunate coincidence. She passed in front of me. I didn't feel her as my mate. Leave me alone, I say, and immediately throw a new glass on my neck and go to a sexy brunette in the middle of the dance floor. My eyes have a little more, and I jump out of my orbit just watching her hips move to the rhythm of the dance. She sees me coming to her and she starts to move even sexier than before. That little perv. Michael, I say again through the mind link, come in my room. With all due respect, Noah, but I'm not your fish. I'm not bringing you any more women. No need. It happened again, I say in a low voice. I'm coming right now, Michael says, and I can already hear him running down the hall. He enters my room, and I know from his eyes that I look deplorable. falling to my knees with my dick in my hand, almost crying. And he shows me respect and says nothing, going to the bathroom and taking a robe. He puts the robe on me, helping me get up, and tells me easily, "Everything will be fine. Do not panic." Is that woman really my mate? I ask him, exhausted by what happened. I believe so. Then find her and help me end this madness, I tell him pleadingly. I've been looking for her since the first incident like this, Noah. I didn't wait for you to tell me to look for her. I knew that if she was your fated mate, we would need to find her. But what? I ask in panic. She disappeared. If she really is a rogue, she has no identity registration. Looking for her now is like looking for a needle in a haystack. No, you have to take straw by straw from the haystack until you find this damn needle, I say, looking him in the eye. You know what? Michael asks me, laughing. Looking at your arrogance, now I believe this is your retribution. Shut up, Michael. Help me find her. Eliana cross POV. Lily, I cry, knocking on her door, holding my hand close to my heart. Lily, please help me. I say with all my might, and I fall as soon as Lily opens the door. Oh, my goddess, Ely, what's wrong with you? Lily says softly, taking me in her arms and placing my head on her lap. I do not know what happens. My heart is very painful. I can't even breathe. It hurts too much, I said, bursting into tears. Let me put you to bed, Lily says, helping me to stay on my feet. She puts her hand on my waist and calmly tells me, Hold on to me. I'll take you to bed and go get help. I don't know how long it took me to get back to my room, which is only 5 meters away from here, but every step I took I felt exhausted. Make it stop, Lily. I'm starting to scream in pain. My heart is burning. I'm going after Rose. Please stay here. Don't move, says Lily, running back down the hall, and I immediately bring her knocking on Rose's door, and I hear her mumble something, but I don't understand anything, because I can't stop crying. And what's worse is that my crying wakes Hope up, and I'm not able to get up and take her in my arms. Goddess, what happened? Rose asks as she comes to my room with Lily, but I immediately see her face grow sadder and sadder. She takes Hope in her arms and swings her gently, swinging her while Lily sits next to me and takes me in her arms again. I found her like that. I don't know what happened to her, Lily says, completely panicked. I thought she was going to die, and I see tears running down her cheeks. She will not die because of this. At least not now. She is still young, but in the meantime it will cost her a lot, says Rose. Did you know what was wrong with her? Lily asks in shock. Just looking at her? Yeah, I know very well what is happening. She's suffering because her mate is flirting or having sex with another woman right now, and I can only look at Rose in shock. I don't have a mate, I try to say, but I immediately feel the new wave of pain engulf me. You have one and you've met somewhere, even if you didn't establish that he is your fated mate. What you feel now is because of his infidelity. How can he do that? Lily asks, crying beside me. I feel like my heart is stabbed again and again. I cannot take it anymore. But I can't finish my words because my pain suddenly becomes more intense. Not even when I was giving birth did I feel that way. She can't have a mate and find him without knowing it, Lily said, looking into Rose's eyes. How can you be so sure? How did you become a rogue, sweetie? Rose asked, caressing my forehead. I am sure this is related to the way you become like this. Do I trust them to tell them my story? I wonder. I try to breathe, and I can hardly calm down even if my heart still hurts. With my head on Lily's lap, I start to cry. Do you remember the 2 men arguing on TV the other day? I ask them without looking into their eyes. Those damned selfish alphas? Lily asked, visibly annoyed by their memory. Yes, those 2. They are the reason for my state. What do you mean? Rose asks, and I feel her a little bit agitated. Alpha Richard Cross is my father, I say, confessing for the first time to someone my true identity. And that man-whore of Noah Black has something to do with you? Lily asked, looking at me. He is Hope's father, I say, closing my eyes again. What? Rose asks, almost trembling, and I see her looking at Hope, who is sleeping in her arms, and I can swear that I've seen tears in her eyes. Are you all right? Lily asked her, seeing that she was in some shock. Yes, Hope is Noah Black's daughter, says Rose, smiling and kissing Hope's forehead. Did he reject you? Rose asked, lifting her eyes from Hope and looking straight into my eyes. No, I was underage when I slept with him. I was at a party and I drank too much. Next day, when I woke up, I found myself naked in his bed with Noah Black near me. I took some pills to avoid pregnancy, but it didn't work. Then he rejected the baby? Lily asked. No, Lily. He doesn't know about Hope. When my father asked me about Hope's father, I couldn't tell him about Noah Black. He is his enemy. He would have forced me to abort the baby. What did you tell him? Did you lie about Hope's father? Rose asked, already guessing what had happened. It was the only option for me. I told him I slept with a rogue, and the rest is history. He disowned me and banned me from Crescent Moon. How could he? You are his daughter, Lily asked, crying hard. I hate him for doing this to you. It doesn't matter anymore. I have Hope, and that was worth all the effort and sacrifice. She is my life now. Is Noah your mate? Rose asked, looking into my eyes. No, I don't think so. I only saw him once after that night. He didn't recognize me. On the contrary, he looked at me so badly, and I saw the disgust he felt approaching me. But you don't know for sure, isn't it? Rose insisted. He can't be my mate, Rose. He is an alpha, and I am a rogue, and I would have felt it if he was my fated mate when I saw him again. Not if you weren't close enough, and in addition you have alpha blood too. And I am a rogue, I emphasize. I know what you are feeling. I've been in your position too, says Rose, getting up and putting Hope in her crib and coming towards me, but not before I heard her whispering to Hope, You are my little joy, do you know? Who would have thought that you will bring me so much joy, little Red? Author's POV. I'm just an Omega, Rose says without looking at Eliana, but still holding Hope's hand and playing with her in the crib. My family loves me so much, and I never felt abandoned by them. Then how did you become a rogue like us? Lily asks, sitting comfortably next to Eli. When I was still living with my family, I had a boyfriend. It was love at first sight, says Rose warmly. We met in primary school, and since then we have been inseparable. He wasn't an Omega like me, but he was my support, and he loved me enormously. My family began to worry about me over time, fearing that when my fated mate would appear, I would hurt my childhood sweetheart. And why were they so worried? Wasn't it normal to find your own mate? This is the normal course of life, Lily says, already paying close attention to Rose's story. He was our alpha son, Lily. Oh my goddess, Eliana exclaims, and puts her hands to her mouth. And when I turned 18, a miracle happened. He was my fated mate too. The man I loved almost all my life was my mate, Rose said with a sad voice. And Eliana looks at Lily, and she knows that there is so much more to say, so shyly she asks Rose, Why isn't he with you? He died? Somehow you can say that, Rose continued, turning to face them. She has tears in her eyes. After learning that we are mates, our love grew more and more every day. It's hard to describe in words what I felt and lived with him. But the bond between mates should be something sacred, and it should be cherished. Where is your mate, Rose? Asks Eli with a trembling voice. Everyone thought we were getting married. No one ever thought of anything else, but one day my mate rejected me suddenly. I thought that he would propose to me that day, but instead he rejected me. I didn't suspect anything. I didn't think he would reject me for a second. Tell me he was sorry and he came back to you, please, Lily says, crying. No, sweetie. My mate lived his life and married the daughter of an alpha from another pack. His family did not accept me and refused to acknowledge his mate as a poor Omega. But that's stupid, Rose. How can he do such a thing to you? Look at you. You are so beautiful, and you are a wonderful woman, Lily says indignantly, getting out of bed and walking over to Rose and hugging her. He just betrayed our love without blinking. But this is the fact, and I had to accept and learn to live without him. My mate rejected me too when he found out I was pregnant, Rose said. He does not even know that I gave birth to Aiden and that she has a son. He ordered me to abort the baby because he could not accept a poor Omega like me as his mate. But I left, and I didn't give him a chance to get close to me again. I know he looked for me, and he regretted it, but he rejected me. I will never forgive him. I gave birth to Aiden, and I know that my life's complete with my son in it. And if I ever get a chance at a second chance mate, I will do the same thing if he will reject me as well. Did you forget him? Did you manage to get over the rejection? Eliana asks Rose because she already suspects that the story is far from over. It is hard to explain. He found me and tried to explain why he had to reject me, that he still needs me in his life. But whatever he tells me, I know that in the end, nothing will matter. I am still rejected and he is still someone else's mate right now. Rose, I'm sorry to ask you this, but the man who visits you sometimes at night is your mate? You heard us, didn't you? Rose says, blushing. I hoped you haven't noticed anything. And lowering her eyes, she answers the girls with a bent heart, acknowledging for the first time in so many years the truth. Yes, he is my mate. But how can you receive him in your life after he had hurt you so much? Eliana asks with tears in her eyes. He is my mate, Ely, and I loved him all my life. I've missed his touch, and being close to him makes me feel better, even if it's just for a few moments. And I know that he still has feelings in his heart for me, because otherwise he wouldn't risk everything just to be with me when possible. But he rejected you. Being with him is the only splendid thing in my whole life, he and our... But Rose stops and swallows her words. If I were you, I would never accept him near me since he refused to mark me, Lily said nervously. That man doesn't deserve your loyalty to him, Rose. I know that, but when you love someone as I loved him, it is hard to detach yourself and not care anymore. In this world, I know only his touch. I can't refuse the little he offered me. I am willing to swallow the pain rather than lose him. You two are much braver than I was, Rose smiles at the girls. And you, sweetie, she says, taking Eli's hand in her hands, just looking at you, I know that you will have a better future than me. I will never allow what you have experienced to happen to me, Rose. I will fight with that damn mate bond. Look at me now, how I stay in bed with my heart burning because he is with another woman. And I don't even know who he is. Someday you will find him, Rose said, smiling at her and hoping in her heart that Eli will find her peace. He will reject me without thinking for a second. I am a rogue. What sane man would accept me? Eli asks. And you know what? If my mate would reject me face to face, I would rather die than have anything to do with the man who rejected me. This is my oath. This is what I did when that stupid mate of mine rejected me. I sweared that I will never accept him in my life again, Lily said, choking in her own tears. Your mate lost a precious gift, leaving you. And he lost the chance to meet Aiden. You are brave, Lily, Rose said, smiling at her. And you, my dear Eli, you are a good girl with a big heart. I know that you will be fine. I swear to you, Rose, if he rejects me, he will never have the chance to approach me ever again. Eliana cross POV. I worked hard. Lily and I made this hotel a sublime place. If you hadn't been here for 3 months, since we started seriously to rebuild this place, you wouldn't recognize anything. We did everything together. We learned to paint, to recondition wood, to put tiles. I even repaired the furniture. The thing is, I didn't want to ask Rose for any money for all this work. Her family loves her and helps her, and I believe that even that jerk that is her mate somehow helps her, because otherwise I don't know how he would have allowed herself this place. But we didn't want to ask her anything. We managed to do everything by ourselves. And I have to admit, we had a great time working on this project. There are over 200 rooms in the hotel. We were initially glad that the furniture didn't look bad and that the painting from the walls wasn't really bad. But after Rose announced that she wants me to manage the hotel, I realized the true potential of this place. It has the perfect position, and the space is huge and very well organized, the rooms spacious. Today, everything seems new. Everything fascinates you from the entrance. The star of the lobby remains the huge staircase leading upstairs, but I added marble instead of old wood, and the wooden railing was replaced with a chrome one, very chic and modern. The tinted windows have been replaced with massive windows that let in the light. It's all about soaring ceilings and crystal chandeliers, though. And we created an area where you can have quality conversation, a really good beer or coffee, while some ambient music can be heard in deafness. And the most beautiful thing is that we have an island bar, and the place is full of gorgeous plants, game tables, and swing seats. It's all about relaxing and feeling good in this space. In the entire hotel, we used natural materials, like wood, cotton, and leather, and from our lobby to the last room of the hotel, you can see a calming and cozy seating area. But the most eye-catching feature is the grand chandelier, also from the lobby, that depicts over 2,000 fluttering crystal stars which appear to be suspended in air. I've seen one like this, but with butterflies instead of stars in some photos with a hotel from Jakarta, and I fell in love with the concept. The point is, it's almost impossible to recognize the place. I'm excited, Eli, Lily tells me, putting her hands on her chest and almost crying. Look at this place. We did it all with our own hands. I couldn't have done all this without you, Lily. We worked together, and we really did a fantastic job here. I'm proud of both of you, Rose says, smiling and coming with hope in her arms. Why don't you go out and relax a little? Buy something nice to wear for tomorrow. No, Rose, I can't go now. I need to see if we need to make any changes. We have the final inspection tomorrow, and I don't want to risk anything. I call her worried. It is an order, sweetie. Go out and have fun. Everything will be fine. I have no emotion. This place looks like a 5-star hotel, and it is more than I ever dreamed to be. Just go and have fun while I will have my own party with Hope and Aiden. Are you sure? I ask her because I honestly need to go out and do something for myself. I've been working like crazy for the last few months. Let's go and buy some nice clothes for tomorrow, says Lily. Maybe this hotel looks like a luxury one, but we look like maids. Stop worrying. For 2 hours, I went to all the shops in a row, and for the first time in a long time, I felt normal again. Lily is the best thing that ever happened to me. She, Aiden, and Rose, beside Hope, makes me feel blessed for having them in my life. Now I just look at her having fun, trying on dress after dress in an attempt to find the perfect one. What does it look like? She asks me, trying on a sleeveless tuxedo dress. I want to impress tomorrow, and I want the inspectors to think we're strong and we can make this place majestic. You are beautiful, I tell her with a smile. What did you choose? Lily asks me, walking near me. I'm not sure, I say with a smile. I like this dress a lot, but it's too expensive. That Alberta Ferretti dress that you've been looking at since you walked into the store? Yeah, that one, I say, pointing to a blue sky wrap-style midi dress with a V-neck, sleeveless and below knee length. Why don't you buy it? Lily asks, looking at me. I already told you it costs too much. I answer her, continuing to look at that dress, but I can't say anything more, that immediately Lily goes and takes the dress, puts it in my arms, and tells me commandingly, "Try it." Why should I do this if I don't want to buy something so expensive? Try it, Eli. You don't spend anything because Rose gives us everything we need, and you put all your money in the hotel. Give yourself a little gift if you like this dress. Life is too short, and you always care about shortcomings. Sometimes you just have to be more generous with yourself and give yourself a little joy in order to be able to move on in life. But this little joy costs $900, Lily. So what? She asks, laughing. You know something? I ask her, laughing. Fuck that dress. I'll try it. You are right. And immediately enter the dressing room. Holy fuck shit! Bo yells in my head, looking at us in the mirror. We are hot, girl, she says. I want to see you, says Lily from beyond the door of the dressing room, and as she opens the door slightly, I see her gaping. Eli, she says with her mouth open, please wear this dress tomorrow and charm the inspector to give us the operating license for the hotel. You are a witch, girl. And I must say, I really look gorgeous. I feel just like a long time ago when I was in my father's house, and I was the future alpha of Crescent Moon Pack, and I was just normal. You know what, Eli, says Lily. You will buy this dress, and now please take this suit too. You will be a manager from tomorrow, and you must look like one. And she put in my arms a very elegant burgundy 2-piece set suit with an elegant blazer and high-waist pants. Try it, she says, and immediately runs and takes a white blouse and some black stilettos to accessorize the suits. Try this too, she says, opening the door a little and stretching them towards me. My goddess, she yells as soon as she sees me. You just look like a director, Eli, and we start to laugh, but just in a second my breath stops. I hear the shop door opening, and then I feel the smell that lit my childhood. My father smells. Good evening, Alpha, says the store's saleswoman. Your tuxedo is ready, she told him. And my eyes fill with tears because as much as I want to run to him and take him in my arms, I see how he looks at me with disgust. Dad, says Bo, crying in my mind. I missed you. But he turned his back to us and started to talk to the saleswoman, completely ignoring us. Lily sees the whole scene and takes me in her arms. "Let's go," and takes the clothes from my hand. "Wait for me outside." And she goes and pays for our shoppings and comes back to me. "You know what, Eli? He does not deserve you. You are the most altruistic being I have ever met in this life. You are kind and beautiful, and anyone who doesn't want you loses the extraordinary chance of being loved by you." "He is my father, Lily. How can he not love me anymore? How can he not care about me anymore? I was the light of his eyes, his firstborn. I am his child for the goddess name." And I burst into tears. "He may not want you, but now you are not alone. You have hope, and you have me and Aiden and Rose. We are a family, and we love you." "I know, but it still hurts so much. I didn't expect to see him today." "Stop thinking about him. We love you, and from now on we will love you even more to compensate for his unjustified hatred." And Lily takes me by my arm and we start walking straight to the hotel carrying our purchases. I close my eyes, trying to stop my tears from flowing. "Keep calm, Eli," I said in my mind. "Just keep calm because your father hates you." Eliana cross POV. "Eli," yells Rose as soon as we enter the hotel. Did something happen? Why is she so agitated? And I can feel Bo starting to shake in fear that something could happen while we were shopping, but as soon as we see Hope in Rose's arms, we calm down. "Goddess Rose." I start laughing when I see that she is actually happy. "You scared the shit out of me. What the hell happened?" And Lily immediately shows up behind me with a ton of bags full of clothes for Aiden. "What's wrong with you?" she asks us, looking at us like a circus. "I have news." Rose is smiling, and I reach out and take my daughter from her arms, making Rose growl. "Don't be sad," I tell her. "You're like her grandma, always with her in your arms, kissing her and stuffing her with toys. But now I want to hold her in my arms. I missed her." "I have news, girls," Rose says again. "While you were away, the inspector came to check on the hotel." "What?" I'm starting to panic. "I told you we weren't supposed to go anywhere because an emergency was sure to happen." And I start to cry in spite. I worked so hard for nothing. "Eli, will you let the woman speak?" Lily asks me, laughing. If it was serious, Rose wouldn't greet us with a smile. "She's right," says Bo, analyzing the situation. "Rose is happy. Maybe nothing happened." "I'm calm now," I try to say, but my voice is still shaking. "Did he tell you when he comes back tomorrow?" "He won't come again." "But why?" Lily asks, frowning. "What didn't suit him?" "Girls, you're still panicking. I can't even say what I have to say because of your panic. The inspector will not come tomorrow because he saw everything that interested him today. He thought he would find you crafting and hiding the flaws for tomorrow's inspection, so he wanted to take us by surprise." "What a terrible man," Lily snorts nervously. "Let the man be. In fact, he was very kind." "Rose, don't waste our time. What happened? What do we need to improve to get our operating license?" "Nothing," says Rose, smiling broadly. It is the first time I see her so happy. "What do you mean by nothing?" I ask her. "Actually, he was very impressed by your work. He couldn't even believe that 2 women were behind this modernization. The hotel passed the security guard inspection and we can officially open for business." "I cannot believe it," I shouted happily. "Oh my goddess, can we open the hotel?" "Yes, but please let's open it tomorrow. Today we must celebrate and enjoy the last day of peace in this place. Do you want me to tell you something funny?" Rose asks us. "Say it fast and it won't scare us anymore." "I had little left and I was dying of my heart earlier," I tell her, laughing. "That inspector booked a room for himself for next week to bring his wife in the most spectacular hotel from the public area. He said it with his own mouth. This hole is the best." "Rose, thank you so much. All of this was possible because you extended a helping hand to us when everyone turned their backs on us," I say to her. "Sweetie," Rose says with a big smile, bending slightly and kissing Hope's forehead. "You are like my family. You, Hope, and also you, Lily, and little Aiden, helped me not to go crazy all alone in this place. You are officially a manager, Eli," yells Lily, taking me in her arms and making me dance with her, some fucking scary dance she is doing every time she is happy. "And you are my assistant," I tell her. "What?" she asks in shock. "I thought I'd be at the front desk in the lobby." "No, you will stay and help me to run this place. And I would like you to check at the charity center if there are other people who want to work here. Just as Rose helped us, I want to help other rogues. You are doing the right thing, Rose said, looking at me with tears in her eyes. Are you all right, Rose? I ask her, looking at her, because suddenly she seems to have turned slightly pale. I am overwhelmed by everything that has happened today. Do you want me to help you get to your room? Lily asks her. No, I just want to stay with you. Let's enjoy this success together, Rose said, looking at me. Let's eat something and celebrate this moment, she continued, motioning for us to follow her to the restaurant. This is just fantastic, Lily squealed with happiness. This must be a dream, Eli. It's not a dream, it's reality, and from now on nothing can rob us of the happiness that— Oh my goddess! I yell in panic, running with Hope in my arms as soon as I see Rose collapsing to the floor. Rose, I panicked. Call the ambulance, Lily, I say, crying. Rose, please open your eyes, I tell her as my tears start to run down my cheeks. Rose, open your eyes for the goddess name. You are scaring me. And as if Hope is feeling what is happening, she starts crying. Take her, please, and stay with her until I come back, I tell Lily, putting Hope in her arms. But I want to, she says. Please take her from here. I tell her, and I immediately kneel next to Rose. She is not breathing, I hear Beau in my mind. Goddess, please don't take her away from me. I impose on you. She is the mother I lost. She is my family now. Please, I say, crying. But no matter how much I begged, and no matter how hard I tried to resurrect her with my own hands, when the doctors came, all they did was to declare her dead. We have to take her to the hospital, one of them said. We need to take an autopsy to be sure that here was no criminality involved. She just collapsed. I don't understand, I say to the doctor. She was happy and she was laughing, and suddenly she fainted, and in a few seconds she was dead. We are sorry, the doctor said. I want to come with you, I say, crying. I need to be with her on this last road to take care of her remains. Yes, it is better if someone will take care of her body after all is finished. Come with us. Why, Rose? Why did you leave me when I was finally happy? Why did you receive us in your life just to leave us so fast? I ask, looking at her lifeless body. Why? Eliana's cross POV. This should have been a happy day. All our dreams have finally come true. But now it's all gone with Rose's death. And to be honest, that affects me the least. What really hurts me is that Rose is dead. Yes, I lost everything with her death, but after the last few months, I know I can always start over. Rose helped me understand how strong I am. In recent months, she has been my mother, my friend, a grandmother to Hope, sometimes my older sister. Rose was all I needed to survive. I am here today because of her trust in me. But where is she now? And I can only burst into tears again while I wait for the doctor to let me get her out of here and bury her properly. Rose was sick, and I know that very well because from the first moment I've seen her, I was aware of this. She was suffering a lot because she was rejected and lived so much time without having a mate. This is our world. It is written in our DNA that we must live happily with those who predestine us. It is mandatory, and when shit happens like the rejection of the mate bond, our wolf gets sick and things degenerate. I thought Rose had more time, but I guess I was wrong. I don't know how long I waited for the doctor to finish the autopsy, but the moment the doctor handed me the urn with Rose's ashes, I knew the spring of my tears was dry. Only the pain of losing her remained. I shed so many tears that my eyes are now dry. Thank you, doctor, I say, staring at the urn on my arms. I'll take care of her. That won't be necessary, I suddenly hear an authoritative male voice behind me. This jerk Beau yells in my mind, growling hard. It's all his fault. What do you want to say? I ask him nervously, as I analyze him from head to toe. He is wearing a very expensive suit, and I know very well who this man is because I have often seen him sneak out of the hotel after spending the night with Rose. Her remains will stay with me. I want to take care of them, says Rose's mate, or better said, ex-mate, because this individual does not deserve to be associated with Rose. It can be seen that the man is suffering. But do I care? Go to hell, jerk, Beau said. Don't let him get Rose away from us, Eli. Beau is crying hard. I don't think this is the place to argue, the man continued. He must be some noble. Didn't Rose say that he married an alpha daughter? I am her mate, and her remains must remain with me, says the man. almost in tears. But for me, this part of I am her mate is too much to bear. You are not her mate, I yell at him, crying with all my disgust in my face. If you had loved her and cared for her, today she would not have been dead. It is all your fault, because she is now dead. Because she lived so long without having a mate, and because you were such a coward, and you didn't mark she died. You don't know anything, the man shouted at him. I loved her back then, and I love her now. No, it was just a selfish need to satisfy your need that could never have been fully satisfied with you, chosen mate. I yelled in his face, shocking him. How do you know these things? He asks me nervously. She was suffering because of you, and you just choose to deliberately approach Rose after you rejected her, which was very selfish on your part. You tortured her for years. How could you do that without marking her? You're just a rogue and you have no idea what you're talking about. Doctor, give me her ashes, please, says the man. No, doctors don't do it. I say this time with much more calm. My friend has lived in the shadow of this man all her life, and she is now dead so she can be free. You can't be serious. Doctor, for the last time, give me her ashes. Don't you dare, I say, clenching my teeth in anger. Let me help you decide, says a man suddenly. I know his voice, and turning my head I see Mr. Lewis, Rose's lawyer. Mr. Lewis, what are you doing here? I say with a shocked voice. I've heard that Mrs. Thibault died, and I am here to fulfill her last wish. Doctor, this is her will, says Mr. Lewis as he handed a document to the doctor. Is it really necessary? Rose's mate asks, slightly annoyed. If there is a will, we will have to take it into account, mister. The doctor says, reading the document carefully, and after a few minutes he looks at me and tells me sadly, You can take Mrs. Thibault's ashes. It is her will. What? The man says, while his eyes are out of orbit because of the shock. It's written in black and white here, the doctor said. I, Rose Thibault, in full mental faculties and fully understanding the significance of the lines below, wish that after my death my ashes should remain in the care of Mrs. Eliana Dalila Cross. Under no circumstances, if anyone else shows up to take my ashes, not to be entrusted with it, not even to my so-called fated mate. I don't want to have anything to do with men in this life or the next one. Ha! I yell, pointing with my index finger to her mate. It is her will and you can do nothing. The man's face is scoffed in pain, but I really don't care about his suffering. He was just a jerk. I see him lowering his head and then looking up at the urn with Rose's ashes. I never wanted to get here, he whispers lightly, and approaching me, and making me panic, he extends his hand slightly and touching with his fingertips the ash urn, says slowly, I will miss you, Rose. Wait for me, making me angry again. You hear her will. Let her be alone. And finally I see him walking away. You are free, Rose, I say, crying hard, hugging the urn in the arms. Can I go, doctor? I ask, wiping away my tears. Yes, you can, but there's more. Mr. Lewis, will you explain? The doctor said, making me panic. Rose's last wish is for the hotel to stay with you and your daughter, Mr. Lewis says. What? I ask, almost falling off my feet. You are the new owner of the hotel, Eliana. It was her last wish. But, and looking at her urn with ashes, my heart is simply overwhelmed. You are my savior again, Rose. You saved me a few months ago, and now you are saving me again. I will miss her dearly. Leaving the hospital with what's left of Rose in my arms, the wind blows my hair like a caress, and I head to the hotel. I don't know how long it took me to get back because everything that happened makes me feel indescribable emotions, but staying in front of the hotel entrance, I pray to the moon goddess to take care of my friend. I swear to you that I will make you proud, Rose. I will run this hotel and I will repay all your kindness and trust in me. I wipe away my tears and looking up at the sky, I can only whisper, Thank you, Rose. Author's POV. 5 years later. It's been 5 years since Rose died, and Eliana and Lily haven't disappointed her in all these years. Day and night, they fought hard to make Rose from where she is now, to be proud of them. I hope you're proud of me, Rose, says Eliana, looking at the sky as she looks over the last month's earnings report. We made this place shine again. And she feels how a hot tear starts to flow on her cheek. She just missed Rose every day. But because of Rose's decision, she was able to live happily and to become a successful businesswoman in these 5 years. But not far from where Eliana's hotel shines, Noah is still struggling with his dead and buried friend. Sometimes he tries to see if the problem has been solved, but every time the disappointment is more and more painful with women. Your mate will suffer because of your egoistic need to have sex. Michael is always telling him again and again, so all he has to do is keep his appearance. But he is the fucking Noah Cross. No one needs to know that he is powerless. And today, just like yesterday and the other day, Noah is sitting in one of the most expensive restaurants flirting with a woman, but Michael keeps yelling at him and annoying him by constantly contacting him through the mind link. "We need to talk, Noah," he says. "I am busy now. I am in the middle of something," Noah says, trying to close the mind link, but immediately Michael stumbles upon him, annoying him as only he knows how to do it. "You are in the middle of nothing, my dear friend. Your dick left the room 5 years ago, and if you don't want your wallet to leave too very soon and you have no money left in your account, I suggest you make that ugly bimbo drive her way. It is important." "How do you know she's ugly?" Noah asks, and looking up, he begins to look around. "You are following me?" he asks, looking ugly at Michael, who sits in the lobby of the restaurant. "You wish. It is really important. I've got the report from our hotels and it's bad." "Fuck, you really want to drive me crazy, don't you? You know my opinion about this." And he immediately sees Noah giving the woman some money and then motioning for her to disappear. Oh my goddess, did he really do this in front of all these people? Michael wonders, starting to walk towards him and passing the woman who swears at Noah by all the saints because the evening did not end the way she wanted. "So?" says Noah as soon as Michael sits down at the table. "What happened?" "We are in deep shit with our hotel, located near a public area, and it seems that our manager hid this, fearing that he will be fired. But today I asked for the account statements because I noticed some inconsistencies. Our hotel performance declined in recent years. It started 5 years ago and it's worse every day. At this rate, we will have to close soon." "What?" Noah is nervous. "It's one of our top businesses. 1/4 of our profits came from that hotel. The reason is that a hotel located in the public area of the 2 packs took most of our business. People are crazy to go there, Noah. I sneaked in and checked to see if it was true, and the hotel really looked good. It has a top restaurant and a lot of other facilities." "It can't be. Our services are the best," says Noah with pride. "Something else has to be in the middle. Why don't we go undercover to check the situation? If this hotel is so charming, we will know what to do and take our customers back, but we need to know what we are fighting with. Don't you think so?" Michael asks and makes Noah fall into thoughts. "Yeah, you're right. That is how we will do it." "Are we going tomorrow?" Michael asks. "Tomorrow? Why to wait? We're going right now. That I will not let a day go by without doing everything I can to get my business back on track," Noah says anxiously, but looking at Michael, he asks, "What's the name of the hotel?" "La Vie en Rose Hotel." "They are French?" starts Noah to laugh. "What do they do to attract clients, boiled snails?" "No, I have no idea who the owner is. A few years ago, the hotel was abandoned and just a relic, but now it looks fantastic." "You said they have a top restaurant. Let's try it," and Noah immediately goes outside and beckons Michael to follow him. And as soon as he arrives in front of Eli's hotel, even if he doesn't want to admit it, he is deeply impressed by the beauty of the place. "This place is fantastic, man," Hunter says, feeling a little bit agitated without realizing why. "It's not fantastic, it's more than that." "Shut up, Hunter. I am here to steal their clients, not to become one," Noah says, making Hunter laugh. "Noah, look." Michael is pointing to the people that are staying at tables. "Those are our pack members. Instead of eating in our restaurant, they go so far and come here. So all I heard is true." "Let's order and stop talking," says Noah, sitting at a table with his beta. "Their food can't be so good." And suddenly he sees an old friend with big tits and an even bigger ass and calls her to stay with them, annoying Michael. "That's not why we're here, Noah," he says angrily. "I know, but she will make our stay here more enjoyable," he said through their mind link. And in just a few moments, Lily came over to take the order. But when she saw Noah Black sitting in their restaurant, she whitened her face and dropped the menu on the floor. Looking at her face, Noah became very dissatisfied, but he was also very puzzled. Why the fuck is she so scared looking at me? I'm not the devil in disguise to scare people on the street, he says in his heart. I am very strict, but I'm not that scary to make people tremble in front of me. Immediately, Lily tried to regain her composure, and smiling, even in her heart a whole herd of galloping horses is running, she asked, "Good evening, sirs and madam. What can I serve you tonight?" And she smiles at Noah, and then looks at Michael, who looks at her with his mouth watering and looks at her like a puppy. "I will take some pasta with," Noah says, but immediately his nostrils are filled with a pleasant smell that fascinates him. It's just like coffee brewing in the morning, and suddenly Hunter howls in his mind, "Mate! This can't be. After all this time, he finds his mate here?" He looks straight to the restaurant door, where an elegantly dressed woman is walking towards them. Immediately, Lily looks in the direction Noah is looking, and all she can say is loud, "Fuck me!" And she wanted to inform Eli to stay away, but it was just too late because in just a second, Noah was on his feet and went to her. Ileana's heart just stopped looking at the man that stayed in front of her. And while Bo is howling in her mind, "Mate, mate, mate," all that comes out of Eli's mouth is a simple, "I'm doomed," making Noah angry. Eli looks at him with disgust. He is her fucking mate. And she remembers the way he was looking at her that day when she had to leave the parking lot. And she remembers all the pain she felt during these 5 years, every time when Noah probably was flirting or having sex with other women. But more than anything, she remembers that Hope is his daughter. Her baby father is her own mate. And all this time she was alone, struggling to survive while he was fucking woman after woman, and without saying a word, she turns her back and walks away from him. Ho, ho, ho. But this is not going to work because Noah feels like going crazy and catch her arm and among the clenched teeth and says a simple word, "Mine." Noah is looking into Eliana's eyes and contradictory feelings run through his mind and heart. He knows the woman. He knew her all this time, and he lived a life devoid of fantasies all this time looking for her. "I cannot believe it," he says in his mind. "Take her, please. Take our mate and mark her." Hunter tells him, howling in his mind, because he just needs his mate's touch. Just catching her arm, he felt the tingles, and that was the most orgasmic sensation that he felt in the last 5 years. "I don't understand, Hunter. Why didn't I feel her 5 years ago in that parking lot? Why didn't I smell her then?" Noah can't help but wonder. "Maybe because she was in a car and she was running from us?" Hunter says, still agitated. And all this time, while Noah makes up his mind, Eliana is looking at him, trying not to show all her disgust for him in front of all her clients. "You are the owner?" he asks Eliana, looking at her and analyzing it from head to toe, and Eliana is just nodding without saying even a simple word. "Let's go to your office to talk," he says, trying not to make a big noise until he is fully confirmed about this revelation. And Eliana leads him and beckons him to follow her. "Eli," Lily says, panicked, seeing Noah go with her. "I will be fine. Don't worry," says Eliana. "Take care of our clients, please, until I solve this," she says, looking at Noah, problem, and opens the door, signaling Noah to enter. But as soon as the door closes behind her, Eliana doesn't wait another second, and without thinking, she tells Noah directly, "This is not something you want, for sure. You're an alpha, and I'm just a rogue. And I know exactly who you are and what your history is. And right now and right here, listen to my words. I will never accept you as my mate. Please reject me." "What are you talking about?" Noah is in complete shock. "Why should I reject you? Are you nuts? Don't you know what that means?" "I would reject you, but unfortunately, I am the weaker mate, so I only have the second option." "Let me accept your rejection," Eliana says, making Noah tremble in fury. "What do you want to say? As if our positions were different, would you reject me?" he asks nervously. "The thing is that this is how the werewolf world is made. The weaker mate has no right to refuse the other mate's rejection. But only when you think about the consequences of rejection, you usually change your mind because you must be without heart to do such a thing to the one meant and created especially for you." But right now, Noah is deeply shocked. "I am an alpha, and you are just a rogue. How can you be eligible to reject me? You must be insane to think that I will ever allow such a thing to happen. How do you think you will force me to do such a thing? Reject me, now!" Elian told him, already angry. She thinks about how many times she has cried with a heart torn by grief in recent years because of his infidelity, and she feels her chest tighten and her eyes widen just remembering. How could he not know that he had met his fated mate? Certainly, just as she felt the pain of his infidelity, he must have felt that something had changed in his life after their meeting in the parking lot. The mate bond is not unilateral. It affects both parties involved, so he must have been simply cruel and vicious all these years if he hadn't cared about her suffering. I don't want you. Reject me. I promise that I will accept it without thinking and without bothering you. Our bond is impossible. Noah is simply looking at her. He looked for her for 5 years, and right now all of Michael's words come to mind. Why is this woman behaving this way? She seems to have a deep hatred for him. He only saw her only once. What did he do wrong? If I reject you, Noah says, catching her arm and pulling her towards him, holding her in his arms and whispering in her ear lightly, you will not be able to bear the pain and your life will be terrible. I don't care, Eliana says, trying to be strong and to resist. She knows too well what is happening when a mate is rejected. She saw how Rose's life ended. Your life will be shortened, woman. Noah tells her while smelling her hair and feeling how life wakes up again in his body and how his little friend from the south rises again. I don't care. Please reject me, Eliana says again like a broken disc. This is not even an option, says Noah, letting her go. Are you insane? It's okay if you don't want to do that. I will reject you, says Eliana in despair because Noah insists not to reject her. Goddess, what am I going to do? Why doesn't he want to reject me? It's best for everyone. I know I'm provoking him right now, but I remember very well how he looked at me that day in the parking lot. He had a little left and vomited just looking at me. Why didn't he want me then and wants me now? Reject me, Eliana says again. I will not. Mark my words, Noah says, grinding his teeth almost with a growl. Please, goddess, make him reject me. He is my father enemy. If he finds out who I am, it will be even worse, and he will mark me only to take revenge on my family. I can't let Mom and Lauren suffer because of me. Please, make him reject me. And she looks at Noah. He is really gorgeous, and any woman in this world would like to have a mate like him, but for her it is impossible. Their history is too difficult to explain at this moment, and he will hate her if he will find out all the aspects between them. And only when she thinks about hope, her heart starts to beat even more rapidly. Reject me. It is the last time when I ask you this. No, Noah shoots at her. He just wants her just as she is. He will figure out later how he will deal with the fact that she is a rogue, but he is more sure than he ever was in his life that he will not reject her. Eliana takes a deep breath and, looking at Noah, says directly, without detours, Then I will rather die than accept you as my mate. Eliana crossed POV. This fucking scoundrel, I shouted in my mind. How can he say he wants to accept me as his mate when I've been doing nothing but suffering because of his infidelity for 5 years? I feel like strangling him with my bare hands, but I know I have no chance. I'm far from the alpha I once was. A poor rogue can't face someone like him. I get nervous and putting my hands on my chest, I look him straight in the eye and I say with dignity, You know, what, Mr. Black? Please get out of my office. I don't think we have anything else to discuss. But I immediately regret the words that came out of my mouth because Noah suddenly became extremely nervous when I rebuffed him again. Mark my words, I will never reject you. I will not live my life feeling guilty for your condition. Whether it suits you or not, you are my mate. You think I'm ecstatic to find out that my mate is a fucking rogue? I am not. I know that you are not because 5 years ago I saw how you looked at me when our paths intersected. Have you taken nausea pills in the meantime? What has changed? Why don't you look at me the same way? I ask him defiantly. I don't care. I am an alpha, and you are just a rogue, and the decision is mine. You must submit to me because I am the one who should make a decision about our bond. I hear Noah telling me in a very authoritative way, I will not accept you. Are you deaf, Mr. Black? I ask him again, but as soon as he hears me, he starts to laugh like a madman. Oh, my goddess, I know what you're trying to do here, he says with a laugh. Are you trying to get my attention by trying to make me want you more? Bo, What the fuck is he talking about? Did he hit his head? I ask my wolf in pure shock. No, Eli, he is just a fucking jerk and he thinks that the earth revolves around him. And I just look at him. Mr. Black, did you hit your head recently? I ask him, making him even more angry, but I don't care. If he will leave me alone, I can say that I have reached my goal. Let me tell you, Noah says, coming to me and making me take a few steps back until I hit my desk. The more you try to make me disgusted with you, the more you will get the exact opposite of what you are trying to do. So stop talking in vain and accept me. You're wasting my time. But this is too much for me. I will never accept someone so arrogant in my life. Who the fuck do you think you are? I ask him, yelling with all my lungs. Whom do you take me for? And I pushed him with all my might, shocking him. Ha! Suck it, sucker! Bo starts laughing. You didn't expect that, did you? You're a jerk, you know, I tell him. You came here ordering me to accept you as my mate, and because it is becoming increasingly clear that you are unable to understand human speech, I will try to detail the situation as clearly as I can. And looking him in the eye, totally inappropriate for the position I am in today, the alpha female that I was once upon a time comes to the surface. This thing you keep trying to get me to accept will never work. First of all, it is about status and power. You are at the top of the hierarchy, while I am at the bottom of it. Secondly, there is nothing between us. I have nothing to offer you. You do not want to understand? Reject me and choose a woman who wants to be with you, because I want to be alone in my life and take care of my business. My life is complete now. There is no place for you in it. No. I hear Iowa yelling at me, and this time he almost lost control of his wolf because I see him hitting a chair and making it fly through the office. I don't give a shit on your plans to run this hotel, and if you're not accepting me because of this business, let me tell you something. I saw who your customers are. Most of them are members of my pack, and if you keep rejecting me and not accepting me, I'll make sure no one sets foot here. Then you will have no business to run if you have no more clients. You fucking jerk, I yell at him, shocking him again. You are just an omega, so you should watch your mouth if you don't want to take measures and force you to submit to me. You will not dare to do something like this. I will hate you, I say, gritting my teeth. It's like you are loving me now, Noah says arrogantly, almost laughing in my face. All I have to do is take a chance with you. And immediately he starts walking towards me again and grabbing my hand. He pulls me to his chest, saying with a passion that I know for sure that it is not him but his wolf. Mine! And just when he tries to mark me, the door opens and a girl who could easily be mistaken for a whore enters my office as if she were at her house and with a total disrespect asks Noah, "Where have you gone, babe? I thought you wanted to spend the evening together." She asks, coming near him. I think I'm going to vomit. I say, deeply disgusted, as soon as I see her hug Noah in an intimate way and start touching him by lowering her hands to his unappropriated areas. And if until now Bo was annoyed by Noah's insistence, right now, she is beyond furious at the scene in front of us. That girl has some revealing clothes and a very big ass. I see that you are not a picky eater, I say to Noah, and I start walking away from him by going to the door and opening it. Since you have a girlfriend, just get the fuck out of my office and never appear in my face. And as if that wasn't enough, the whore suddenly feels offended and clings even harder to Noah and yells at me, "How dare you talk like that to our alpha, you stinky rogue? Who do you think you are to treat him like this?" And I want to catch her hair and throw her out of my hotel with her alpha, but I can't do anything because immediately Noah pushes her away from him and says angrily, "Will you shut up?" and caught her arm and almost dragged her out of the office. "Bo, what was that?" I immediately asked as Noah slammed the door behind him, leaving me alone. "It was our mate," she says with panic in her voice. "I do not want him. He hurt us too many times, Bo. I have nothing to do with him. I am just fine just as I am." And I immediately feel my palms start to sweat with fear. Oh my goddess, he can't find out the truth, or I will never escape from him. Ely, but he wants us, although it seems unbelievable. He wants us. Bo whispers, unable to believe that such a thing is possible. And he wants to mark us. And this is what scares me the most, Bo. If he forcibly tries to mark me, I will have no chance against him. Damn mate Bond, authors Pav. She doesn't know how long she sat in her office, but after a while her heart started beating normally again. We must be strong for hope, Billy, Bo said, trying to comfort Eliana. If Noah will find out about her, he will try to take her from us or use her to make us accept him, and this is not something acceptable. He can't use her to force us. I know, Bo. That's why I'm trying so hard to keep him away from me, even though I know there will be repercussions. If he finds out that I have a child, he will be furious. But if he realizes that that child is his own child and I haven't told him anything all these years, I will face his wrath, and I am not able to stand and fight with him. He will take hope away from me, and if I lose her, my life is useless. Don't say that, Eli. We will not lose our pup. No, I will fight for her future, for how many days I will have on this earth, although I know there will not be many if I do not accept Noah Black as my mate, but I will take care to ensure Hope a better future. Ely, Bo asks shyly. Still, he is our mate, and I felt Hunter, and he wants me. Don't start with that wolfly feelings about mate bond. Are you with me or not? Eliana asks. I will always be by your side. Don't worry, it's just in our nature to be with our mates. We will find a way to fool this bond and live happily, you will see. Looking at her office, Eliana looks around and the traces of the fight with Noah are still visible. The ruined office, the broken chair, his smell in her office. We should go. It's late and I need to see Hope. But as soon as she leaves her office, Lily appears. I was worried. Your Alpha just left with his friend and he doesn't look too good. Did he do something to you? No, I am all right. I just need to see my... Mommy? Suddenly, Hope's voice echoed in the hotel lobby. I will go and come later. If Hope is here, so is Aiden, and she immediately goes to the hotel's lobby searching for her boy. Oh, my goddess! Eliana thinks for herself. Glory to the goddess that she didn't come while I was arguing with Noah, or the facts would be completely out of control. Mommy, did you cry? Hope asks, grabbing Eli's hand and looking at her. No, sweetie, Eliana says lovingly, kneeling next to Hope so that she is on the same level with her. I'm just very tired. Mommy, I know that today I wasn't very obedient. I am sorry if I made you sad, she said, almost crying. My love, you are the joy of my life. You will never make me angry because you are the sweetest baby girl in the universe. I am just tired, believe me. Tell me, my love, how was your kindergarten today? Asks Eliana, trying to change the subject. Today we drew and Miss William put us to draw a family portrait, but suddenly Hope's face becomes sad, making Eli alert. Sweetie, what happened? Why are you sad? Mommy, do I have a daddy? The baby girls ask, making Eliana's heart stop. She takes little Hope at her chest and kisses her cheeks. Every child has a daddy, sweetheart, says Eliana, taking her in her arms and standing with her. Do you want to show me the drawing? And Hope moves away from her mother and pulls a drawing out of her backpack. This is you, Mommy, and this is me. But, she continues, I wanted to draw Daddy too. Says all the kids drew their daddies, but I don't know what my daddy looks like and I didn't know how to draw him. And suddenly, Eliana feels a knot in her throat, and she wants to cry again. Will you tell me how my daddy looks? Hope asks in disbelief that she will finally find an answer to the question that has been bothering her for so long. And Eliana is silent because she was so afraid of this moment, even if she knew that sooner or later it would come. Your father? She says almost without a voice. I mean, your daddy. But do you know what it's like to be saved by the bell? Right when she thinks she won't be able to escape, Lily appears with Aiden after her. She hears the whole conversation between them and immediately intervenes and, smiling, tells Hope. Mommy is very, very tired. She worked all day and had no time to rest, and the discussion about your daddy is one very, very long, sweetie. Don't you want to listen to it another time? You promise? Hope asks innocently. I promise that I will talk with you later about that. As I finish my work, we will talk with your mommy about your daddy appearance. Okay, but you promised. Don't forget, I just want to draw my daddy like the other kids from my kindergarten. A promise is a promise, sweetie. Don't you want to come with me and let Mommy finish her work? Aiden wants to play with you, don't you, son? She asks and looks at Eli anxiously. I will take care of her. Just rest. and immediately goes away from Eliana with the 2 children. "What would I do without you?" she asks Lily through their mind link. "No, Illy, what would I do without you? That is the right question." And smiling continues, "We will be in my apartment." "What shall I do, Beau?" she asks herself, entering back in her office, holding her face in her hands and throwing herself on the sofa from her office. She needs to learn about her father. It is her right to do so, but I am not ready to let her learn about him, and he does not deserve to know that he has a daughter. He is just an egotistical man-whore. But yet, he is her father, Beau says. Do you think I don't know that? What I don't know is what to do about all this. I can't let him find out about her because he'll take my daughter, but I also can't let Hope long for her father. And she suddenly feels very contradictory. What should I do? She asks herself in panic, realizing that if Noah appears repeatedly at her hotel, it is impossible to guarantee that he will not see his daughter. And more than this, now, Hope is fantasizing about her father. Eliana Cross POV. Look at her, Beau says in my mind, seeing Hope sitting quietly at her desk and drawing. She is the best pup we could have ever wanted in our life. She is so perfect, Eli. I love her so much. Yes, Beau, she is the embodiment of perfection, I say, mesmerized. And she looked so much like Noah, Beau continued. Beau, I say to her, because I know exactly what she wants to do. Yeah, I know. Maybe you'll think I'm too tough. Maybe some of you will say I'm too harsh with Noah. He didn't know. I'm sure you say that in your mind, but the thing is that it is impossible not to know that he already met his mate. This is why I can't forgive him. Do you know what it's like to scream in pain because he can't keep his zipper on his pants closed? Feeling your heart break into millions of pieces just because he is a man-whore? I had to learn to isolate this pain and learn how to overcome it for Hope. I struggled with suffering for her because I didn't want her to see me like that. But let me tell you, if I had slept with another man, Noah Black would have known. And surely the fact that we met 5 years ago somehow affected him. Because, as I said before, it's impossible not to know. He just didn't care that somewhere in this world I could suffer. And I ask you, how can I accept him willingly? Never. He took my virginity, made me pregnant. I lost everything because of him, and I suffered constantly. What to accept? Yet he gave us the most precious gift, and he is our mate, Beau says again. Yes, Beau wants Noah Black as unfaithful as he is. She trusts his wolf. Looking at Hope as she is drawing in front of her desk, I feel my heart tighten. Do I have a daddy? She asked me today. It's not the first time she's asked me, but I know that today I saw the sadness in her eyes for the first time. I don't want Noah in my life because I am afraid that he will continue to hurt me. But he is Hope's dad, and I cannot deprive her desire for fatherly love. But even so, I will not accept his mark and become his mate. See, I go to my laptop and type his name on the internet. Lots of articles and photos appear right away. He is a very talented businessman, but the pictures and articles with the women that he slept with are more than the ones that praise his talent. That photo, Beau says. He's smiling in that photo, and he's so handsome. Yeah, he is. And I decided to print that photo. Looking at it, I know that I don't love him now. If he will mark me forcibly, the bond will force me to love him, but right now love is far away from my heart. I've climbed up from the worst situation and I don't want to jump into another pit again. Right now Noah is just a mate to me, but he doesn't really want to be with me either. So why all the fuss? I took the photo that I printed and sat down on a chair next to Hope. Putting the photo in front of her, Hope, you asked me how your father looked, I tell her, looking at her as she can't look up from the photo in front of her. Is he my daddy? She asks with tears in her eyes. Yes, sweetie. And you look a lot like him. As you see, your hair is just like his, and your little mouth is like his mouth. You inherited from me only this adorable little nose and the color of your eyes, otherwise you are a faithful copy of your father. Mommy, may I keep this photo? Asks Hope, caressing the photo with her tiny hands. Unless you promise me you won't show it to anyone, I tell her, stroking her head lightly. I promised, Mommy, she says, and I see how happy she is right now. I will draw Daddy now, she yells and starts to draw. What do we do if her teacher finds out who her father is? Beau asks, looking at the way Hope is drawing her father's hair. She is just a child, and her drawing is very abstract. None will know about Noah from her painting. Don't worry. Mommy, it looks like Daddy, isn't it? Hope asks, showing her how she drew Noah. Yeah, it looks just like him, I reply, laughing in front of a drawing in which I can swear that Noah has 5 eyes and 3 ears. I will put this drawing in the frame and take it to my room, and I want to put this photo too, near my bed. I don't want to lose my picture with Daddy. Oh, Goddess, I hope this picture is enough to calm her down and stop thinking about him. Mommy, will you tell me the story of my daddy and you? Hope suddenly asks me. What do you mean? I ask her in a panic. No, I am not ready for this. It is already too much. But when I thought it couldn't be worse, Hope asked me, was my daddy a bad man? Is that why you didn't want to be with him? Hope begins to speak, making me freeze. What age is our pup? Bo asks me in shock. Sweetie, it's not like that, I answer in a trembling voice. But he must be a bad man if you kept him away from us. Was he a bad daddy for me? Hope continues. And I honestly don't know if Noah is qualified to be a father or not. I've never seen him interact with a child, and I don't know how he would treat Hope if he knew she was his daughter. But I never want to influence her and convey to her the anger I feel for Noah. My hatred for him is only mine. Goddess, how do I explain this to a 5-year-old? But Hope is so brilliant and always amazes me with her spirit, and she looks at me carefully and asks me, were you two incompatible? What? How do you know that word? I ask her in shock. Isn't that right? Your personalities are incompatible, and therefore you are not together. In this way, the damage done to the child is minimal, and I am really speechless. Who is the mother here, and who is the child, I ask myself. How is it possible for a 5-year-old to know so much? Eliana's cross POV. Hope, where did you hear about the incompatibility between parents? I ask, kneeling beside her. From my kindergarten, Mommy. I always look at other children, the way their parents treat them. And I saw that George is just like me. He stays with his mommy, and sometimes his daddy comes to pick him up, and I see her as she becomes sad. Is that so? Yes, Mommy. He told me that Mrs. Brown stays with him because she and Mr. Brown are incompatible. They were always arguing, and George was stressed, so for his own good they decided to separate and live separately. Sweetie, we are not like George's parents, I try to say, but Hope takes my hand and looking me in the eyes tells me calmly, Mommy, don't be embarrassed. I understand you couldn't sit next to my daddy. I want you to be happy. I don't want to hear you crying as George hears Mrs. Brown. Hope. And I almost cried because this little pup is like a sweet dream to me. Goddess, how in the world could I give birth to such a wonderful child? Mommy, please, don't cry. As I already told you, I understand perfectly why I can't meet Daddy. And I want you to know that I am not upset at all. I am not angry with you about that. And now I know how my daddy looks, and this makes me very happy. I am glad to be with you. And honestly, I can't stand it anymore, and I immediately take her in my arms and hug her to my chest. You are the smartest kid in the universe, you know that? I ask her, kissing her cheeks. Of course I am, Mommy. You always tell me to be obedient and smart. And you are, sweetie, you are, I tell her without parting with her. Do you want to drive you to kindergarten tomorrow? Or do you want to go with Lily? I want you to take me, Mommy, please. She says, making those puppy eyes that I can never resist. Then we will do so. Tomorrow we will have the whole day for ourselves. I will take you in the morning, and when you come back we will play together. And I immediately see her start to hug and put little kisses on my face. Early in the morning, after I took her to her kindergarten, my heart stopped seeing Noah sitting in my hotel. Oh, my goddess. I put my hands to my mouth. Bo, if he had come 15 minutes earlier, he would have seen Hope. You have to admit, Eli, you won't be able to hide the fact that Hope is his daughter for a long time. When he will see her appearance, he would definitely suspect her. She is a mini Noah. I know, Bo, but he still hasn't caught us, and until I'm forced to give him an explanation, I'm not going to tell him anything. He will take Hope from us. She is his heiress. He has the right to do so, Bo says. Bo, what are you trying to do? I asked her a little bit of an annoyed voice because from yesterday, she persuaded me in a subtle way to accept Noah as my mate. And I'm so lost in my thoughts that I didn't even notice when Noah approached me. Suddenly, I felt millions of tingles on my cheek. Noah is in front of my, caressing my cheek with his hand. "Are you all right?" He asks me and looks at me insistently, trying to understand what happened to me. But I can't articulate not even a word. The way I felt when he touched me scared me. How will I resist this temptation to be with him, especially when Beau puts straw on the fire and plays with my mind? I look him right in his green forest eyes, without saying something, and I see him retracting his hand easily. "You thought about what I told you yesterday?" he asked me directly. "Of what?" I ask him, not knowing what he is talking about. "Did I have to think of something?" "Did you figure it out? Will you let me mark you voluntarily?" "Yes, I want to be marked by you," I say in my mind without realizing it, and I hear Beau sobbing, but I immediately get back on my feet. "He is troubled, Beau. He will make our life a cavalry." That's what he did all his life. He only brought problems everywhere he went. And although I know I am mean, I must make him hate me deeply, so I ask him, "Is your brain broken?" And I see him gritting his teeth, and I hear them almost grinding. "Mark my words, Noah Black. I will not accept you as my mate. I don't want to." And I immediately turn my back on him and walk away from him. But I don't take even 2 steps as Noah stops me and, blocking my way, tells me arrogantly, "You know who I am. I have experience with women, and I know very well that when a woman says no, in fact, it means a yes. And let me tell you, beautiful, my patience with you has run out." And holding my arm, he whispers, "I never asked a woman to accept me and be my mate. I do you a favor. Who do you think you are? I have already been patient with you, and I made an exception for you." "What is he talking about?" Beau asks me, almost crying. "I thought he really wanted us next to him because he loves us." "No, Beau, it's all about power. He can't stand the idea that someone might not want him. Maybe he feels the bond between us, but he hates the fact that I am his mate. I know he wanted something better." And with Beau's sighs in my mind, I lose my temper again and almost scream in his face. "Will you put away your sense of superiority and let me breathe once and for all? I will never be your mate in my life unless you want a corpse near you." "Why do you dislike me so much?" he asked me in pure shock. "We only meet once and never talked before. What the fuck have I ever done to you to deserve this hate? You want to know, don't you?" I walk away without looking at him and go to the reception desk to get some documents. "If you accept me, you will never have to work so hard. I will give you everything you need. Just accept me and let me mark you. It never bothered me to work, and I will never be a parasite on someone's back." "Do you really think that you can buy me with your money and your status?" I ask him. "I'd rather work day and night, trying to make a living, than being with a stallion like you." "Watch your mouth," he says in a very angry voice. "But what did I say wrong?" I ask him. "Isn't that true what I'm saying? I know all too well how you have lived in recent years, because I have felt every betrayal on your part, and while you were having sex with women, I was suffering from broken heart." And Noah is already boiling with rage. I see how his face becomes like ashes, and he hardly refrains from bursting. And I see him taking a step back and looking at me carefully. He is visibly hurt and shocked by my words. "You lived your life like a prostitute until finding me, and now do you want to be accepted as my mate? Fuck off. Yeah." And he's pissed off again. Good job, Eliana. Author's POV. As soon as Noah left, Lily approached Eliana and asked her, "Are you sure it's okay to challenge Noah Black all the time?" "I don't want to do that," Eliana said, nervously walking and throwing herself into one of the hotel lobby's armchairs. "But I can't help it. However, you attack him directly, and he is an alpha, and honestly, not just any alpha, but an extremely strong one. He seems to be serious about marking you." "I don't care, Lily. His intentions are not from the heart, but from necessity. And he throws that in my face every time. I don't see anything wrong with not wanting my whole life to be with someone so selfish around me. Yet, you must control yourself until he gets so angry that he will do something irreparable," Lily tells her anxiously. "That scoundrel threatened me, Lily. He told me that if I did not accept him, he would put me down and take my clients. What mate does that to the one he wants to love him? He must be insane if he thinks I will accept him." And taking a deep breath, she tells her, "I can't accept him. The need to be with him must be because of the wolf in my heart that makes my emotions uncontrollable. What do you mean by that? Bo wants him? And she immediately puts her hands to her mouth in shock at what she has just accomplished. Yeah, she persuaded me to think about it, even though at first she was saying that she will always be on my side. I heard you, says Bo, laughing. So, what? I feel like a shit right now, and partially it's your fault, Eli answers sullenly. But you know something? She asks, looking in Lily's eyes. I annoyed him so badly today that I don't think he'll come here again. I don't know what to say, Eli. If he wants you, he won't let you go. Lily tells her to sit down next to her. No, I am just sure that we will be peaceful for a few days. I completely demolished him. He should be completely stupid to come back here, says Eliana, smiling and pleased with what she has done. It's already the weekend. Do you need me here these days? Lily asks, changing the subject. I want to go with Aiden to show him the ocean. I think I will come with you too. I really want to enjoy peace these days, Ellie says. I'll take Hope and... But she doesn't have time to say that the hotel security guard interrupts her immediately. Miss Cross, someone is looking for you at the entrance of the hotel. Who could look for me? I'm not waiting for anyone. Eliana tells him, looking at him puzzled. He's a food security inspector and he said he needs to talk to you right now, said the slightly frightened security guard. I'll come with you, says Lily. Miss Cross, the inspector said as soon as he saw Eliana. What happened, Inspector? Do you miss our meals? She asks him, smiling, because he is one of her clients. I am not for that this time. Unfortunately, we've been notified that your food is unsanitary and caused diarrhea to some clients. What do you mean? Eliana asks in shock as Lily suddenly turns white. I am sorry, but you must close the business for rectification, otherwise the business qualifications will be cancelled, said the inspector seriously. May I see the notification, please? She asks, and looking through the documents, she doesn't understand how it would have been possible for something like this to happen. Something must be done. I can't close the hotel, she says, completely upset, but seeing the notification and the complaint that was made against her hotel and restaurant, Eliana begins to swear in her heart. That scoundrel, she says. Ellie, are you okay? Lily asks, looking at her with strange eyes, because it is clear on Eli's face that she is so annoyed that she seems to be talking to herself like a lunatic. It's Noah Black, she says, looking at Lily as she hands the documents back to the inspector. How can you be so sure? Lily says immediately. I'm sure he would never do such a thing. Oh ho ho ho, he would do even more if there were no laws. Ela says, and immediately turns to the inspector. I know who made this complaint, and I understand perfectly well that you have to do your job, but here's what I'm proposing to you, because I can't close the hotel. A lot of people depend on this place. I am listening, the inspector said, because he already knows that Eliana Cross is a hard-working person who would not risk the safety of those around her for anything in the world. Call your people to analyze the hotel now. If you find even a light trace of dirty or unhealthy food, I will close the place immediately. She said she was very confident. Are you sure? Things may go wrong. Are you sure you don't want to close for a day or two to check first? No, she almost yells. I know this place like my own palm. There is nothing here that could make people sick. This is a lie from someone who is looking for revenge. And looking straight in his eye tells him commandingly, call them now. And in 15 minutes, the hotel was full of inspectors and health department workers who checked in the most hidden places. All this time, she stayed in the lobby, letting them search wherever they wanted. I am sure it was him, she says to herself. I will beat him hard if he dares to set foot here again. But her thoughts are interrupted immediately when the hotel receptionist shouts at her, Miss Cross, you have a call. So what do you have to say? She hears Noah at the other end of the phone. Will you let me mark you? Aha, she yells. I knew it. It was you, you fucking scoundrel. Do you want to close my business? She asks him. This is only the beginning if you will not let me mark you. Noah says, very sure of him. Do what you want, Noah Black, because I'm not afraid of you, so I have no reason to let you mark me. I just want you to leave me alone and not disturb me anymore. And she closed the phone in his nose. What the fuck was that? Hunter asks Noah. Did she just drive us away? He asks again. And Noah stays with the phone in his hand looking at it. It is the first time in his life when a woman does not want him. When a woman slaps his phone in the nose. I did not know that a woman could be so independent. I've never had a woman like her in my life, he says, and somehow he begins to feel some admiration for her. She is different from all the women I had slept with before. Please, don't remind me about them, says Hunter, completely fascinated by this fragile and lonely woman who amazes him every day. I like her, Hunter says. I must confess that she is atypical for a rogue, Noah thought. I don't care what she is, I want her. You have to make her accept us. And I need to live peacefully and quietly, without having her in my head if something happens because she doesn't accept me. Noah replied angrily. Because of these bad attitudes of yours, she doesn't accept us. Hunter says, snorting nervously. But while Hunter and Noah argue over the reasons why they need Eliana in their lives, she stays in her lobby and leads the inspector to the door, thanking him for letting her keep her business open. No irregularities were found. And after things calmed down, she thought that Noah would stop bothering her for a while. He was an alpha. After all, he couldn't be so idle. Oh, goddess, she doesn't even know what is coming next. Eliana's cross POV. Let's go, sweetie, I say, and I immediately take Hope by the hand. Will we really, really go to see the ocean, Mommy? Says the little one with a huge smile. Yeah, and to have even more fun, we'll take Lily and Aiden with us. I tell her right away, and I bend down and take her in my arms. Then I pick up the bag in which I put everything I thought we would need for a day at the beach. Are you ready? Lily asks me, smiling at me. I got it. Did you get everything you need? I'm doing one last check. Of course, all we have to do is get in the car and leave, she says, laughing. And the picnic basket? I ask her to be 100% sure that everything is perfect. Eli, don't stress so much. Everything is smooth and perfect, Lily tells me. I haven't had a day off in a long time. Maybe I'm just stressed. Little Aiden, are you ready to have some fun? I ask him, managing him on the crest, well, still with Hope in my arms. I am not Little Eli, I am big, he says morosely, making us laugh. Of course you are not, sweetie. You're the biggest boy. And we get out of the hotel and get in my car. It's actually Rose's car, and it was part of the legacy. I just love this car even though it's old because it reminds me of her. The car still smells like Rose, says Bo, howling and crying after her. I miss her so much, Bo. I will never forget her. And in 2 hours we arrived at our destination and we had the most beautiful day possible. A clear sky, without clouds, light waves, shells, sand. The children were ecstatic, and in the evening we had to go back. They fell asleep exhausted. But just when I thought everything was perfect, the lights of a police car start and I am immediately signaled to stop. What happened? Lily panicked as she looked in the rearview mirror as a policeman approached us. Good evening, officer, I say, leaving the driver's window lightly. Good evening, ladies, he says. I'm sorry to stop you, but I need your documents, begins the policeman, looking back at the 2 children sleeping peacefully in their car seats. I didn't do something. I was very careful, mister. I try to tell him, but immediately the policeman quickly and shockingly tells me, that's my job to decide, and let me tell you that you're away from doing nothing. What do you mean? I ask him, immediately looking at Lily, who is staring at the policeman in distress, and she hasn't made a sound so far. Your car has passed the normal driving period and it must be scrapped, the policeman concluded. What? This can't be. Oh, a lie. Finally, Lily opens her mouth. What do we do? Inspector, I immediately began, please look at this qualification mark. This certificate attests to the fact that the car is all right. Fuck Bo, I say to my mind. I always missed Rose very much, and I really looked at her as my second mother. I spent money to forge a qualification mark. Unexpectedly, it was discovered today. How could I be so reckless? Let's hope that the policeman will help you, Bo said, and it didn't end what she was talking about that the policeman immediately frowned and slightly irritated and threatened me. Lady, do you think I'm stupid? This certificate is forged. Get out of the car, he tells me in an aggressive tone. Please, sir. We are with our kids and we just need to go home, but nothing reaches his ears and he immediately starts threatening to throw me in jail. Please, sir, I say, getting out of the car. I inherited this car. I did not take care of the documents of this car. I don't care, says the policeman. A woman should not walk alone. She should have a mate that would take care of her and make sure that such things do not happen, says the policeman suddenly. What the fuck is he talking about? I ask Lily through our mind link. I must arrest you and put you in jail, insists the policeman. That scoundrel, I yell in my mind. He did it again. Did he follow in my footsteps? What's next? I will beat him for real this time. Suddenly, everything is clear. The policeman is instructed by Noah Black. But just when I want to start arguing with the cop who keeps threatening me and keeps scolding me for being mateless, Lily gets out of the car and comes to the cop and tells him directly, leaving him perplexed. In your place, I would measure my words. No, lady, you are the one that should, the policeman tries to say, but Lily interrupts him. No, you are the one who should be silent. I know what you want to do, and if you don't want to lose the chance to be apart from your grandson's life, I advise you to leave my friend alone. What is she talking about? I ask Bo. Is this man Aiden's grandpa? I say, putting my hand to my mouth. I have no grandson, lady. You're probably confusing me, the policeman tells him, laughing in front of Lily. You are Day Jacobs. You are from Noah Black's town, and your only son is Henry Jacobs, says Lily, confusing the policeman, but he immediately recovers and says, This is not confidential information. Everyone in my town knows me. Then let me update with some confidential information. That little boy who sleeps in the back of this car is your grandson. That jerk son of yours is my fated mate. No, you are not. He hasn't found his mate yet, said the agitated policeman. Oh, but he found me and rejected me. Impossible, the policeman shouted suddenly. Look at my boy, he looked exactly like his father, and even if you don't want to admit it, he really is your grandson. And looking at him carefully, the policeman realized that the cute boy actually looked like his son. I have a grandson, he asks, almost crying. Yes, you have, and you will never see him again if you continue to threaten my friend with imprisonment. I'm so sorry, said the man. I never knew about you or about this little boy. I would never have allowed him to reject you, but I will make things right. He says, visibly affected and looking at Aiden with tears in his eyes, he tells Lily, I will not arrest your friend, but I have some conditions. Do you think you can put conditions on it? Lily asks him angrily. In fact, I have this right because today I woke up grandfather. I just can't believe that my son did something like this. What do you want? Lily asks him. My wife and I will come every week to see the boy. No, Lily yells at him. Then your friend will be arrested. Fuck, I hear her saying. All right, but your son should never know about Aiden's existence. He rejected me. He lost the chance to be a part of our life. The old policeman reluctantly agreed and, completely upset, let us continue on our way. Eli, suddenly Lily calls me, this Noah Black of yours is more and more dangerous. I will put him with his snout on his paws. This can't stay like this, and angrily I get behind the wheel and head home. Why is he trying so hard, Bo, if he doesn't love us? I ask in my mind. Why don't you leave us alone, Noah Black? Noah's Black POV. Alpha, please forgive me, says one of my men while entering my office and bowing his head. What are you talking about, Day? I ask him immediately, looking at him squinting. He is one of my best men. He never let me down, and now I know exactly what I got him to do. Why does he ask for forgiveness? I let you down, Alpha. I couldn't arrest Miss Cross. She and her friend blackmailed me. I heard him immediately say. She did what? Michael asks and immediately starts laughing out loud. She blackmailed me, Alpha. And more than that, she knows that you were the one behind the incident. And I see Day Jacobs bowing his head. Who the hell she found out? Did you tell her by yourself? I ask him angrily. Holy goddess. Can't I really rely on anyone? Do I have to do everything myself? Tell me what happened, and I say, trying to calm down, and I look at Michael, who can't stop laughing. Why the fuck are you still laughing? Will you shut up and let the man speak? I say, trying to look irritated, although in reality I feel like laughing too. This little rogue is something scary. I did not say anything, Alpha. I didn't say your name in front of her, but when I started telling her exactly what you told me to say, she suddenly became angry and began to swear at you. I wanted to honor you and set her up, But you told me to be careful with her and not to touch even the hair of her head. Yes, you did very well not hurting her. But why isn't she in prison? Why did you deprive me of the chance to be her knight in shining armor on a white horse? The plan was to get her arrested. Her friend appeared and told me something that deeply affected me. That woman's kid is my grandson, Alpha, says Day, and I see Michael jumping in his chair and screaming. What? Yes, Beta. And they threatened me that if I didn't leave them alone, she would take the little boy and run from the public area, and I would never find her again. You did well, old man. I don't want to wake up to the thought that my rogue is leaving with her. 5 years of searching and torment are enough for me. I need her so that my life can restart. And I look at Michael, who approaches Day shocked and asks him without thinking too much. How is it possible that her friend is the mother of your grandson? Why are you interested in that woman? I ask him through the mind link, but the bastard totally ignores me. My stupid son was her mate, and after he mated with her, he rejected her. And it seems she was pregnant, said Day, utterly bewildered. Do you think your son will want her back now that she has a child with him? Michael insisted. Noah, I suddenly hear Hunter say. What's wrong with Michael? I have no idea, but let him be. I want to hear what my mate did. I say, trying to hear them talk. No, because she forbade me to tell him, and Day sighs angrily. Day, you can go. You did everything you could, but women are a special species. When they open their mouths and are reluctant, they can bring down any strong man. I say to him in a misogynistic spirit, I'm so sorry, Alpha. He continues to apologize. Just go. There will be other opportunities to catch her, and I immediately turn to Michael and ask him, looking at him like crazy. What was that? What do you mean by that, he asks me, pretending he doesn't know what I'm talking about. What have you got to do with my mate's friend? Don't take me for a fool, I tell him straight. I like her, Michael says without blinking. Are you nuts? She has a kid with that jerk who just wants to have status in our society. I tell him a little outraged because, in the most honest way, as competent as Day Gibbs is, his stupid son Henry is just a big jerk and tolerate him for Day's sake. I don't care, Noah. I just like her. And I don't care that she is an omega or a rogue right now. I don't care that she has a son. I am mateless. I am in my 30s, and from the first time I've seen her, I felt attracted to her. Michael begins to abhor. Do you have a fever? I asked him one more time. No, I just like that woman. What's wrong with that? He asks, looking me in the eye. Are you stupid? I ask him, starting to doubt his reason. I just admit that I am interested in a woman regardless of her status. Michael tells me, and I see him coming out of my office, annoyed. How to like a woman who has given birth to someone else's kid? How? I would accept anything but that. Goddess. He must be on drugs. But I can't think of anything because the phone immediately rings. I knew it, and I start laughing at the number calling me, and even though my fingers burn to answer it immediately, I let the phone ring a few more times so as not to sound desperate, and then answer it in a disinterested tone. Who is it? Do you want to give up with this shit? I hear my mate at the other end of the phone. You know very well who I am because you already have my number. Oh, Miss Cross, what can I do for you? Have you decided to accept my mark? I ask her, grinning. Never, she says briefly and right to the point, making my blood boil in me. Hunter, I want to strangle her. How can she resist me in such a situation? She is just a rogue. But Hunter says nothing and laughs at me. Noah Black, she says in a very commanding and inappropriate way for a rogue that almost shocks me. Don't you think your methods are a bit naive for a man at your age? You keep harassing me even though I've been telling you for a while that I don't want to have anything to do with you. This woman is so hard to deal with, but from some unknown reason I am not angry. On the contrary, I am amused by her power and ability to fight me. Somehow, all this trying of hers makes the game more interesting, so I pay attention to her if I choose to remain silent. I have a proposal for you, I hear her continue. I am listening to you, I tell her calmly, trying not to get too excited. I knew that sooner or later she'll give up and accept me. You will leave me alone, and I will pay a fee for that. She says, shocking me so much that if I didn't sit in a chair, I think I would be unbalanced. What the fuck are you talking about? I suddenly burst out nervous. I will share with you the income of my hotel as long as you don't come to pester me again. She just says, as if it is the most normal thing in the world. But I can't stay calm anymore, and I scoff. I am not short of money. The only thing I want from you is to mark you as my mate, and there is nothing else to discuss. I say to her and close the phone in her nose, just as she did a few days ago. Ha! And yell. What a nerve. Michael. I mind-link my beta immediately. What else does your majesty want? He answers amusedly. I want you to investigate Eliana Cross for me, but I immediately heard him ask me. And why would I do that? Because she is a damn rogue, and I can't understand how she can be so strong and persevering. It is impossible for a female rogue to have such strong mental strength. It's just impossible. Something's not right about this woman. I don't think you'll find anything. It's just a waste of time. Michael is trying to tell me. Just do it, Michael. It's a chance for you to see her friend. Didn't you say you like her? I ask, trying to motivate him. Don't tempt me with that, he says with a laugh. Just look at what you can find out. Instinct has seldom deceived me in this regard. I'm telling you, something doesn't connect about her. I will catch you, Eliana Cross. Sit back and marvel at how you will become my mate, whether you like it or not. Noah's black POV. So? I can't wait any longer. Man, what's harder in this world for a desperate man than waiting for a solution? I look at Michael, who is sitting on the couch in my office. Michael, do you really want me to have a heart attack here? Tell me once what you found out about Eliana Cross, I say, rubbing my palms vigorously. Honestly, Noah, I don't even know where to start, and I see Michael leaning back and rubbing his temples. With the beginning, yell at him. Her full name is Eliana Dalila Cross, says Michael, looking straight into my eyes. Where else did I hear that name in the past? I ask him, getting up from my desk and coming towards him. Your dear friend's wife, who, if you could, would pour a liter of poison on his neck, has that name. Richard's cross Luna is Dalila Cross, and I already see that he is worried. Michael, whatever you found out, tell me. You're already shaking me. My mate has something to do with his Luna? I ask him in complete panic. Ahim, kind of more than something. Eliana Dalila Cross is his daughter. At first I said that is just a coincidence, but after I found out that her middle name is Dalila, I was a little bit shocked. She is his fucking daughter. Your mate is your biggest enemy, daughter, Noah, he says in a whisper, as if it is something that no one should hear. Are you sure you're not wrong? I can't help but ask. I knew Richard Cross had 2 daughters, but I have no idea what they look like. All I need to know about him is that I hate him and that he is a big jerk with everyone. Which one is she, the biggest daughter or the little one? I say in the end. She was his heir, but things went in the wrong direction, and that jerk dismantled his own daughter and banned her from his pack, forcing her to become a rogue. What? I will kill him! And immediately I start walking nervously towards the door. Maybe it bothers me that she's a rogue and I don't want her, but I have nothing else to do. She was the one that the moon goddess prepared for me. I will not reject her. Beyond her current status, she is my mate. Maybe in time I will learn to love her. She's not a rogue, you moron. I heard Hunter yelling at me. She's a damned alpha, and she's a powerful one, because it's almost a week since you discovered that she's your mate and she's fighting with you side by side. My mate is an alpha and a rogue. Fuck me, I say to myself. Noah, there is more, and maybe you should sit down and erase that stupid grin on your face, because what I am going to say will not be too pleasant. And immediately Michael said, she was banned because she got pregnant with a rogue. What? And I almost collapsed. She's aborted the pup, isn't it? I say, trying to hope that she didn't keep the child. No, Noah, she has a child with that rogue. I didn't see the child, but she gave birth 5 years ago. Her life was in a continuous struggle after that, but she succeeded in the end. I must say that I respect her for the way she fought in her life. What's with that? Are you hallucinating, Michael? What the fuck are you talking about, you idiot? I ask him. And Michael is looking at me as I have 2 more heads on my shoulders. She gave birth to a bastard child, and she fucked with a rogue, and you appreciate her? Are you so stupid as to believe that someone like her is respectful? No, this cannot happen. This is worse than accepting her as my mate. All this time she keeps rejecting me, but she fucks someone so low as a rogue and insisted to give birth to his pup. I will kill her, I yell and immediately walk out of the office with Michael running after me. I'll grab her by the neck as soon as I see her, Hunter. I swear she'll pay for the last 5 years of the ordeal. It is all her fault. And I take my Koenigsegg and drive straight to her hotel with Michael running after me in his Bugatti. And I just find her in the lobby talking to that friend of hers, laughing with her and being happy while I am on the verge of a fucking heart attack because of her. My mate is a rogue and a whore. You! I growl at her, making the windows tremble, and I see her face immediately as she turns around. Seeing me so angry, she freezes for a few seconds, but she immediately recovers, and with a nervous look, she looks around in panic, searching for something. "What are you doing in my hotel?" she tells me, putting her hands on her chest and looking at me with disgust. "That's it! She kissed and touched a rogue, but she doesn't want me. Get out!" I hear her screaming at me. "Guardians! Shut him down!" He orders the hotel's security guards, but as soon as I see them approaching me, I am even more angry with them. "If you don't want to die, I suggest you go back to where you came from." "Noah," I suddenly hear Michael shouting behind me. "Stop it," but he can tell me what to do. At the moment, all I want is to make her suffer like she has done to me for the last 5 years, and without thinking, I grab her arm and start dragging her after me. "Leave me alone! Where are you taking me?" Eliana screamed as soon as I took her out of the hotel, but immediately from the side, the other rogue, the woman that Michael likes, hit me in the head with something hard. I stop and take my mate in my arms, throwing her over my shoulder so that right now she is with her ass upside down. Luckily for her, she's wearing a long dress. But I don't know how much of a whore, as I found out she's bothered to be seen with ass naked in the middle of the street. "Fuck! She acted like a saint under my nose all this time. Leave her." "Are you nuts?" yells the woman while Eliana hits me in the back with her fists. "Michael, take her or she will meet my wrath." I tell him with gritted teeth, and immediately Michael grabs the woman in his arms and puts his hands around her waist, practically hugging her from behind and pulling her away from me. What is all about with these two crazy women? Her friend keeps trying to hit me with her feet and those little fists with which I bet she can't kill even some flies. "That's it," I say as soon as I cram my mate into my Koenigsegg, taking care to lock the doors so she won't run away. "You acted under my nose, didn't you?" I ask her without looking at her as soon as I get behind the wheel of the car. But as soon as I turn into my eyes with those deep blue eyes, with those eyes with which she looked at a disgusting rogue, but she can't look at me. And she wants to say something, and I look at that perfect mouth of hers. She kissed a rogue with those lips, but she is disgusted to kiss me. "What are you talking about?" she asks me, slightly scared, as if she had no idea what I was talking about. "You acted very good, Eliana Dalila Cross, but the game stops here." Eliana's cross POV. "What are you doing?" I ask Noah as soon as he throws me in the middle of his bed. I know this is his bedroom because his smell is everywhere, making Beau cry after his wolf. "What am I doing? I am taking what is mine," he tells me with a diabolical smile on his face, making me fear him for the first time. "No, I will not let you mark me," I tell him and start walking with my back to him, trying to get away from him. "You don't want to? But are you an hypocrite? Why wouldn't you want to? Am I not up to that rogue you slept with?" What is he talking about? I've never slept with a rogue. Oh my goddess, does he know? "Leave me alone," I say to him in a broken tone. "If you despise me so much, let me go. Reject me, and you will have the chance to choose a woman whom you consider worthy of your presence." "Do you think you'll get away with it?" he asks me. "Do you know what you've done to me in these 5 years?" I see him attacking me again, and he catches me in his arms again, holding me against a wall while the blanket falls. "No, I don't want to," I say to him, trying to escape while he lifts my legs so that I can put them around his waist. But this is a very compromising position, and he will slip into me in a second, so I have just one choice to beat him again. "Now, Beau?" And she give me strength again. I hit him with the knee right in his groin, making him yell in pain. "You fucking whore. Did you just hit me in my groin?" And I see how his hand goes straight to my throat. "You are a whore. A fucking whore that she would rather fuck a rogue than her own mate." "So what?" I ask him, trying to make him disgusted. "It was my choice. You gave birth to his bastard child. How can you have an illegitimate child? Are you stupid, Eliana Cross? For a rogue, you lost everything?" And I can't say anything, but I breathed a sigh of relief because he didn't find out about Hope. "I'm tired of looking at you," Noah says after a while without looking at me. "How well did you manage to act all this time? You should win an Oscar." "If you know that I am so dirty, don't bother me again," I say and push him because at this moment his grip is not strong anymore. "Do you think I want to be with you? I hate seeing you." And I just look at him. I hate that I can't just reject you and choose someone who honors me and who really deserves to be my mate. "Reject me," I tell him for the 1,000th time. I just can't. It is beyond my faith to do that. The moon goddess gave you as my mate, and I can't refuse. "I beg you," I say, changing tactics. "Reject me." "I can't. Why don't you understand?" And he is looking at me right now, and I see in his eyes for the first time hatred. "I am about 30 years old. If I don't mark you as mate, my ability will also be weakened, and I will even be deprived of the Alpha's title, so you are just a tool to me. It doesn't matter whether I love you or not. Don't flat yourself. Who wants to be loved by you?" I ask him, trying to hide my feelings. I would never get married in this life. I've seen it with my own eyes, how my friend died because of a man, and there is no good thing loving a man. Noah is looking at me. And after some time, I see him going to his closet and throwing me some clothes. "Take them and get the hell out of my house," he tells me as he leaves the room. And I just take the clothes. I am at the limit of collapsing. And even if he didn't rejected me, what he said is worse than that. I must find a way to break this bond. This will kill me and I want to leave for my daughter. I just want to live for her. Hope's Cross POV. Even though I'm only 5 years old, I know a lot of things. I love to learn, and curiosity is what characterizes me the most. At kindergarten, Miss William always says that I am the smartest kid she has ever seen at this age, and she even told Mommy one day that I should skip kindergarten and go to primary school, and that was when I was just 4 years old. I won't tell you more. You can make your own conclusions. I love my mommy, and I want her to be happy. I know she struggled a lot to give me toys and a house and food, but no matter how much she gave me, I missed something. I am not greedy. I don't want her to give me more than she does, but I want my daddy in my life. A few days ago, she showed me a photo with him. He is so handsome. My daddy is the most handsome man I have ever seen, and I look a lot like him, and this makes me happy because I know now that I have in me a big part of him. And maybe you're wondering what's the problem. The problem is that an hour ago I accidentally saw a similar man on TV. I took the photo that Mommy gave me, and analyzing it carefully, I realized that my daddy was the man that was arguing with an older man on TV. My daddy looked so fierce and strong, and I didn't even know what had happened to me, but my heart started pounding. "My daddy is on TV," I whispered, looking at him. And he just mesmerized me, and for the first time in my life, I made a bad decision. I will not listen to Mommy, and I will try to find him. I took my mother's laptop and typed the name I heard on TV. Noah Black. Now that I know his name, everything seems more real. He must be a celebrity if he appeared on TV, and just a click away, his life appeared on the screen in front of me. I quickly picked up a piece of paper and wrote down the address of the place where he works. I must find him. Forgive me, Mommy, but I need to know why he chose to stay away from me and why he didn't want you. It was the most difficult decision I ever had, and I'm not saying that because I usually have to decide which toys to play with or which bows to put in my hair. I am afraid that I will hurt Mommy, but I need to see him even for just a few seconds. I need to see him to see that he is real and not an imaginary person. I took my purse money and called a taxi and asked him to take me to my father's office. The driver was a little skeptical, but when I told him that my daddy would punish him if he didn't take me to him quickly, he started the car. And I must say to you, I think that my daddy is a rich man. His office is in the biggest building I have ever seen. I walk into the lobby of the building and look around. A beautiful lady that must be a receptionist looks at me, and beckons me to approach her. "This is not a place for a child, sweetie," she said. "What are you doing here alone?" "I came to see my daddy. I need to talk to him." I tell her, trying to seem confident, and I am sure that I succeeded because immediately the lady smiles at me. "Your daddy works here?" she asks me. "Yes, lady, and I need to see him urgently. Can you call him and tell him that his daughter is looking for him?" I ask her immediately. And even I am little, I must have been very convincing, because in a second the receptionist put her hand on the phone and asked me, "What is your father's name? I will call on him to come and see you." "Noah Black, lady. My daddy is Noah Black," I say with a big smile. I like how this sounds. "My daddy is Noah Black." "No, he is not," said the receptionist, looking at me in shock. "He has no children, you lie." And I see her putting the phone back on. I am not lying. Just look at my face and you will see that I am not lying. My hair, my eyes, my nose, my whole appearance is identical to his. The only difference is that I have blue eyes and a beautiful mouth like my mother's. Otherwise, I'm just a daddy girl. I tell her, putting my hands on my chest and looking at her seriously. "But he never told us that he has a child," she tries to articulate immediately, but I will not let her to think too much, and I immediately say, "Our life is very private, and now I just need to speak with him, so please let me do it, and after that I will leave." "You're going to get me in trouble," the receptionist said. "I won't, I promise," I say with a smile. "And if Daddy is upset that I'm here, I'll ask him not to be mean to this lady. It's not her fault that I want to see him." And although she was skeptical after the woman looked at me, she gave her approval. "You are as beautiful as your father. You will be a gorgeous girl in the future." And taking my hand in her hand, she continues, "I will take you to see him." And she knocks at his office door, and I hear her saying, "Sir, your daughter is here. May I let her in?" And suddenly I hear the voices of two men asking in unison, "What? And what a daughter?" I don't know how many seconds passed, but immediately the door opened wide, and in front of me appeared the one I wanted to see my whole life. My daddy. He is real, and he is in front of me. And I see the shock on his face, but I can't help it, and smiling I tell him without detours, "Hello, Daddy, may I come in?" Noah's Black POV. "Hello, Daddy." This is the only thing I've heard right after I open the door, and right on my back, Michael is running trying to see what it's all about. I can't breathe. I can't move. I'm like a stone statue. Right in front of my eyes is the most beautiful child I have ever seen. I don't know how this is even possible, but she is a mini-me. Her beautiful long red hair is caught in 2 ponytails. Her face is that of an angel. And those blue eyes make me lose myself in them, giving me a feeling of déjà vu. "Our pup," I hear Hunter in my mind. "We have a pup, Noah." "How can you be so sure she is ours?" I ask him. "Are you stupid?" Hunter suddenly says, annoyed by my reluctance, "Just look at her. She is ours, and if you don't think so, take a paternity test." And I look at her, and I'm completely fascinated by the idea of having a baby like her. I never wanted to have children, but now that this little girl is in front of me, I realize that I don't dislike the idea at all. I wanted to have kids with my fated mate, but she doesn't want me. And she has that child with some rogue. "Thank you, goddess," I say in my mind. "Noah, take the kid and come to the office. You will scare her." I hear Michael saying from behind, and he is right, and I signal to the girl to follow me. She looked at me, and I looked at her, and none of us said something. It's like we're on a reconnaissance mission. "What's your name?" Michael asks, and I must thank him because right now I am not able to ask the right questions. "My name is Hope," says the little one, without showing any trace of emotion. "And why do you think that my friend is your father?" he asks again. "My mommy showed me a photo with him, and I've seen him on TV. Mommy never lied to me. If she said that he is my father, then he is," says the little girl. I have to say that she really looks like you, and she is very brave for a girl at her age, Michael says after he hears her words. "If she is my daughter, of course she is," I said to him. "If," the little one asks, making Michael laugh. "Will you let me take a test to see if you really are my daughter?" I ask her. "I just need a bit of your saliva or a little hair to do a paternity test." She looks at me, and I see that she is a little taken aback. Maybe she wants to fool me. I will do it, says little Hope, looking straight into my eyes and making my heart shiver. And in just a few minutes, she was tested by my men. We will come back in an hour with the results, Alpha, says my Gamma. But I don't care. All I need to know is how all of this was possible. What woman wouldn't take the opportunity to put a baby in my arms? What woman wouldn't want to be with me? A child would be the ideal chance to force me to take care of her. Hope's mom must be someone atypical. Maybe she is stupid. That must have happened, even though I don't remember sleeping with some lunatic woman. And I took Hope by her little hand and put her to stay on the sofa from my office. She is looking around and thinks of something. I can see that a lot of things go through her mind. I sit next to her and Michael comes and sits in front of her, on his knees, and takes her little hands in his hands. Hope, tell us about you, he says. I am 5 years old. Me and Mommy live alone and she works all day to offer me a better life, and I love her so much, and today I know that I disappointed her coming here. But I need to know why you didn't want her in your life. She is the greatest mommy in the universe. And of course, why didn't you want me? And I stay with my mouth open. It's not good to stay with your mouth open. Hope says, looking at me, nodding her head in disapproval. A fly could get in your mouth, or worse, people might think you're a bad boy. Oh, my goddess, Michael starts to laugh. Please, goddess, make that test positive because this girl is fantastic. Shut up, Michael. I say, almost laughing, because Hope is simply a genius. I like her, and I look into her eyes and say to her, trying to convince her. I did not know of your existence. Today I learned for the first time that I could have a daughter, and I caressed her head. If I had known about you, I would have taken care of you. Then why didn't you want Mommy? That's it. That's the crux of the matter. I have no idea who her mommy is. I've slept with hundreds of women in my life. How do I know who her mommy is? Fuck. And how will I be able to explain to Eliana this shit after all I said to her? She has a child. I have a child. Maybe this is the solution and this girl will help me to make her accept me. Hope. I don't know who your mommy is. And I'm a little embarrassed. How to explain something like that to a 5-year-old? Why don't you tell to Noah your mom's name? Michael asks her. Maybe he'll remember her and tell you what happened between them. And she looks at her hands and thinks for a few moments, and then looking at me with those pure blue eyes, she said the unimaginable. My mommy is Eliana Cross. Fuck me! I say through my mind link while Hunter is making a happy dance in my mind, and Michael laughs his heart out and can't stop his tears. What did you say? I ask her again, looking in her eyes, which are Eliana's eyes, and to that little mouth, which is Eliana's mouth. And I understand now that déjà vu feeling. And immediately the test results appeared. I immediately give them to Michael to read, because right now all I know is that after all this struggle to make Eliana accept my mark, I just found the treasure from the end of the rainbow. She is your daughter, Noah, says Michael, smiling at me, still looking at the test results, and I take her in my arms and hug her, making her giggle. I didn't know it, but I promised that I will never let you go from now on, and kissed her little head. What about my mommy? Hope asks, looking at me. She is mine too. Both of you are mine from this day. A daughter. My mate gave birth to my child, Noah's black POV. I've never slept with Eliana Cross, I mind-link Michael. But it seems that you did it, and maybe you were too drunk to remember the moment, but you did it. I never thought that her daughter is your child, he says, smiling at Hope, who is looking at me, and then to him. Fuck, suddenly says Michael. How could we forget, Noah? And I see him slapping himself on the forehead. That morning in the parking lot, Eliana had a baby with her, and I told you that the baby looks like you. Do you remember? Shit, you were right, but she said the baby wasn't hers. And suddenly everything starts to make sense. She was scared, Noah. Probably she had just given birth and she was alone and abandoned and thought that you will take her daughter. But yet, when did I slept with her? It must have been when she was still the heiress of Richard Cross, and I can't figure out when we've met before. It's simple. Hope was born on September 10th, 2017. I found out this when I investigated Eliana. If the pregnancy period decreases from her birth date, we may be able to figure out when she was conceived. And I am thinking about, and I remember, no way, Hope must have been conceived at that annual Alphas meeting. I slept with Eliana that night, and Michael looks at me trying to remember that night. You danced with her. I remember Noah, but she looked different. She was like a princess that night, and she was very beautiful. I close my eyes and try to visualize all that happened that night, and suddenly I see her face. The young Eliana Cross was so pure and fresh. That night I couldn't take my eyes off her, and I feel the air thinning around me. It is all my fault, Michael. I persuaded her that night until she gave in. I remember that night now. It is all my fault. I say, panicking. That was one of the best nights of my life. In the morning when I didn't find her near me, I was disappointed because she gave me a strange feeling. She must have been underaged at that moment. And that's probably why I didn't realize it was my mate. I look at Hope and, bending over, I kiss her little head. I made her pregnant that night. I remember that I let myself get carried away by the pleasure and forgot about protection. It was just too good to let some latex get in the way. What are you going to do, Noah? I understand why she was avoiding you all this time. Is more than being mates, is about losing her whole status because of you, is about destroying her life, about struggling alone with a child. I fucked up. Do you know what I told her last night? I ask Michael through the mind link, and in time I take Hope in my arms and continue to hold her to my chest as she puts her little hands around my neck. I insulted her terribly. I told her that she has no value in my life. This is karma, Noah, and I know that Michael is right. Go to the hotel and tell her that our daughter is with me. She must be already insane because my daughter left without announcing her. Hope is with me and will stay with me. If she wants to see her, she knows where to find me. And I look at Hope, but she is sleeping on my shoulder already. Emotions probably overwhelmed her. She is so little. I lost so much from her life. Why? Why, Eliana? Why didn't you tell me the truth? Do you really think I wouldn't understand? You know very well that you wouldn't believe her, so stop victimizing yourself. What are you going to do now? Hunter asks me. I will fight for her. I answer without thinking. You told her she had no value in your life. Hunter continues. She is my fated mate, and she is the mother of my child, and that is invaluable. You made her suffer all these years while you filtered with women, he tells me again, and I will make her feel only pleasure for the rest of her life. You said you don't love her. He suddenly put the dot on the letter I. I know what I said, but things have changed. I know Hunter, and I wish I could take back every word I said, but I can't. What she represents in my life changes everything. I was a selfish man all my life, and my stupidity led here. All she suffered was because of me. I will give her back everything. Do you understand her now? Hunter asks me. I do. I tell him honestly. Her wolf, my sweet mate, Bo, wants us, but Eliana will never let you go easy. What will you do? Will you use hope? He asks me with fear. The only way I will use hope is to learn about her and learn how to love her. Look at her, Drake, Hunter says, making me look at my daughter that sleeps in my arms. Don't fuck up again. I want my pup in my life. And I want her mother too. And I want her too. And closing my eyes, I remember our night together. Why haven't I remembered before? How drunk could I be? She was so beautiful. Being a rogue made her beauty different. Now she is very simple, and the hard work she did in the last years can be seen on her face. But she is still beautiful, and she makes my body burn again. She woke me up. Don't push me away. That's what I told her 5 years ago. I will change for her. I have to fix things for her, because I honestly ruined her life. She was a virgin, and after that, I am sure that I was the only man in her life. I'm so stupid. Of course she opposed me. I will never force her that way again. I don't know what love is, but I know one thing. For me, love is related only to Eliana. I will make things right again. I will never let you down again, Eliana. Noah Black, POV. Where is my daughter? Eliana asked me as soon as the secretary let her in my office. She's sleeping in my studio, I told her calmly, looking at her intently. I can read on her face the panic and the fact that she cried probably all over the way from her hotel to my company. How did she react when you told her that Hope was with me? I asked Michael through our mind link, who is behind her with her friend. She almost collapsed, man. She scared the shit out of me. We tried for half an hour to calm her down. I look at Eliana and come closer to her, but something catches my eye without wanting. a slap on Michael's face. "What happened to you?" I ask him. "Did someone hit him?" He is almost as strong as I am. "Please don't ask," he answers and looks at Eliana's friend immediately. "This is just wonderful. My beta was beaten by a woman." "Don't laugh, Noah. This is all your fault," he said. "I want to see my daughter." I hear Eliana and I immediately ignore Michael. "Our daughter," I corrected her by making her face blush. "I don't know what you are talking about. She tried to sneak, but this time I will never let her go again. Not now, after I discovered everything and I understand why she keeps trying to reject me." "You don't have to lie to me anymore, Eliana Cross. I found out everything. You didn't have a child with any rogue. You gave birth to my child. I was the one that let you get pregnant at that damn boring Alpha's annual meeting." And I see how her face turns white. "I don't know what you're talking about. I never." She still tries to lie to me, but this time it doesn't bother me anymore. She makes me smile how she struggles to make me feel that I am not properly informed. "Eliana Dalila Cross," I shouted at her, making her stop stammering after 5 minutes in a row. "I've taken a DNA test. She is my daughter, so you better shut up." "Mr. Black," her friend said, "where is Hope?" "I've already told you, she's in my studio." "I want to see her," starts to cry Eliana, and it was the first time I saw her crying. My heart breaks seeing her suffer, and I immediately try to take her in my arms, but I see her taking a step back. "Please let me see her," she says, sighing. I signal for her to follow me, but I see her friend following us. I am sick of being disturbed. "Michael," I say immediately out loud. "Take Miss," and I look at her and she says Smith, while at the same time Michael says Lily, making Lily look shocked at him. "Do you know my name?" she asks him, looking at him slightly threatening. "Did you follow me?" "No, I did not, Lily," he yells suddenly. "Michael, take her out of here, or better take her back to the hotel." And he catches her hand and tries to make her leave the room, but that woman is just as headstrong as my Eliana. "No, who will take Eli and Hope home? I will stay here until I make sure they are safe." Eliana looks at her and smiles, but for me, this is too much, and in 2 steps I am in front of her. "Look, Lily," I tell her, trying to control myself, because this woman is my mate's friend, and if I want to conquer her, I will have to learn to control myself with the people she loves. Your friend is my mate. I will never hurt her, because I will hurt myself doing it. I just learned this precious lesson, and believe me, she is safe with me. And secondly, I've just found out that I have a daughter with my mate, and she didn't tell me. I lost 5 years of her life. "It's not our fault," Lily said. "You are right, is not. So my friend will take care of you, and you will leave me to discuss with Eli, all right?" "No, I must." But she immediately closes her mouth when Michael takes her hand by intertwining his fingers between her fingers and gently pulls her out of my office. Left alone, I motion for Eli to follow me. In the middle of my bed, my sweet little angel is sleeping. Eliana immediately runs to her and, climbing into bed, pulls her close to her body, sniffing her scent. "I thought I lost you," she whispers softly to Hope and starts crying again. "She was safe. She was with me." I'm trying to calm her down. "Why did you take her? Why? Didn't you think you'd scare me?" she asks me nervously. "Take her?" I say and start to laugh. "She found me and put me in my ass in 5 seconds. Beautiful." "It can't be possible," Eliana said, kissing her little face. "But it is. She saw me on TV and found out who I was. I should never have shown her the picture with you. How come I didn't realize it was going to get here?" And this time she hit the sensitive point. "I am her father, and because you choose to keep her away from me, we are here." "Why didn't you come to me?" I ask her. "I was just a rogue, and that day in the parking lot, I saw how disgusted you were because of my presence. And in the first place, you were my father's enemy. I was afraid." "And you still are," I tell her, but Eliana doesn't answer me at all. "Yet, it's been more than a week since I found out that you are my mate, and you keep Hope hidden from me." And she says nothing, just kisses Hope's face. "What are you going to do now?" she asks me after some time. "She will live with me from now on," and her face is white like snow hearing me. "Please don't take my daughter," she begged me. "She is my daughter too. You kept for 5 years, now it's my turn to keep her 5 years." I tell her, joking, but she starts to sigh again. Of course I'm kidding. I will never hurt her or Hope again, but I will not let her take my daughter away from me again. You can't do that. I will sue you. She's trying to threaten me. Just try it, I say, laughing. You have no chance in front of my lawyers. And she just tries to say something, but right at this moment, Hope opens her eyes, and seeing Eli here, she smiles with all her heart. Mommy, I found Daddy. Eliana's cross PV. Hi, sweetie, I say, and I take Hope in my arms, holding her at my chest while tears are flowing all over my face. Mommy, you are choking me, she says, giggling, while Noah sits on the edge of the bed and looks at us. Why did you run alone, Hope? What if something would have happened to you? I ask her. What would I have done without you? And I see her face becoming afflicted and her lips starting to tremble. No, I don't want to argue with her. This is not the point, but she did something terrible. I'm sorry, Mommy, and I hear her immediately start sighing. Why did you run from home? How did you find this place and Mr. Black? I ask her, but immediately Noah's face darkens, and I see that he wants to argue with me and tell me something, but for the sake of Hope, he keeps his mouth closed. I took a taxi, Mommy. But both Noah and me immediately shouted in unison. You did what? Hope, you are only 5 years old. It is dangerous, he says. I told the driver that you are my daddy and that you will kick him in the... And I see her whispering something, but I don't understand what she is saying. What? I ask her, and I look at Noah, hoping that he understood what she just said, but he is lifting his shoulders. Where will Mr. Black kick him? I ask again, to accentuate Mr. Black, just to see how Noah's face darkens again. Hope is mouthing. I don't understand, Noah said, and Hope points to her little ass. This! Oh, goddess! Noah starts to laugh. Will I kick his ass? Daddy, you said that ugly word. And Hope immediately jumps to her feet and, putting her small hands on her hips, begins to look at him ugly. Noah swallowed immediately and, looking at me in panic, raised his hands and stood in front of the little defender of good manners. Sorry, he said, making me laugh, but I know what Hope is trying to do. Don't change the subject, princess. I said, looking at her. What you did was wrong. Did you really see him on TV or did you lie? I ask her. Mommy, princesses never lie, she says defiantly. And how did you know where he worked? I ask her, trying to understand how I got here today. I heard his name and I used your laptop to find him. It is as simple as saying good morning to find someone in our days. And with his mouth open, Noah asks me, what age did you say she is? I am 5 years old, Daddy, and it is not good to stay with your mouth open, you know, the flies. And she made me laugh hysterically. And Noah smiles and taps his nose and nods disapprovingly. 2-0 for Hope, he says, laughing. But I see in Noah's eye happiness. Is the first time I saw something like this with him. In the last week, I took a slide on his wrath almost every day. But today I have in front of me and Noah that I didn't know he exists. He laughs and he is happy, and I can't stay here anymore while Beau is yelling in my mind. Maybe he looks different right now, but he is the same man who told me just yesterday that in his life I mean nothing, that he will only use me to fulfill his purposes. So what is the meaning of all this? Oh, Hope, why did you have to mess things up? Sweetie, it's time to go home. Will you say goodbye to Mr. Black? I ask her, but Noah jumped straight to his feet and through clenched teeth. Trying to be as calm as possible, even though I know he's smoking right now, he tells me, I am not Mr. Black, Eliana. I am her daddy, just as she said, and as I told you a few minutes ago, she will live with me from now on. She won't, I tell him, taking Hope in my arms. She has all she needs at the hotel. In her life, she did not miss it. She was the motivation for everything I did. I know, and I understand everything at this moment, but she missed my presence in life. Not true, I tell him, and I see Hope looking at each other sadly. She did. Why else would she look for me? Yes, she did. I know too well she did, but I can't let him have her. Please don't take her away from me, I begged, taking Hope by the hand. Noah bends down and sits on one knee to be at Hope's level. Do you want to see me tomorrow? He asks her. Goddess, thank you, he will let her stay with me. Yes, Daddy, will you take me from kindergarten? I want all the kids to see that I have a daddy too, tells Hope, making me almost burst into tears. I will be there, you can count on me. Noah says, kissing her forehead. Do you want me to bring you something? No pampering, Mr. Black, I say, but Noah completely ignores me, making me feel weird. I want a lollipop, and she laughs. A pink one. I will be there, he said, and took her in his arms, inhaling her smell. Goodbye, Hope, he says, rising. Then, looking at me without any trace of empathy, he tells me directly, You have 3 days to pack her things and bring her to me. I need time to prepare a room for her and make my house safe for kids. But in 3 days, if you don't bring her, you'll regret it. I hope that he is joking. You can't be serious, I told him. I am her mother. I gave her birth, and I stayed with her all her life. I will die without her, I say, letting the tears flow again on my face. Then the answer is in your own words. It is your choice, Eliana. If you want to see her, you know where she will live from now on. My house is open even for you, he said, and suddenly he held out his hand, wiping away my tears and making me feel all these millions of tingles that our mate bond creates. Fucking bond, I say in my mind. How can I be so weak? And immediately, I take Hope in my arms and get in the first taxi and run straight to the hotel. 3 days? No, I will run from this place. I can't let him take my child. Which is his child too, Bo said. Shut up, Bo, I said to her in a harsh tone. But coming to my hotel, just as I entered my apartment, I saw Lily staying on my sofa with Noah's beta, Michael, or whatever his name is. She is crying while he holds her in his arms and caresses her back. What's happening here? I ask her. You're back, Lily yells and runs to me, making Michael sad as soon as she leaves him. Did I miss something? I'm fine, Lily, don't worry. What is happening here? Why were you in his arms? I ask her, looking at Michael and lifting an eyebrow. I know what I saw. This guy has a hidden agenda with Lily. She was crying, and I just helped her calm down a little bit. I was afraid for her safety, seeing her like this. Now she is with me. You can go, I told him, but without looking at him. Lily takes a sad smile and says, Thank you very much for keeping me company in these moments. It means a lot coming from someone like you. What do you mean? He asked, a little bit taken aback. You know, you are that man's beta and friend. And we are none in this world, just some rogues that succeed in some way. Michael looks at her, and coming near, he kisses her forehead, shocking her and also shocking me. Did Lily let a man touch her? And not once, but she let him kiss her face? She stays in pure shock while Michael leaves our hotel. What was that? I ask her through our mind link. I really don't know. And after a few seconds, coming to her senses, she asks me, Did he let you go? Only for 3 days. After that, he will take Hope away from me. What? Lily asks, almost collapsing. I need to run, Lily. Will you help me? Say a destination, and I will go with you. Author's POV. But even after Eliana left his office in not even 10 minutes, Noah's assistant announced that someone was looking for him. Richard Cross. What is he doing here, Hunter? Noah asks him. I do not want to see him. Only when I think of him do I feel like squeezing his neck when I remember what suffering Eli was able to go through because of him. If she hadn't had some alpha blood and had the strength she had, now she would probably be dead. He's a jerk, Hunter said. Where are you, Mike? He asks him, right in the lobby, and seeing that Noah is silenced, he asks, What happened? Richard Cross is here. Hearing this, Michael starts to run on stairs and no longer waits for the elevator. Richard Cross is the definition of trouble. There can be nothing good if he's here. And when the door finally opens, Richard attacks Noah directly. Is that how you treat your guests? Making them wait until your reinforcements come? He asks ironically, pointing to Michael. In order to be my guest, Richard, I must have invited you to meet me first, or that didn't happen. Don't waste my time and tell me what happened. Richard looked around Noah's office. The place overflows with luxury and wealth. Everything here is of the highest quality, and sniffing the air he felt a trace of something, but he can't tell from where he knows this smell. Who was here? He asks Noah as if it was something normal to question him. It's not your business. And looking at him with disgust, Noah said, One more time. What do you want? But in just a second the door opens and Noah's father comes in. You arrived, he said, looking at Richard. Did you call him here? Noah asks nervously. Sometimes his father forgets that he is no longer alpha and interferes with his duties. Yes, we thought of something that would put an end to the enmity between you. Shock me, Dad, Noah says arrogantly. I want you to marry my daughter. Richard told him. Which one? Noah asks, looking at him and squeezing his eyes. I have only one daughter, Lauren, Richard replies without making a fuss. I knew you had 2 daughters, Noah continued the game. One of them died 5 years ago. I don't want to talk about it, and Richard immediately looked at Jason Black. You said that you will persuade him to accept. I see he's doing an interesting thing with me, making me look like a fool. Noah, it is a good thing to marry his daughter in this way. You will keep the peace between our packs, and Lauren is a good girl, and her face is pleasant. But Noah doesn't let him finish, and immediately rushes him. Why would I do something like that, Dad? And he is annoyed. All this time, Michael looks at them and analyzes them carefully. Because I'm worried about you, Noah. You are almost 30 years old. I became an alpha when I was 20, and you're 30, and you're alone. Without a Luna near you, your strength will decrease, and you will become a target for those damn rogue attacks. This is just your opinion. The truth is that I am not in any danger. I am still young, and I will tell this only one time, so please, Father, mark my words. I will never choose a mate. I want my fated mate and only her. But you are already in your 30s and didn't find her. Do you want to lose everything for a woman? Jason asks him mischievously. I will lose nothing, because I know that I am strong enough, so Richard, I am not interested in you, daughter. Noah answers and goes and sits down at his desk. This arrogance will cost you, Richard said, pointing with his finger at Noah. Yeah, I know, it already costs me, and I pay dearly for my mistakes, especially in the last days, he said, looking at Michael. You don't even know Lauren, Jason said to his son. Why don't you want to check it out first? Because at this moment I don't know how to say it not to seem macabre, but I believe that Richard will not wear enmity for this, but to understand how much I want to have a mate. His dead daughter is more interesting for me than the one that is still alive. And Michael burst into laughter. Are you nuts? Jason asks Noah while Richard is fuming. You will marry Lauren, Jason yells at Noah. No, Dad, I will marry my own mate and only her, Noah continues. Terribly annoying, Jason. I came here to achieve peace, but what I found is your arrogant son, Jason. I will go now, and I hope you will put his thoughts back in his head, said Richard, stepping out of the office and slamming the door behind him. What the fuck is wrong with you? Jason asks. This was a great opportunity to become even stronger, and what did you do? I will not marry that girl. I will only marry my destined mate. How many times do I need to tell you? Noah is already screaming, panicking at Michael. Why don't we do an agreement? Said Michael, trying to calm the spirits. What are you talking about? Noah asks, looking at him. 1 year. If Noah will not find his fated mate in 1 year, he will marry that girl. Noah is smiling at him. He already found her, and he just need to make the things right for her after he fucked up. 3 months, Jason concluded. If in 3 months you will not find her, you will accept my arrangement. Otherwise you would lose the title of Alpha. Mark my words, he said in his Alpha command. We will see that, Noah said while his father goes after Richard. And looking at Michael, he said, let's start. I need a plan to take my woman back. Noah's black POV. So what's the plan? Michael asks. The plan is to make a plan, man. And smiling at him, I say, was a good escape your propose. Good job. 3 months is not too much time, Noah. What do you do if Eliana doesn't accept you? This is not even a question. I need her. No, you are not, Hunter said, and I immediately began to remember all the nonsense I said to Eli in anger. Shut up, Hunter. I changed my mind. I want her, and I need her. And no matter what will happen, I will choose her. I will never let her suffer accepting another woman as my mate. Not after all she suffered already because of me. I like your daughter, Noah, suddenly Michael said. She is so smart and she is funny, man. At her age, she is brilliant. I know. Did you see how sweet she is and what remarks she can give to a 5-year-old? I wonder who she looks like. Certainly not with you. Michael tells me and starts laughing right after slapping him on the back of the head. Shut up and leave my daughter alone. But looking at him, I ask, what's all about you and Eliana's friend? Lily has a child? Are you nuts? Why do you start again? You said the same thing about Eliana, and look where you are. Michael immediately blows his thoughts at me. It's different, I say. There is nothing different. Unlike you, I'm not ashamed to openly admit that I like a woman. I like her a lot. Since the first time I saw her that evening when you found Eliana in her restaurant, she mesmerized me body and soul. But she has a child, I say. So what? That boy has no fault and he is as sweet as your daughter. You should thank him for being Hope Knight in shining armor at kindergarten, said Michael, laughing. What? I say, almost jumping off the chair. Tell that brat to leave my daughter alone. She is mine, I say, gritting my claws. He is 5, Noah. Are you nuts? I just found her, man. That's all, and I want her only for myself as much time as possible. I just want to be with her and Eliana. Why didn't you tell your father you already found her? Why did you mislead him? Michael asks me. I know he's been wanting to get here since we were alone. I did it for her. If I could, I would shout out loud that Eliana is mine, and that Hope is my daughter. I am such a happy man right now. I can't even describe in words how I feel. So what's the problem? He asks me again. Richard Cross claims to have only one daughter. Right now she is just a rogue, and my father will try to hurt her if he finds out about her. I need to fix things a little bit so that no one makes her feel bad because at this moment she is a rogue. She is special, Noah, Michael said. An alpha that became a rogue and succeeded by itself. She is strong, and that stupid father of hers made the mistake of his life abandoning her. What will you do to protect her? Michael suddenly asks me. Isn't that logical? I'll bring her to my house. But Michael starts laughing straight away. What is so funny in what I just said? I wish you success with this, but please take out your house insurance, because Eliana will surely burn down your house if you speak with her like this. She already knows that I will take Hope in 3 days. If she wants to see her again, she will have to agree to live with me. I have already suggested that this is the only solution for her. I tell Michael very proud of my reasoning, and you think she's going to listen to you, don't you? Michael asks, raising an eyebrow. Of course she will, I say, but looking at him, I start to doubt that this is the right answer. She won't. Why? Because right now she is packing and looking for a way out. She wants to run away from you. Michael tells me very seriously. No, you just want to scare me. I tell him laughing, but seeing him look at me, I realize that he is right. She will run away from me, and she will take my daughter with her. How do you know that? I ask Michael, as he walks out of the office and gets into his car. I like her, friend, and I put some men to look after her so that nothing will happen to her. I just need to protect her. Good thing. I will do the same. But right now, I need to see her. I'll tell him right away. The truth is, I want to make sure she didn't run away already. I just found her, and right now I will be whatever she wants, but she must accept me. I jumped into my Koenigsegg and followed Michael. We arrived at her hotel just when she was trying to run. I knew it. Did she just try to fool me? What are you doing here? She asks me, trying to look naive. The question is, what are you trying to do? Are you going somewhere? And squeezed my eyes at her. No, we are just donating some things, she says, pointing to her luggage, while her friend stays as a mute under Michael's gaze. Is that so? I ask her. I thought you were running away from me. Oh no, it's just for a foundation, she insists. In this case, let me help you, and I immediately take her luggage, and under the shocked eyes of both her and Lily, I put the suitcase behind my car. Where is Hope? She is in her room. But she even manages to finish what she has to say, that immediately Hope and Aiden appear dressed for the beach. Daddy, she yells and takes me in her little arms. You came to drive us to Mexico? She asks with a lot of happiness. Mommy will take us to Mexico to see the dolphins, she said, clapping her palms, and I look at Eliana, who is whitening her face. She tries to say, but I don't let her say anything, and I signal her to get in the car. Michael, I said seriously, I will take Eliana and Hope with me. If I let her here, she will run, and this is not an option. And then looking at Lily, who is already panicking, and at the same time knowing his feelings for her, I tell him out loud. Stay here tonight and take care of my mate's friend. She needs protection. It's not all right for her to be alone here. Tomorrow, I will take Eliana back so she can work. You don't need to. Eliana tries to say, but I stop her, putting my finger on her lips. I will stay here with... She tries again, and I put all my 5 fingers on her mouth, stopping her from talking. The tingling runs through my fingers as if an electric current was passing through them. I am fascinated by the feeling she creates in me. "Good thing you don't want her in your life," Hunter said, laughing. "Shut up, you moron," I said to him, and caressing her lips with my fingers, I don't even realize when Eliana opens her mouth slightly and bites my fingers. Fuck. I yell in pain, and immediately shaking my hand, I ask her, "Why the fuck did you do something like that?" "Because I wanted to," she said and looked straight into my eyes, putting her hands under her chest. "Get in the car until I change my mind, and I will leave just with hope," I tell her. Although I don't mind doing that, but Eliana immediately turns white and, opening the car door, gets in without commenting. "Where are you taking us?" She asks me as soon as I put Hope in the chair set I made for her and start driving. "I'll take you home." "What do you mean by home?" she asks in panic. "You are coming home, Eliana? To our home?" Noah's black POV. I drove straight home, and all the way she didn't say a word, while Hope marveled at everything she saw around her. My house is like a mansion. Even if I own an entire city, I live in the suburbs. I like the peace from here. My house is alone in the middle of a hill, making it look even more imposing than it is. As soon as Eliana realizes that we are home, her jaw drops to the ground. "You live here?" she asks. "We live here," I say, taking Hope's hand and entering the house. This is how the press called this place: the ultimate billionaire entertainer's paradise. The house is a splendid Spanish villa that has 3 floors and an underground spacious space where I have my cars and my own den. "How big is this place?" Eliana asks and keeps looking around, trying to understand where she is. "The living space is around 40,000 square feet. I have 8 bedrooms and 16 bathrooms. Every floor has its own main living space. I also have 3 master suites. One is ours." "Ours?" she asks, stopping and looking at me. "Ours?" I don't even bother to look at her and kiss Hope's cheeks when I ask her. "Do you want to sleep with Daddy tonight?" "Can I, Mommy?" she asks with her eyes shining with happiness. And Eliana swallows her saliva and tries to stay silent. So, I continued with the presentation of the house. "We also have here a movie theater with a candy wall, an indoor and outdoor tennis court, a spa and a wellness center, a sauna." And I see Eliana's face shining, but as soon as she sees me looking at her, she becomes serious again. "Daddy, do you have a pool?" Hope asks me. "At our hotel we had one, and I like it a lot." "Is that so?" I ask her, laughing, and show her to the window an infinite pool. "Mommy," Hope said seriously, "I think Daddy has more money than we have," and she just made both of us laugh. "It seems so," Eliana responds, and watch her as she starts to run as if she's been here forever. "Where is the kitchen?" she asked me. "Why?" "I need to make some food for Hope she didn't eat for the evening." "There is no need. I will ask my Omegas to bring something to our suite." I tell her, trying to get her to relax, but she throws me an ugly look. "I will cook my own food. I don't need servants, Noah Black," she tells me, and she's upset. "You are my Luna, and you will enjoy everything I have. This is your home. You own this place." I call it shocking. "Just show me where the kitchen is and shut up, please." And I see her closing her eyes, probably speaking with her wolf. I put on all the alarms in the house to be sure that she will not try to run again, and I went to Hope, who just found the sports area, and she is jumping on a trampoline. "Look, Daddy, I can fly!" and she runs to me. "Are you hungry?" I ask her and put her on my shoulders. "Do you have food here?" she asks, rubbing her tummy. I like food a lot, and Mommy is always cooking for me. And that's what she's doing right now. Let's not make her wait for us. I tell her, and I immediately go with her to the kitchen. Eliana says nothing, but she is so damn beautiful, in the middle of my house cooking for our daughter. My mother never cooked for me. Better said, sometimes I had the feeling that she hated me. But my daughter has the best mother in the world. It's hard to describe in words everything I experienced tonight, except for the moments when Alina completely ignored me. That is almost all the time. Everything was divine. "She needs to sleep, Noah. It's already late. Can you show us where we can retire to sleep?" Eli asks me. "I'll show you our suite," I told her. "You have a lot of spare rooms. Give us one so as not to disturb you." And I shut my mouth and drove her to, of course, my suite. "Noah," she said, getting nervous. "This is your closet." I tell her, showing a door that opens into a huge space, and her clothes are already placed by one of my omegas, and that is mine. Why are you telling me this? She asks me, trying to provoke me, but I totally ignore her. I was already expecting these reactions. And that is the bathroom. You are free to go wherever you want in this house, and she goes straight to the window, trying to look outside. If you are looking for a place to run now, let me tell you that you are looking for it in vain. This place is the safest place in the world. You can leave the house and visit the gardens, but you will never be able to leave the yard. I hate you for doing this to me, she tells me. I put Hope in our bed, and after that I approached her. I catch her face in my hands and tell her, "No, you are not. I am your fated mate. You are not allowed to hate me." "But I do," she said angrily. "I hurt you," I say softly. "I know what I did and I'm sorry, and this life won't be enough for me to fix everything I've done to you, but I want you." "You just want me because of Hope," she said, looking at our daughter, who wrapped herself in blankets and can no longer get out of them. "No, you are wrong. I wanted you all my life, but I never knew that you existed. And all the things I said were not because I didn't want you, but because I was afraid that you would find a way to reject me in the end." And I see her crying in silence. "I can't forgive you," she said without looking at me. "I know, but you will stay here. Hope will stay here no matter what. I just need to sleep," she said, still crying, and I see how she enters in her closet and takes some pajamas, and after she takes a shower, she asks me, "Where should I sleep? There is only one bed here." But I give her no chance to counterattack, and lifting the blanket, I signal her to come to me. I know she's here because I forced her, and I know she hates me for forcing her to be here. But for the goddess' sake, this is our first night together as mates. Hope stays between us and sleeps, and Eliana stays with one hand on Hope's tummy, and now she is finally asleep. Our plans is working, Hunter. Let's just not do something stupid again. Author's POV. Next day, Noah kept his word, and after they took Hope to kindergarten together, he sent Eliana to the hotel. "We will eat lunch together. Will you wait for me?" he asks her, making her look at him in amazement. "There is no need, I am sure you are busy. Don't waste your time with me," Eliana tells him, trying to get out of the car, but immediately Noah grabs her hand and pulls her back, making her tremble. Eliana tries to be strong and not get excited about the feeling that Noah's touch creates in her, and taking a deep breath, she tries to calm down. To know who her fated mate is and to ignore him is one, but to have to live with him in the same house, to sleep with him in the same bed, goddess, this is pure torture. "I'll pick you up at 1 o'clock. Be ready," Noah said. "I do not want to go," tells Eliana without looking him in the eye. "Then we'll eat at your restaurant. It's one of the best in the area anyway." Eliana turns her gaze to him and purses her lips, trying to refrain from saying anything more. "This scoundrel," she said in her heart. "Why does he want to make things difficult for me? He is only scared I'm going to take Hope and run. Why does he want to torture me?" And finally getting out of the car, she enters the hotel nervously. "Goddess!" Lily runs to her and starts checking her out. "I thought he would hurt you." But Eliana says nothing, and looking around at everything she has built in recent years, she feels extremely frustrated. We were doing just fine, and now he is disturbing our peace. "Michael called me last night and told me to stay calm because you're fine, but I was so worried about you," Lily told Eliana. "His beta called you?" she asked in shock. "Why would he do that?" "He said that Noah Black told him to do it." "What?" And Eliana is looking at Lily as if she said the most not funny joke in the world. "Maybe he's really sorry, Ely," Lily continues. "Michael told me that." "What is all about with this Michael, Lily?" Eliana asks, slightly irritated. "Do you like him? What? No, what happened to you?" And immediately Lily blushes on her face, making Eliana think that maybe Lily really likes Michael Mackenzie. "We talked a lot yesterday, and he took care of me yesterday when Noah Black almost kidnapped you and Hope, but there is nothing between us." Lily said almost with a sad voice, because the truth is that even if she swore she would never accept a man in her life, this Michael Mackenzie is a special man. "I know where I stand, Eli. I am a woman that was rejected by her mate. I am a single mom, and the icing on the cake is that I'm a rogue. I know I'll be alone for the rest of my life. she says sadly. I didn't mean to upset you, Eliana says softly. You have a chance, no matter what the reasons for Noah Black he wants you, Lily continued. But you said, Eliana tries to tell her, I know what I said, but the truth is that I would like to live happily ever after. Without a mate, I can hope that in the happiest case I will live at least as long as Rose lived. So you do like Michael Mackenzie, isn't it? Eliana smiles at Lily and takes to a relaxation area in the hotel lobby. Yes. He's a nice man, but that's all. As I told you, I know where I stand. Michael is just doing his duty. But enough about this. Tell me, did Noah Blackoak do something to you? No, but I can't sit next to him. Whenever he touches me or sits next to me, Bo just wants to be with him. I can't. I am afraid. Just as you said, I know where I stand. I have nothing to offer him. I am a rogue. I am a single mom. But Lily starts laughing. You are not anymore. And looking at her reaction, she asks, Does that scare you? I just can't understand what he is doing. A whole week, he told me that that mate bond is something that he hates and that he will mark me only because he wants to sleep peacefully. Just 2 days ago, before he found out that Hope was his daughter, he took me to one of his houses in town. He told me in my face that he would use this mate bond to reach more power and not lose his alpha position. In that case, what are you going to do? He seems determined not to reject you and to mark you at any cost. I don't know, to be honest. I do better with Noah Black, who is full of him and arrogant, than with this calm and gentle Noah Black, who surrounds me with his attention. I would like to be in your place, Lily said. If you want, I will let you right away. Eliana tells her with a laugh, even though she knows it's impossible, and for Noah to choose another woman now would hurt her deeply. And at noon, when Noah came to her hotel, just as he promised, he was shocked to see an ambulance in front of the hotel. What's going on here? He asks Michael, who accompanies him in the hope that he will see Lily again. I do not know. Let's enter and see. But nothing could have prepared him for the shock he had when he saw Eliana with an IV in her arm and surrounded by doctors. What happened here? He asks, panicking and running towards her. I am fine, said Eliana, without looking at him. She knows well that she is not fine. Noah looks at Lily and asks her too. What happened to her? But Lily looks down and says nothing. Is not her story to talk about it. But Noah has little left and explodes and takes one of the doctors by his collar. He asks him, What happened to my mate? She is your mate, the doctor asks, knowing very well who is in front of him. Talk, Noah immediately orders him, and wants to beat the doctor because he won't start talking faster. Because she is not marked by her mate, I mean by you Alpha. Her body has become weaker again. Again? Noah asks in shock. What do you mean by again? Has she ever felt sick like this? And at once he looked at Eliana, and if he did not know that she was now ill, he would turn her upside down and beat her to her naked ass like some little disobedient children. If you love her, you must mark her, the doctor tries to say, but Eliana immediately stops him. I don't want to. Noah looked at her and clenched his teeth to calm down, telling the doctor, I will take care of her by myself, don't worry. If you don't mark her and if she continues to persist, it is very likely that she will have only a few years left. And the thought of losing Eliana made Noah freeze. Is she okay right now? Noah asks the doctor. Yes, right now she is fine again. We saved her. You are her friend, is it? He asked Lily, who nodded her head at him. I won't let her work anymore. I need to know she's safe. What? Eliana jumps straight from the armchair in which she is still sitting with the IV in her arm. Shut up, Eliana, Noah says angrily and looks at Lily and then at Michael and goes on. Can you take care of the hotel without her help? At least until I make sure she's okay. My beta will help you. I will? Asks Michael, laughing. I am sure you will. And without thinking, as soon as the doctor finishes administering Alina's medication, he takes her in his arms in bridal style and leaves with her under the shocked eyes of everyone. What are you doing? Eliana asks, hiding her face in his chest, completely ashamed of the fact that everyone around her is looking at her with amusement. What do you think I'm doing? He asks her. Put me down, Eliana whispers very softly, not daring to look up from his chest. But Noah doesn't notice her, and after he puts her in the car, he reaches out and takes her seatbelt and fastens it. He looks at Eliana's blushed face and feels how that sweet fire inside him, which he has missed for the last 5 years, is burning again. He wants her, but he knows that it is too soon for her to accept him after all the crap he did in the last 5 years. He looks into her eyes and, making sure the belt is properly fastened, approaches her. Eliana's face is red like a boiled raccoon. He looks at her plumy lips and his heart beats faster than ever. And just when she thinks that he will withdraw, Noah catches her face with his hands and puts his lips on hers, kissing her lightly. They have no idea how long they've been like this, but when Noah breaks up with her, Eliana can't breathe anymore. She stays like a statue and all her words evaporate. Noah smiles and gets behind the wheel and tells her lightly, making her blush even harder. "We need to practice these kisses again. I see that they have a calming effect on you. That scoundrel." Author's POV. "Please, can I go to the office?" "No," said Noah, staying behind his laptop. Since Eliana collapsed at the hotel, she has not been to the office. Noah lived with fear that something bad might happen to her and that he would not be able to help her. "You're horrible," she said with tears in her eyes. "You're holding me captive here." Noah closes the laptop and looks at her, feeling amused by her reaction. She is just like Hope. She sighs when something doesn't suit her and puts her hands on her chest, snorting nervously. "Am I horrible? Is that what you say?" he asks, getting up from his desk and coming to her. Seeing him approach her with determined steps, Eliana's heart starts to feel so small that she can hardly breathe. Every time she gets angry, Noah kisses her, making her lose her focus, and in the end, she doesn't even know why she was upset. Seeing the evil smile on his face, Eliana takes a step back, trying to run away from him, but hits the wall. Wall? Who put this wall here? "Ha!" she said to herself, making Boda laugh out loud. And just as she is trying to get out of the door, Noah catches her in his arms, holding her close to his chest. "Horrible?" he asks her again. Eliana looks into his beautiful green eyes and, completely forgetting what she meant, she answers in a low voice, "The most horrible in the universe." But she can't finish what she has to say that Noah kisses her right away. He takes her in his arms and ravish her mouth, and when he finally releases her, he tells her in an amused tone, "Just like I said. Now you're calm again." And Eliana has a little more and it explodes a blood vein. "You," she said, pointing to him. "Yes," he answers, stroking her lips with his fingers. "I want to work." And almost crying, she says, "I need to work." "Will you let me mark you?" he asks her. No, but immediately seeing him watching her, for the first time, Eliana lowers her guard and slowly says, "I need time." And also for the first time, Noah feels that he is on the right path. She needs time, Hunter. That means she intends to receive us into her life. He looks at her and caresses her beautiful face. "How much time?" he asks her, even though he is going to annoy her, but he is terribly amused by the way Eliana frowns every time she gets upset, making her look adorable. And just before she says anything, he kisses her again. When he leaves her to breathe, he is looking at her. She stays with her eyes closed and her lips pursed, completely lost. And Noah is smiling. "Go and change, dress nicely," he tells her, walking away from her and returning to his laptop. "Am I going somewhere?" she asks him. "Didn't you want to go and see your hotel?" Noah asks, looking at her and raising an eyebrow. "Are you for real?" she asks, and on her face is the most pure smile that Noah ever saw in his life. "Yes, if you want so much to work, I will drive you there, but I have one condition," he said, making her stir. "I will not let you mark me," she said, kicking her foot on the ground. "I know that, but tonight we will go out." "What?" Eliana asks. "Both of us." "No, beautiful, you and me and our daughter." "What do you say? I let you go to your office and you will let me go out with you tonight. What do you say?" "I accept. But now is now." Noah is looking at her, almost snorting in laughter. "I'm listening." "No kissing and no touching in public," she said, trying to take a threatening attitude. "All right," Noah said that, but he has other plans for her. In the last few weeks, since Eliana fainted, with the help of Hope, he made Eli open little by little, and although she continues to refuse him, she is not as categorical as before. This "I need time" is the perfect proof. And in just a half an hour, Eliana is ready and she is waiting for Noah. When he sees her, his heart stops and watches her with his mouth open. "Did something happen?" Eliana asks him, feeling a little embarrassed by the way Noah looks at her. No, but in the next second, his hands covered the tent that appeared in front of his pants. She is just ravishing for his heart and mind in a simple blue light satin dress with thin straps. She looks like an angel. Her hair is caught in a ponytail and has almost no makeup, just a bit of mascara and some pink gloss, but she is perfect. And after she lived with Noah in the last few weeks, for the first time after the last 5 years, she didn't have to worry and run to make a living. She is back as Eliana that Noah met 5 years ago. Standing next to Noah, even though Eliana was unaware of what was happening, Bo helped her recover. It's not much, sleeping in the same bed, maybe sometimes waking up hugging Eliana's despair. Noah's stolen kisses whenever he has the chance, but every little touch counts. You're acting weird, Eliana tells him, getting in the car and waiting for Noah to close the door. If you say so, but I believe that you want another kiss. Is that why you dress like this? He asks her, making her blush completely, and putting her hands on her mouth, she keeps her mouth closed. Well, Noah concludes it is said that silence is an answer, so I was right, and looks one more time at Eliana as she turned her head so that Noah would not kiss her. Why didn't I meet this wonderful creature earlier, Hunter? He wonders, feeling blessed to have finally found her. Did you change your mind? Hunter asks him. About what? Do you want her in your life now? Hunter starts laughing, because he attacks Noah with the nonsense he said in the past whenever he got the chance. Right now, Hunter, you are a jerk, he answers laughing. And yes, I changed my mind, and yes, I want her in my life. Why? Hunter asks him because he wants to hear Noah saying with his own mouth what Eliana represents in his life. Because she is my life, and losing her will kill me. Author's POV. As soon as Eli arrived at the hotel, she breathed a sigh of relief. Even though Lily called her every day and talked for hours about the hotel and what was going on, it wasn't the same as being together again after almost 2 weeks, in which Noah didn't let Eli out of the house at all. I missed you, Lily told her, running to her and hugging her. And looking at her, a huge smile appeared on her face. And you look different, she said. I am not different. I am the same Eliana, only that I'm an upset Eliana because Noah Black won't let me do anything. He is just so... And Lily immediately changes her face because Eliana doesn't even realize that Noah followed her to the hotel. She is so used to his presence that by the time Noah enters the same room with her, it is no longer a problem and she is no longer trembling. And Lily beckons her to shut up, but Eliana pours out her anger and raises her hands in the air and gestures continuously. This man is a scoundrel, and it's annoying. Don't let me do anything. And Noah looks at her and waits to see what else this woman has to say, while Lily keeps signaling Eliana to shut up. But how can she be silent when she sees Lily? Eliana feels like visiting a psychologist. Oh no, she has to talk and tell her all the trouble. I am sure it is not that bad. You look wonderful, Ellie. I've never seen you so beautiful, and I saw Hope and she looked so happy. I look good on the outside. And do you know why? Eliana asks, completely irritated. Noah looks at Lily and beckons her to shut up. That scoundrel forced me to eat more than was necessary. He wants to fatten me up like a piglet. And all day long he buys me and Hope's clothes too. Since when do men buy clothes, Lily? Since when? This is not bad, Lily starts laughing. I would like someone to buy clothes for me too. If the bondmaid is good for that, that's enough for me, and starts laughing heartily. Hey, don't laugh. I suffer here. You do not see? Eli growled. You look wonderful, Ellie. Leave this childish attitude. He is good with you and Hope. No, he is not, Eliana suddenly said, kicking the ground. He keep me captive. And looking Lily in the eye, she suddenly says upset. He is a scoundrel, and he does it just for fear that I will run away with Hope. He never wanted me. I know that if he had wanted me for a second in his life, he would not have been the man-whore that he was, and he would not have hurt me so badly. I'm so sick because of him today. My condition worsened so badly that all this time he was with woman after woman and changed them like socks. Lily yells, panicked by Noah's reaction. He completely whitened her face. And he realizes that Eli is right. This is his fault. Everyone told him that if he is affected by the mate bond, surely his mate will be too. But he was selfish. He has been flirting with hundreds of women for the past 5 years, and with trembling hands he goes out from the hotel, slamming the door without wanting to do it. What was that? Eli asks, startling and looking at the hotel door. That was Noah, Lily said, lowering her head. He heard what you said. Tell me he hasn't been here all along, Eliana tells her, almost swallowing her words. He was, and he seems to be hurt by your words. Eliana's heart is tightened. Fuck, and she starts to feel scared. What if he gets upset and takes hope and takes me out of his life? After all, he only wants me for hope. But trying not think anymore, she looks at Lily and tells her, at least now he knows the truth. Maybe now he'll leave me alone. And all day long they work together, just like in the old times, which in fact are not so old, but that's how they like to joke. And in the afternoon, when Eli and Lily were getting ready to serve lunch at her office door, a light knock was heard. Miss Cross, one of her employees, says slowly, "Can you come to the reception?" What happened? Eliana asks in panic. The last time she said anything bad about Noah and was called to the front desk, she woke up with an inspector who wanted to close her hotel. What happened? She asks, completely alarmed, going at a brisk pace. You have a package, miss. It's nothing serious, but they wanted to deliver it to you personally. I didn't order anything. I didn't even know he was going to let me come to the hotel today. Eli tells Lily, looking at her and walking down the hall with her. Oh my goddess, Lily says, starting to laugh at the courier. Miss Cross? Asks the courier, and Eli nods her head, looking in his arms at the most beautiful bouquet of mixed-colored roses. What is this? She asks about the fascinated flowers. This is for you. Will you please sign for it? Asks the boy who brought them. If you don't sign, I'll sign, Lily told her with a laugh. And this is also for you, he says immediately, handing her a huge ivory box with a large bow. Sign, Eli, Lily tells him commandingly, pushing her in the back. She takes the flowers in the package and goes to the relaxation area in the lobby, where there are a lot of tables and armchairs. She puts the box down and looks at the flowers in her arms. There's a note, said Lily, pointing to it. I've never received flowers, Eli tells her in shock. She simply looks at the flowers in her arms and almost has tears in her eyes. When I was a child, I hoped to receive flowers, as I saw in movies. My father brought flowers to my mother for her birthday, and I hope to receive them when I grow up. Those are my first flowers, says Eli, slightly smelling the roses. Read the note, Lily says impatiently, and looking at the words that are inscribed in him, Eli's eyes filled with tears. Who are they from? Lily asks immediately. It's from Noah, she says softly, almost in a whisper, and leaving the note on the table, she sits with the flowers in her arms on the armchair and simply looks at them and smells them. Lily takes the note and looks at it. My dear, Noah wrote, I am sorry for every tear you cried because of me. I promise that there will be no more other tears in your life. I know where I stand in your life and in your heart, and I feel gratitude for letting me in, even if you tried so hard to look that you are not. I couldn't choose a color because each rose has its own meaning, so I chose one from each color. Forgive me, please, even if I know I don't deserve it. I don't want you because of hope. She is the bonus of our encounter, the most wonderful bonus. I want you, Eliana Cross. You and only you, and I promise that I will never look at another woman in my life again. I choose you. Yours, Noah. Oh, my goddess, Lily said. What are you going to do? I don't know, Lily, but I know that I can't let him go at this moment. Hope rely on him more and more every day. I will make her suffer, and, she said. And what? Don't keep me in suspense anymore, Lily says with a laugh. And living with him is not so bad. He is good with hope and treats me well, at least when he doesn't keep me captive, but, and she looks again at those roses. He's wonderful sometime. And Lily doesn't say anything to her. She understands it perfectly. She is single, too, and she needs someone to rely on, and understands why Bo forces Eliana to accept Noah, because in their nature to be with her mate. What's in the box? Lily asks her. I have no idea. Please open it for me. I just want to keep the roses in my arms a little bit more. Oh, my goddess, Lily shouted. It's a dress, and looked again in some sandals and 3 tickets at the theater. He will take you to A Midsummer Night's Dream. What? Eliana asks and puts down the flowers, and she hurries and looks at the package. there is the most beautiful dress she has ever seen. A light blue, one-shoulder sequin-embellished silk blend gown from Ellie Saab. The dress is made from a chartreuse silk blend, and the fact that it is designed in a one-shoulder silhouette, decorated in shimmy sequins along the bodice, and has a sweeping draped panel that cascades down the back, makes the dress very elegant. The thigh-grazing split that shows off flashes of leg as you walk will also make the owner of the dress look sexy and charming. Also in the box are some beautiful sandals and an assorted clutch from Bottega Veneta. "You're going to the theater, Eli." Lily shouted excitedly as if she were walking. "Aye." Eli says, unable to articulate a word. "Shut up and let's go change," she said, lifting the tickets. "The play starts in 3 hours, so we have to get you ready. Let's make this alpha so he can't take his eyes off you." "But I don't want to do that." "What if?" Eli begins to say, but just a look from Lily and she goes silent. "Let's rock Noah's Black World," Lily said, and they both started laughing. "Yeah, let's just make him regret because he didn't look for us 5 years ago as it should be." Noah's Black POV. "I'm sick because of him." That's what she said. Hearing her talk like that, I felt like I couldn't breathe, and that's not because I was offended. I know that she scolds me in her heart frequently, and at the same time I know that she has started to let her guard down and does not insist on leaving my house anymore. We quarrel just because she wants to work and I won't let her. Our first week living together was a continuous war, but as Hope became more and more attached to me, seeing her happy, Eli gave up fighting with me as before. And I don't let her either. How can she argue with me when I close her mouth every time and calm her down by kissing her? I didn't try to do more than that. I need to win her trust in me. But today I realized that she is right. For the last almost 3 weeks I have been trying to take care of her, to help her recover. But it's my fault she's sick and her life is in danger. "What are you doing?" Michael asks me curiously, seeing me lost in my thoughts. I was thinking of Eli, and lowering my head I say confused, "I regret a lot of things, Michael." "Eli, again?" he asks me, smiling. "Who else? I fuck up her life. I turned her upside down without ever thinking that she might be worse off than I am. I was impotent, but she suffered in terrible torment just because I was an idiot. I don't want to tell you that I told you, but I did tell you that you will regret it," Michael says sadly. "Yeah, I know." And looking him in the eye, I say, "Help me impress her. I have no idea what to do. All my life women have been the ones who have tried to impress me, but Eliana is something else. She doesn't care about my fame." "Eliana doesn't need to be impressed, Noah. She needs to feel safe and to feel protected, loved. Those are essential needs for every woman. The rest is can-can. And I will do all these things, but for today we will go out for the first time, and I need to make a good impression. Help me. I can't show her my bank card or wallet full of money like I did with all the women in my life. Eli is made of a different material, a material I've never worked with. You talk like a potter." Michael begins to laugh out loud. "Stop the nonsense and stop trying to look more interesting than you are." He looks at me and takes an envelope out of his jacket pocket and hands it to me. "I wanted to go with Lily and Aiden, but I will think of something else," he tells me with a smile. "Take it. What's in the envelope?" I ask him, and seeing the content I can only smile. "Theater tickets." "I can't, Mike," I say, holding them back. "I don't want to ruin your plans." "Noah, I'll go another day. You need to woo your mate so she'll let you mark her." And he opens my palm and puts my tickets in it. "What are you doing?" "Your beta needs to teach you what to do." And starts to laugh. "I must go. I want to see Lily and see what else I'm inventing today to visit her." And I see him leave whistling. "Hunter, we are going to the theater," I say laughing. "Didn't you forget anything?" This crazy, sassy, and annoying wolf is asking me. "Like what?" I ask him, not understanding what he meant. "Will we go in jeans? And I know Eli looked great this morning, but Hope will pout her little mouth if she doesn't look like a princess." "Fuck! I forgot. I need everything to be perfect. Michael tickets are in the best places. My girls must look like princesses." I took Hope from her kindergarten and went home with her, preparing her for our evening together. "Daddy, are we going outside?" she asked. I combed her hair, and with the help of one of my Omegas, which was my nanny when I was a child, I arranged her hair. She is like an angel. We will surprise Mommy tonight. Will you help me, my little red? I ask her. Do you want to woo Mommy? She asks. Where did you hear that word from? I ask her in shock. Uncle Michael tries to woo Lily. Aiden told me, she says, giggling. What are you two talking about all day? I ask her, laughing. Today's children are scary. Daddy, this is a secret, she says, and immediately signals to me as if closing a zipper that her mouth is closed. When everything was ready, I took her car seat. I took a small bouquet of flowers from the front passenger seat and offered it to her. Daddy, she yells and catches them. I love you, she said, and my heart stopped. What? I ask her with tears in her eyes. I love you, Daddy. With trebled arms, I take her to my chest and start crying. I needed to hear these words. Let's take Mommy or we'll be late, I whisper, wiping away my tears, but I'd better leave them flow, because as soon as I got to the hotel, my heart stopped again in front of the most beautiful thing I've ever seen. Eli is waiting for us in the front of the hotel, and she talks to Lily. I open the door and help Hope to come down, and together we walk to Eli. She walks with her little bouquet, and I with a second big bouquet of red roses. You are here, she said, smiling shyly at me and bending down to hug Hope. Mommy, Daddy brought me flowers, she yells full of enthusiasm, but immediately makes me laugh. And he brought flowers to you too. He wants to woo you. No, it is not like that, I say to her, scratching my neck. I need to talk to this child. The murder partners are not betraying each other. Is that so? Eli asks her without looking at me. Yes, Mommy, just like Uncle Michael wants to woo, and I immediately put my hand to her mouth. Hope rolls her eyes and looks at me menacingly as Eli and Lily start laughing. Those are for you, I tell her, giving her the flowers, and she takes them without saying anything. I just smile warmly. We should go, she says in the end. It's already late. She takes Hope's hand, and I do the same thing, and in the car I whisper to her, You are beautiful. She turns her head and looks at me without saying anything. I know you heard my conversation with Lily, she said, looking me in the eye. You are the most beautiful thing I have ever seen, I say, ignoring what she wants to tell me. Noah, we need to talk, she says slowly. I am not good at this woo thing, that even Hope knows what it is better than me, but I am happy right now, I say, holding out my hand and touching her cheek. I exaggerated today, says Eli. Our daughter told me that she loves me. Did she? She asks in wonder, and we just stay and look one in each other's eyes. Forgive me, we said at the same time after a while, and we keep looking at each other, we smile. Just let's go to Noah, Eli said and looked straight to the road. I love you, I say in my mind, knowing it's too early to tell her that, but in just a few weeks she stole my heart. I love you, Eliana Cross. Author's POV. Eliana would be lying if she said she didn't feel well last night. Noah did everything right for both Hope and her. He was attentive and loving, and seeing the way in which Hope interacted with him made her countless times silent. It is said that after being marked by your mate, the bond becomes stronger and stronger. If Noah behaved like that now, what else could he do in addition if he marked her? Eliana can't help but wonder. He always closes and opens the door for her, offers her a hand and support, which he does even if she doesn't want to, and not because she doesn't like it, but because she likes it too much and finds it harder and harder to resist the pressure Beau puts to mate with him. I am stronger than this bond, she always said to herself. I just can't accept him after all he has done. But now looking at him, after Lily told her so many times that she wished to have a chance like hers, Eliana's heart softened. Now they are having dinner together, and their day has gone just like yesterday. After a blessed morning together, they took Hope to the kindergarten, looking like a family from outside. After a lot of goodbye kisses with Hope, Noah left Eliana to her hotel, only to come back in the evening to take her home. Eli, Noah said while he was putting his plate in the sink. This weekend I have to organize a PAX meeting. Is something going on? Eliana asks, looking up from her plate. These meetings usually occur when something goes wrong. At the moment there is nothing serious, but we need to discuss the recent rogues' policy and the trade policy of each territory. Some packs had problems with the rogues, and we need to adjust some things about that. Oh, Eliana said, and put her fork down as she asked shyly, Noah? And she looks into his eyes. I am a rogue. Will I have problems after changing the policy? What? No, Eli. It's not about that, and you are not a rogue anymore. You have me. You are mine, he says, coming near her. Then what's all about? Why are you telling me about this? She asks. The thing is that there are about 10 packs nearby to participate in the meeting. For the sake of fairness, I must find a neutral place to hold the meeting, said Noah. 10 packs? There were a lot of participants. And looking at him in astonishment, she asks him, where will you find a place where everyone can fit? I can only think of 2 suitable locations. And now is the time when Noah prays to all the gods from underground and above the sky so that what he has in mind will come out well. I was thinking of organizing it in your hotel. La Vie en Rose Hotel is the best hotel in the area and is also in the public area, and he tries to say, but Eliana looks very scared about this idea. No, she said in a very categorical tone. It's excluded. Ellie, please, just listen. It is the best place, and more than that, this will be a very good thing for your business. Noah tries to convince her. I said I won't accept it. Eliana almost yells. What is in your mind, Noah? You want to bring so much alphas to a hotel run by 2 rogues. Do you want to endanger us? She asks in panic and immediately realizes something. She looks at him and her heart is beating more and more rapidly. Noah Black, she said, tormenting her heart. Yes, beautiful, he answered, smiling at her, trying to make her relax. Will my father be present? She asked the question that made her panic. Fuck, said Noah to Hunter. I forgot about this. Tell me, will he be there? Eliana asks him again. He will be, but I will stay with you all the time, and I will... No, Eliana stopped him. My answer is a resounding no. Ellie, he won't hurt you. Please believe me, I will take care of you. I will protect you. And to be sincere, he is the reason I want to hold this meeting in your hotel. What are you talking about, Noah? Do you want to expose me and Lily to danger in vain? And Eliana is almost tearing at the mere thought of having to face the tempestuous glances of all the alphas who will step on her hotel doorstep. Eli, Noah shouts for her, but Eliana gets up from the table and goes into the living room without saying another word. She sits in the middle of the sofa and stares blankly without reacting. I will be with you, says Noah, taking her hand in his hand and placing it on his lap. And that jerk of your father will see how wonderful and strong you become. You don't understand, Noah. I don't want to see him. He hurt me. I could say even more than you did. And there is no reproach in her words. She is just telling a fact. He is my father, and he abandoned me. I was in his house a day before we met in that parking lot, and he drove me away, even though Hope was only 1 day old and I had nowhere to live. He forced me to become a rogue and exposed me to danger. And tears begin to run down her cheeks. I could say that I am so disappointed by him that I don't want to ever see him again. Eli, Noah said again, please do it for me. Why do it for him? Eliana thought, because he is our mate and he needs our help in this matter. Bo answers immediately. Eliana's heart has so many emotions in it at this moment that she remains silent. What could she say first? So Eliana looks at Noah and then at his hand that holds her hand in his lap, and she gets up and walks on the patio of Noah's house. She needs air. Embracing herself, she repeats in her mind why she should never accept Noah's proposal. Eli, Noah is whispering from behind her, I really need your help in this matter. Nothing will happen. I can't, Noah. It is too hard for me to see him. Noah puts his arms around her and hugs her from behind. He waits for Eliana to push him, yell at him to take his hand off, or hit him in his face, but she stays still in his arms. I wish I could help you, but he is the worst thing that happened to me in this life. He disappointed me the most. Worse than me? Asks Noah, whispering in her ear, and she feels a soft blow on her neck from his breath. She chuckles, feeling relaxed in his arms. Can you believe that? He is worse than you are. Mark her, Hunter said, seeing his position now. Eliana would have no chance to oppose, and Noah could mark her by force right now. He inhaled her smell. She smells so invigorating. I will be with you. I will never let you down. And he kissed her neck right where his mark should be, making her shiver in his arms. Mark her, Hunter yells. And after applying another soft kiss on her neck, he asks her, Will you help me? Please, Ellie, let me use your hotel. And without turning to face him, Eliana rested her head on his. They have never been so close. And for the first time, she trusts him in this matter. All right, I will let you use my hotel for this meeting, but Noah, don't make me regret. And he just kissed her neck again, feeling like Hunter was almost spinning like a cat. It is said that trust is earned when actions meet words, so maybe Noah did something good finally. Eliana's cross POV. Tell me, Lily, why did I agree to host this meeting? I ask her, a little bit upset, but Lily starts laughing. Because Noah was very, very sweet with you and he pleaded with you and you couldn't resist him, she asks me, looking at me in a meaningful way. Stop it, Lily, I say, pointing my index finger to her in a jovial way. Eli, he is right. Even if he needed your help, still this is a good business for us. Our hotel will be full and we will gain a lot of publicity around. It's important that he chose us. But my father will be here. And this is actually the only thing that really bothers me. I know Noah won't let anything bad happen to me. Being his fated mate and staying with him for so many weeks made me only feel less like a rogue. Somehow I feel like I belong to someone, to something. It's hard to put this into words, but I'm afraid for Lily. She still stays alone here. She is happy being and living at the hotel, and together I think we are the richest rogues in the area, but alphas hate rogues. My father is perhaps their most vehement opponent. Eli, I will be all right, said Lily. Things can get worse, Lily, I tell her anxiously. No, Eli, you are just stressed because of your father. Trust me. And she looks at me and takes my hand and tells me, you know what? And she starts to laugh. Let me treat you with a coffee, of course, paid with your money from your hotel restaurant. Our hotel, Lily, I said to her, and then we started to walk, but in the lobby I saw one of the most dear persons in my life. She looks at me in shock. Eli, she shouts suddenly, and I see her running towards me, throwing herself in my arms. Her tears flow and I feel their warmth on my face. Don't cry, Lauren. Please don't cry. I am trying to calm her down. Oh my goddess, I missed you so much, she said, sighing in tears. So how did you find me? I ask her in a panic. Dad found out that you own this hotel, Eli. We need to speak. Something happened. I look at Lily and she immediately smiles at me. We'll have that coffee another time. I'm Lily, by the way, she said, holding out her hand to Lauren. I am Eli's friend, she said, but she is more than that. She was you, Lauren, while we couldn't be together. She is my second sister. Lauren looks at her and takes Lily in her arms without warning, making her startle. Thank you for taking care of her, she tells her, filling her with tears. It's the other way around. She is the one who took care of me, but it was an honor to meet Eli, and she easily withdrew. What are you doing here, Lauren? Did Father send you? I ask her, not understanding why she's here. I came by myself. I heard him telling our beta that when he checked the place where the meeting was going to take place, he discovered that you were the owner. What? And I feel my hair flutter on me. How did he react? I ask, though I don't know why I'm interested. He is furious. That's why I am here, investigating. He found out you were living with Noah Black. I'm afraid he'll do something. He was very furious. He will do nothing, Lauren. He can't touch me without starting a war with Noah. And this is a war that he will lose for sure. Dad wants to force me to marry Noah Black, and I don't want to, Eli. I want my fated mate. Is he nuts? Is this man just thinking about power? And I'm already pissed. I have some light feelings for Noah. I started to care about him, and hearing that my father wants to marry my sister with him made my blood boil. He's your mate, isn't he? Lauren asks me. How do you know? He never took a woman to his house and never cared about anyone. Is not like that. Is about my daughter. I say to her, trying to convince myself. He must be in love to you to take you near him. And Lauren smiles. Yes, he is Hope's father, and more than this, he is my fated mate, Lauren. This was the surprise of my life. Will you accept him? She asks me, looking at my neck where there is no trace of a mark. He accepted me as his mate, and I still have some wounds in my heart, but I care about him. I see him different now. Eli, I don't want to marry him. Please believe me, she said, and I believe her. Since she was a little girl, all she wanted was to marry her fated mate. Noah will not allow that. If he wants to marry you, this is something else, and I will not be able to stop him, but I don't think anyone can force him to do something he doesn't want to do. I tell her, stroking her back. Will you help me? Will you convince him not to marry me? She asks me. I will talk to him about that, but believe me that he has no intention about that, Lauren. And I look at her. She is the same little girl with big expectations from this life. We need to help her, Beau, I say. If our father really wants to do that, he'll play dirty. Lauren, I asked her, did our father know about Noah? Did he know that Hope is his daughter? He knows nothing. He didn't investigate her. He only knows that you live together and he thinks that you are his mistress. Mistress, my ass, Beau said, annoyed. I am his mate, and I smile hearing her arguing about this. I will help you, Lauren. I will find a way to help you find your fated mate and live your fairy tale. Will you? She asks, smiling so beautiful and wiping her tears from her eyes. I will. I will do everything possible and even impossible. You are my little sister, Lauren. I want you to be happy. Yes, I really want to help her. How is Mom? She misses you. She has been sad since you left. I haven't seen her smiling since that day. Tell her I miss her. You should go now, until that father of ours doesn't find that you were here. Will you really help me? She asked me again. I will, Lauren. We are sisters forever. Yes, we are. Blood is thicker than water. Except for my father, but I don't think he ever had blood in his veins. Noah's black POV. I am in the hotel lobby with Michael and look around. Almost all the PACs invited are here, and all of Eli's employees are agitated and run in all directions to help. Did you make sure everything was fine? Are our girls protected? I ask Michael. Don't worry about that. During this meeting, I put some warriors from our PAC to look for Eliana and Lily. And of course he did this, but I'm afraid maybe it won't be enough. You know what? I ask Michael. Perhaps Eli is right, and the risk is too great. Don't let Lily sleep here at night, alone with all these alphas in the hotel. Bring her to my house. I will put her in one of my spare rooms. No, I hear him say it categorically. I stay very close to you. I will take her to my house. Are you nuts? She will never accept something like this, and I start to laugh. Hope dies last. If she doesn't want, I will bring her to you. And I see him as soon as he goes to look for her. But I don't take 2 steps for that unbearable. Richard Cross appears in front of me. Exactly the man I was looking for, he said, looking at me seriously. What do you want, Richard? I really don't feel like talking with him. Will you marry my daughter? He asks me again. Which one? I ask, looking him straight in the eyes. I have only one daughter, he tells me bluntly. Only one daughter? I ask him. Are you sure? Because I heard something else. And I see him get angry and clench his fists. That whore is not my daughter. I heard that she is your mistress. Let her go and take someone who deserves to stay with you, not a whore that doesn't worth $2. Is he really Eli's father? Is he nuts? He is trading his other daughter, and he rejects Eli as if he has nothing to do with her. Just thinking about Hope and the possibility of ever behaving like that with her, and I feel sick to my stomach. Richard Cross, I say, looking him in the eye. I will not marry your daughter, that one that you say that is your only one. I have no intention of marrying for the sake of alliances. I will only marry my mate. Are you refusing my daughter? He asks, even more furious. No, I'm refusing you, and turn my back to him and leave this moron to insult me. He will not leave us alone, Hunter says. I will solve this problem tonight. Everyone will know where I stand in terms of Eli. I can't let them think she's my mistress. She is my mate, the mother of my child, and only she will ever be my wife. What do you want to do? Hunter asks. I will announce at the Alpha meeting that Eliana Cross will become my Luna. Won't you endanger her? Hunter asks. And what about her? She's going to eat you alive, and Hunter begins to laugh like a madman, visualizing how Eliana will react. But in the end, she will still be my Luna, I say. Do it, yells Hunter with a howl. Let everyone know she's ours. But I can't even finish what I think was that immediately I heard some yellings from the hotel lobby. Get the hell out of my face, is screaming one of the alphas of one the PACs that came for the meeting. I run to the place where the concussion is happening, and I see Lily on the floor, holding her cheek. What's happening here? I ask Lily and run to help her get up, and I see Michael panicking and also running at us. He takes her from me and takes her in his arms, hugging her and letting her cry. Alpha Lawrence, what do you think you're doing? I ask him angrily. Why did you hit her? She is just a disgusting rogue. We came here and the place is full of rogues. What is the meaning of this meeting? Do you want to test our limits? Is he stupid? Hunter asks. Kill him. And I look around, and the other alphas look at him disapprovingly. Only Richard Cross, of course, defends him. He is right. We came here and this place is run by rogues. But I can't stand to hear this infatuation anymore. So what? They have the right to work and live on the same earth as we do. They are not, Alpha Lauren yells. They are scumbags. We should kill them. And that's why your pack is always attacked by them, because you are the one that makes them fight. I say, pointing to him, while the people gather around us. But I immediately felt the smell that turned my life upside down in the most wonderful way possible. Eli is looking at us, and seeing Lily crying, she clenches her fists and comes to Lily, who is crying in Michael's arms. She looks at her face, which is already bruised. She is an Omega. She can stand in front of a damn Alpha, but Eli is something else. Did you hit my friend? She asks Alpha Lawrence, hitting him in his chest with her finger. Take your dirty hand over me. You fucking rogue! Lawrence yells and raises her hand to hit Eli, but she slaps his face, making all the alphas gasp. Lawrence is so furious, and he takes his claws out, trying to hit her, but I catch his arm and put him down. This was supposed to be a peaceful meeting, but you ruined it. Do you defend a rogue? He yells, and Richard Cross comes near her. Do you know what this rogue did? Richard asks in front of all the audience, trying to humiliate Eli. Of course I know. I said to him, she is your daughter, the one you banned after you found out that she was pregnant, and everyone is silent and no sound is heard. What are you doing? Eli asks me in panic. What it was supposed to be done from the beginning, I say to her and kiss her forehead in front of everyone. I have only one daughter. Richard said, looking at Eli with hatred. Because you chose to abandon one. She is your mistress, of course you defend her, says Richard, laughing. But no one looks at him with the same eyes, knowing that he had forced his daughter to become a rogue, and now he is doing difficult things for her. She is more than that. She is the mother of my child, and she is my fated mate. I tell him to his face, and I swear that he almost collapsed on the floor. And if his beta hadn't caught him, the show would have been full. Looking back at him, I see my father staying behind Richard and looking at Ileana shocked, and then he looks at me and his face is livid. Gentlemen, I say, ignoring him. The meeting is still open, and if you are not bothered to stay in the best hotel in the area, appreciated by everyone, which happens to be run by two exceptional women so-called rogues, you are welcome to enter the hall. If anyone has a problem with these two women, or any of the rogues who work here and earn an honorable living, then his place is not here. And all the alphas enter the room except for Richard Cross and the young Lawrence who caused a scandal earlier. But the former Alpha Lawrence comes and tells me, "Forgive my son, I will stay in his place, because clearly his place is not here," and signal to his beta to take him and leave. Eli stayed near me all this time, and when everyone was inside, I took her near me and hugged her on my chest. I couldn't stand it, seeing how they treated Lily. She doesn't deserve it. I tell her, looking at Lily and Michael, who are still hugging, I will take her from here, and she needs medical attention. Her face looks pretty bad, and I see him taking her in his arms in bridal style and going out of the hotel. Did you really defend us, some rogues, in front of everyone? Eli asks me. You are far from being rogues, beautiful, I say, lifting her chin so I can be able to look in her eyes, and even so, no one deserves to be treated like that. You will have problems because of us, she said, and I read the worry in her eyes. She cares about us. I do not care. You are more important, and I can't stand it anymore. I just kiss her lips in a very tender way, and when I let her mouth, I whisper, Can you do without Lily? Yes, I will be fine, and smiling to me, she said in a very warm voice, I will wait for you to go home together. She will wait for me. Did you hear, Hunter? And before leaving, I kiss her again, and this time the way I want, until none of us can breathe. Eliana's cross POV. I can't believe Noah defended Lily in front of everyone. She is a rogue. No matter how he treats her, just like me, she is just a rogue in everyone's eyes. I am glad that she had Michael near her as a friend and that he appreciates her, and sometimes I hope that she also finds someone to cherish her and love her the way she deserves. Just as we found Noah, I hear Bo saying. He helped her and he stood up for her, I say, marveling. I can't believe he did something like that. Admit it, Eli. Admit you started holding on to him, Bo laughs. It's not a problem to say you want to be with your mate. He was meant to be with us. It's not about that, Bo. And right now is not even only about him anymore. It is about my damned father and about the things that will complicate from now after he told everyone that we are mates and that hope is his. He is the strongest alpha. He will never allow anything to happen to us. Didn't you see the face of our father today? I wish he didn't do that. Now I am afraid for his safety, and I can't help but get impatient. I just stay in the lobby of my hotel trying to remember every detail about what happened here. Is this a dream? I can't help but wonder. Closing my eyes, I remember everything that happened in the last 5 years. Everything led here. He chose to stand for us. And he accepted us in a public way. Now anyone knows the truth. Suddenly I feel someone approaching and standing in front of me. I open my eyes, but all the blood in my veins, I feel it rising in my head. You, I say angrily, getting up immediately and almost slamming into the man in front of me. What are you doing here? I ask him angrily. I am an alpha, and I have the right to be here too, he says. Of course he is an alpha. I've suspected him since I first saw him sneaking into Rose's bedroom. I knew that he was a nobleman. I asked you something, I say, gritting my teeth and trying to control my anger so as not to cause another scandal. The meeting is in the hall. What are you doing here? But the man, who is none other than Rose's mate, he stands in front of me and looks at me in panic, and at the same time completely lost. This is something, he tries to say, but he stops and analyzes me carefully. Are you really my son's mate? What? Are you nuts? I ask him nervously because I am sure he is joking. I don't know your son. So, you didn't kiss Noah just a few moments ago. He didn't yell out loud that you are his mate and the mother of his child. Are you kidding me? I ask in pure shock. Are you his father? And I feel like I'm starting to tremble. Of course he's his father. Now I know why Noah was a man whore, because his father was the same. How can you be his father? And I'm so angry that I go straight to him and push him. You tormented Rose all her life, and my friend died because of you. And I feel tears flowing down my cheeks. Just remembering her, I see how Noah's father's face suddenly transforms and becomes sad. You know nothing, he tells me. I know that she loved you with all her heart, and you rejected her, breaking her into pieces that never formed a whole again. I loved her too. I loved her with all my heart, he yells in my face with fury. You didn't. Love is not selfish. When you love someone, you fight for them. You abandon her just because she was an omega and marry that, female to gain more power. You are a coward, Mr. Black. I took care of her, he tells me. Yes, you did. You put her in an abandoned hotel and let her cry every night when you were sleeping with your Luna. I stayed with her and I felt her sorrow. You are a jerk. And I can't stand to look at him anymore. Of course your son tormented me too, if he had you as his model. And I am so furious now, both of him and Noah. I hate you so much for what you did to my friend. I hate you for the way you raised your son. And he looks at me and is blabbering something, but I'm not able to understand what he is saying. What's happening here? Noah said behind me. I turn my face to him and I see him looking at me and then turning to his father. What are you doing, father? Why are you upsetting my mate? And he comes near me and takes my hand in his. Is he really your father? I ask him. And feeling that there is more behind my question, Noah lifts my chin and looking in my eyes that are red from the tears I try not to let flow, he asks me, Do you know him? Has he ever done anything to you? And at once he looked at him ugly and began to growl. No, I can believe I said no. But if he finds out the truth about what a jerk his father is, I will upset him. And the truth is that I don't want to make him sad. I want him to remain happy and kind just as he is right now. His father looks at me as if he can't believe I'm not saying anything about his affair with Rose. Noah, did you finish your meeting? I ask him and put my arms around his waist, shocking him a little bit because it is the first time I do something like this. I just took a break and I came to see you, he says and puts his hand on my cheek, caressing it lightly with his fingers. Let's go to my office. I say, trying to take him from his father's presence, but we don't take even 2 steps as his father stops him. "We met before," he said. Noah stops and looks in my eyes, and then looking at him, he asks him, "Where?" and clenches fists. "On the day my fated mate died." "Shit!" Noah's black POV. "You were at my mother's death? You were at the hospital that day?" I ask Eli, staring into her eyes. I remember that day as if it were today. Mom died in a horrible rogue attack when I was 11. She never loved me. I did not understand why she always rejected me and made me feel unwanted. I was a burden for her existence. Yet I loved her with all my heart, and all I wanted as a child was to impress her and make her proud of me. But, man, Janet Black was a tough woman. She was just like my father, tough and uncompromising. If I'm convinced he loved me, I can't say the same thing for my mother. They never told me how they met, but in front of everyone they were the perfect couple, and in the back they always had separate lives. Even I couldn't unite them. I look at Eli and she keeps her mouth shut without saying anything. "Eli, did you meet my mother?" "No, I didn't," she says, and now the tears that flow all over her face that she is saying the truth. "Father, why are you upsetting my mate?" I ask him. All this time he looked at us, and he is visibly tormented by something. I know him like my own palm. She is telling the truth. She didn't meet Jessica, and I'm already starting to get annoyed. Then what is the purpose of this discussion? Why don't you leave her alone? I hug Eli and start to walk again with her, but my father has other plans. "She met you, mother, not Jessica. And that's it." I am struck by lightning. I let her hand involuntarily and turn to my father. "What does that mean?" Hunter asks me in shock. Eli is looking into my eyes, and I'm sure she has no idea what Dad is talking about. But right now I put the things head to head, and I know why my mother hated me. Because she had no reason to love me. Because it wasn't my mother. Because my father lied to me my whole life. And although I never thought I would end up in this situation, now I'm shivering like a reed in the wind, while Hunter is growling in my head. "Talk!" I yell, starting and get closer to him. "Your mother wasn't my fated mate. Your mother was just an alpha female from a nearby pack that your grandpa forced me to marry." I turn and look at Eli. I have to ask her, and I hope she answers correctly, or I don't know how I will be able to look her in the eye again. "Did you know anything about this?" I ask her, but seeing her tears and hurted look, I know that she is out of this story and has no fault. "No, I've just found out," she said with a lot of sadness in her voice. "Where is my mother?" I asked my father. "My real mother." "She died 5 years ago. She was your mate's friend and the real owner of this hotel." And I hear Eli starting to cry so bad that she scares me. "She knew it," she is whispering. "She knew that Hope was your daughter. That's why she loved her so much. That's why she helped me with all her heart, because she was her grandma." And she falls to her knees and begins to cry. "Father, tell me that you did not reject your mate. Tell me that you did not torment her, and that all I heard here is a lie." And I caught him by his collar. He rejected his mate to keep his position? I don't want a father like him. Because of him, I never felt the love and care of a mother. I was raised by Omegas, blaming my mother for not loving me, when in fact she had no reason to love me, and she was a victim like me. I don't understand how it was possible for you to meet at the funeral, and I say this for the first time, thinking of someone else, my mother's funeral. What did you have to do with her if you rejected her? I asked my father again. Just as your mate, you know nothing. My father said, I loved Rose with all my heart, but I couldn't marry her. She was a simple Omega, but she was and she still is the love of my life. I couldn't stay away from her, and I kept coming to stay with her, to be with her. You fucking jerk, and I can't keep my nerves and run to him and punch him in the face. You rejected her and then forced her to see you and live with you? And an immediate thought came to my mind. Eli, why did my mother die? And Eli looks at me, and I know without saying a word that my father is guilty of her death. Leaving him alone, I turn my back to him and go back to Eli, who cries and sighs, being shocked by everything she has heard here today. I take her in my arms and kiss her face, wiping away the tears that seem to never stop. I'm sorry, I am so sorry you had to see and hear everything that happened today, and I put her head on my chest. Seeing her like this, I know that she loved my mother, and if my mother made Eli her heir, I know that she loved her too. My mother loved my mate and took care of her while I wasn't able to do it. But no matter how much it hurts to see her like that, I ask her again, but this time in a gentle way. Eli, please tell me why my mother died. Don't worry, nothing will happen to you. Eli looks straight into my eyes. She was very sick, Noah, just as I am for not being marked. I met her a day after Hope was born, and without knowing that I am your mate or that Hope is your daughter, she helped me. She was fascinated by Hope's hair color, and now I understand why, because it reminds her of you. She, Eli said, looking at my father and then looking down. She suffered every day for being rejected, and yet your father came to stay with her frequently, making her feel the rejection every time he was leaving in the morning. But now I understand that her pain was bigger than I thought because she was suffering for you too, because she lost you. I found out that she had a son after her death, but I didn't know it was you. And I look in my father's eyes. I feel the need to kill him. When Rose found out that Hope is your daughter, she was on the verge of happiness, and I never understood why until today. She loved our daughter, Noah. She loved me and took care of me, and I am sure she loved you too because she was watching every news about you. You did not answer me, beautiful. Why did my mother die? I asked again, and with those teary eyes she tells me what I already knew. The reason why it was never in my plan to reject Eli, I could not live with this guilt. She died because her heart was broken, and she started to cry again. I caress her and I move away from her very slowly. Turning to my father, I watch him in the eyes. He has tears in his eyes. Do I care? No, he is the reason for my mother's death, and I can't stand it anymore. My father or not, he will pay for his deeds. I punch his face again and again, and he is not opposing and let me beat him until we both can't stay on our feet. Eli didn't say anything. She didn't yell to stop, she cried in silence, and I am grateful for letting me to shed the bitterness and anger I feel now. I didn't want any of this to happen, says my father, wiping away the blood from his mouth. You are alive because you are my father, and because my mother loved you so much that she suffers in silence just to be with you. But mark my words, Father, you will stay away from me from this day, and you will never approach Eli or my daughter. And turning my back to him, I take Eli in my arms in bridal style and leave to her office. You are dead to me, I say to my father. I am an orphan from this day on. Eliana's Cross, POV. Noah took me to my office and closed the door behind him. Carrying me in his arms, he goes and sits on my sofa, putting me in his lap. This is the most intimate moment we had since he forced me to live with him. He kissed me, he put me to sleep in the same bed with him, but still, I never was an active part of our bond mate. He was the one who always took the first step. I get so used with his actions that right now I would be sad to learn that all this must end. And after that happened a few moments ago, I realized something. I care for him, and I would say that is more than a simple care. I love him in a way that I can explain because I never intend to love him. During the last 5 years, it was my oath to never let a man enter my life again, to reject my mate, or to accept his rejection. Now let's get serious. Who would have wanted a rogue with a child as his mate? It was simple for me to think that I will be rejected in 1 second. But Noah wanted me as his mate, even as a rogue, and regardless of his motives, the fact is that he never intended to reject me. It was my struggle to end things with him, not his. Today, he put me in front of the biggest show of my life. He defended my friend, he defended me in front of everyone and recognized Hope as his daughter and his heir. And in the end, all the planets lined up, finding out that we were a family before we even knew it. Oh, Rose, I know you're watching over us. This is your show. I look at him now, and he is so lost. He is not crying, not with tears that could be seen, but I know that his soul is flooded with invisible tears. I knew nothing about him. I was never interested in how he lived, but what happened today is beyond imagination. I put my hands on his neck and kiss the tip of his nose. I'm sorry for all those things you found out, I say in a soft voice. How was she? He asked me suddenly. Rose? I ask, smiling at him and closing my eyes. Now, knowing that she is your mother, I realize you look a little like her. And I look at him while he is looking at me, pleading with me to tell him more about her. Your hair is just like your father, but your green eyes, and I touched them. Your nose, and I plunged my fingertip along the length of his nose bridge, and you beautiful lips, and I can't take my eyes from his lips. Yes, he says, watching me. You got most of your features from Rose. She was very beautiful, Noah, and she was kind and altruist. I've never heard her say anything bad about anyone. And even though I know I don't agree with her way, and even though I feel like going down to my hotel lobby and beating your father again, she loved him in a deep and intense way. I don't understand how she could have loved him, but she was happy to be with him even though he was making her suffer. Do you have? And I see tears in his eyes. Do you have some photos with her? Noah asks me. I have more than this. Will you come with me, please? I ask him, taking his hand and dragging him after me to my apartment that has been my home here for the last 5 years. I lived here, and this was her apartment, and I see him looking around. I haven't changed much because her stuff reminds me of her, and I see him smiling. I go straight to my small living room and take a nice relic from the furniture shelves. This is her ash. I kept her here because this place was hers. It was my way to have her with me. Noah looks at me and takes the relic from my hands and holds it to his chest. Your father tried to take it from me. We fought at the hospital the day Rose died, and I told him a lot of things that day, but in the end, Rose stayed with me. I signed him to take a seat, and I went and opened a drawer, taking some old letters and a few photos with Rose, with Hope and Rose, and I gave it to Noah. Those letters are for you, and he looks at me in shock. This is the way I found out that she had a son. I've tried to find him, but there was no trace of him, and you were in front of my eyes all the time. Noah's hands are trembling, holding the letters. I took the relic from him and put the letter on the table, taking one of them and opening it for him. I will leave you alone to read it. This will help you to know more about Rose. But just when I want to get up and leave, he catches my hand and drags me to him. Please stay with me, he said. I do not want to be alone. I need you, Eli. This is too much for me. I nod my head, and he is whispering, Will you read it for me? Yes, I am here, I say to him, and I take the letter and start reading. My dear son, today I saw you again on television. You are getting more and more handsome, and I want you to know that I'm proud of you. You have become an important man, and I know you will be a good leader. I think about you every day. I love you so much. Your father showed me photos with you and told me a lot of things about you, making me feel closer to you. I love you, Noah, and I miss you every day. Your mom, Rose. And Noah burst into tears. This I say, taking her last letter. This is my favorite. Do you want me to read it to you? Those letters were kind of her diary. Please read it, Noah said. I unpacked the letter carefully and smile. My dear Noah. Today Hope smiled at me. I thank the goddess every day that I have the chance to raise my granddaughter. It is somehow a way of having a part of you with me. I wish you could see her, Noah. Eliana, her sweet mother, is a good girl, and I will live with the hope that maybe you will find each other in this life and have a chance together. My prayer for the moon goddess is that you two be mates. I will pray for this every day of my life. I love you, Noah, and I promise to take care of your girls until you finally meet. Your mom, Rose. We read every letter left by Rose, and until the evening, Noah cried on my chest and hugged me without letting me go. How is it possible for a man like him to be so sensitive? Finding this human part of him made me doubt everything I thought I knew about him, but right now I know for sure that I don't want to reject him anymore. I think I love him, Bo. Author's POV. After all that happened, everyone present at the meeting decided to reschedule everything. Seeing Noah Black devastated made them understand that sometimes life is hard even for those who seem privileged by it. All the alphas went to their homes, some being happy for their families, and others simply shocked by how a day that should have been normal ended. Michael took care of everything, and no one was upset. They all understood Noah and supported him. All but two, Richard Cross and Jim Lawrence. Each of them swore revenge for the public humiliation they felt they had been subjected to. But the most inverted is Richard Cross. I want Noah Cross at my feet. I want Eliana Cross dead and that bastard child of them buried deep in the depths of the earth. If he doesn't want to marry Lauren, then he won't marry anyone, he yelled. And he worked day by day building his revenge. But while they were only feeding their hatred with imaginary motives and unnecessary revenge, Noah's life entered a new era. Eliana took care of his heart every day, and even though almost a week has passed, she is still near him, holding his hand and supporting him. Nothing has changed. Noah didn't mark her, not because he didn't want to, but because he felt it wasn't the right time. He wants to be her choice, to be marked by him. He wants everything to be special. And all this time, Eliana finds new reasons to stick with him every day. I never knew he could be this way, she told Beau in the morning. Will you let him mark you? Please, Eli, let him, Beau said, almost begging her. We just found each other, and this new level of our relationship is still in its infancy. I want to let him be a part of my life. I want to let him be my mate. Just give me a little more time to adjust with the idea. We are here, together in this relationship, and we are just like a family. All we lack is that intimate part that I am not ready for yet, but believe me, Beau, I love him. Eli, Noah suddenly interrupted her meditation. Will you go to the hotel today? He asks, adjusting his tie and preparing to go to meet Michael. No, I'm going to see Lily. She is almost healed and her face is not looking so bad anymore. She says, smiling and coming near him. She takes his tie in her hands and helps him. Now it looks fine, she said, but just when she tries to go, Noah catches her and grabs the back of her head with his hand and kisses her. His tongue lightly touches her lips, and Eliana let him in. I love you, Noah said, putting his forehead resting on her forehead. I know, and she is not able to tell him the same thing, but she takes him in her arms, making him feel loved. She's coming closer to us every day, Noah, Hunter says, and I just love the way things go. Is not that impulsive love that is given by the mate bond. I feel more human loving her this way. And he starts laughing. Are you going now? If you want, I will drive you to Michael's house. Noah said. Will you? She smiles at him. Noah's house is on the hill, while Michael's house in the valley is just 10 to 15 minutes running. A fantastic oak forest stays between their houses, but they live almost in paradise. Michael's house is not as luxurious as Noah's, but he is also doing very well, and now he took Lily and Aiden to live with him. Just as friends, he said, even if he is lying. But he doesn't want to scare Lily and wants to make an ally from Aiden and then take Lily as his mate. So in the end, both Lily and Eliana are not living in the hotel anymore. You look better, Eliana said, looking at Lily's face. Yes, Michael took good care of me. Maybe too good, and Eliana starts laughing out loud. We are just friends, Ellie. Stop talking stupid. What if anyone hears you? Lily said, blushing completely on her face. What about Aiden? How is it feeling here? He is happy, and he is happy with Michael, so much that I am afraid that he will be hurt if one day Michael will find his mate and stay away from us, Lily said sadly. And looking at Eliana, she asks her, You are looking better every day. I believe that you are living a blissful life too? I am just happy, Lily. I am happy, and I want to yell so that the whole world finds out that I love Noah Black and that he is wonderful to me. You are still unmarked, she said, pointing to Eliana's neck. Soon, Lily, soon. Now I just want to enjoy this stage of my life. I have never had this peace. I feel like nothing bad can happen to us. I am happy for you. I wish I could find the same happiness, Lily said, smiling sad. You'll find it because you'd serve it. And Eliana takes her in her arms. Hey, don't cry. I just want to live, Eli. I don't want to die as Rose did, and she sobbed. You will? I don't want to lose you. Looking at her, Eli gets up. I have to go. Today I will take Hope from kindergarten. I promised her that we will go to Noah's office, and after that we will come home together. Like a family? Lily asks, laughing. Like a family, said Eliana. Are you running through the forest back to Noah's house? Yes, I just need a run. This day is so beautiful. And after saying goodbye, she transforms and lets Beau to take her run. And later, on the same day, Noah is looking at his watch. The girls must be on their way to us, Hunter, he says, and starts to gather his things, but his phone starts to ring. Mr. Black? A woman's voice is heard. I am Miss William, Hope's teacher. Did something happen? Noah panicked. That's why I called you. Miss Cross had to be here an hour ago to pick up Hope and she hasn't arrived yet, and Hope is very sad. I tried to call her but she couldn't be contacted. And he feels that his heart stopped. I will be there, wait for me, please. And in the next second he mind-links Michael, who calls Lily and tells him when Eliana left his house. But when Noah's Omegas told him that she never came back home, he almost collapsed. Find her, he yells at his men. Michael brought the best fighters from his pack to catch her trace. Noah, stay calm. I'm sure she's okay. Michael tries to calm him down, but Noah is far from being calm. Did you find her? Lily asks, crying her heart out. No, Lily. What are you doing here? You are still sick, said Michael, caressing her face slightly. We will find her, don't worry, he tells both Lily and Noah and takes Lily in his arms. And after an hour, Eliana is still nowhere to be found. She couldn't disappear, Noah yells. Someone must have kidnapped her, but he doesn't even get a chance to finish what he has to say that immediately his Gamma, Carter Adams, mind-links him. Alpha, we found blood, and is Miss Cross's. Noah's black POV. Where is she? This can't happen. We were just fine. We were in love. We just started to act like a real family. Who's going to take Eli away from me? Noah, will you calm down, please? Michael tries to help me, but I just can't stay calm. We have been looking for her for almost 2 hours, and in the area there are a lot of smells that shouldn't be here. This is a private area between my house and Michael's house, so it is hard to understand what happened here. Lily is crying, Hope is at home and cries for her mommy, and I am going crazy right now. Alpha, I hear Carter through MindLink. We found blood in hers. Where? I ask, but it is not my voice. I don't know what's going on with me right now. If she had been marked, we could have followed her. I would know where she was. Hunter growls in my mind. Not now, Hunter. Now I need to focus on finding her. Alpha, we are in the eastern area of the territory, about 12 miles away from your house. Carter said, and I just blocked. What is she doing there, Hunter? I ask, but I start running to the place where Carter caught her trace. I see more and more signs of fighting around. Michael, someone was here, and he was not alone. Smell the air. I say, and Michael is already feeling something. Rogues, and he turned his head and almost trembled and said, are at least 5 rogues. Damn it, I need to find her. And I want to run, but Michael stops me. Look, Noah, he tries to say. Let me go. I know. I want to say, but Michael grabs my arm again. Noah, she is alone and she is weakened because she is sick, as you already know. Eliana can't stand alone against 5 rogues. Noah, she might be. Shut up, Michael. I growl, making the entire forest scared. She is still alive. I feel her. She is not dead. I must find her. I run to find the place that Carter indicated, but I almost collapsed when I saw a pool of blood, and I know that this is her blood. Take her trace, I command everyone. She can't be far from here. She's hurt. I take Michael with me, while Carter takes the warriors and starts to look around. There, one of my men yelled, is not her. But I am shocked to see a dead rogue. He was beaten hard, and I smell Eliana's trace on him. Did she kill this rogue? What happened here? Did they hunt her like an animal? There are signs of fighting everywhere, and not far from the place where I found this body. Another lies with his neck torn. Eli fought. Our mate fought valiantly, Hunter said. I don't care about this, Hunter. I want her here. Now! And suddenly, the wind blows in my face, and I feel it. The fragrance of coffee on a lazy morning. My mate's fragrance. There! I yell at Michael and start to run, but nothing could have prepared me for what I found. The land ends with a ravine about 20 meters deep, and on its bottom, Eli is collapsed to the ground in a huge pool of blood. Help me! I start to cry my heart out. I just want to jump, but probably I will get hurt and will not be able to help her anymore. Help me catch her! And in a few minutes my men find a way to get to the bottom of the ravine. Seeing her so wounded and full of blood, I can no longer judge clearly. I fall to my knees next to her and hear nothing around me. Michael tries to calm me down and to take me away from her, thinking she's dead. Shut up! Hup! I shouted. I need to be with her, and heavy tears flow down my face. Beautiful, please stay with me, I whisper in her ear. Michael, where the fuck is the doctor? He is lost in the forest. Carter went after him. He is stupid. I will break his neck if he is not here in 2 minutes. I'm starting to threaten. All my men take a step back, letting me grieve. I put Eliana on my chest and wiped the blood off her face. She is alive because millions of tingles show me that our bond is still active. I kiss her lips and I see her opening her eyes slowly. Bring that damned doctor now. I yell again, and then looking at her I whisper, Hey, beautiful, where have you been? But she can't say anything. She tries to open her mouth, but it is too much for her. Shh! Don't speak. I am here. I say and blow the hair from her face. Everything will be fine. I tell her lightly, though I don't think so either. Her stomach is torn and she has a deep wound on her head as if someone hit her in the head with a stone. But she is still trying to say something. Noah. I hear my name being called and I see my father running towards me and kneeling next to me. I'd like to yell at him, but it's not the time. Oh, my goddess, I came as soon as I heard, he said and looked at Eliana. Eli barely reaches out her arm and puts it on my chest, clenching her fingers into my shirt as if she wants to pull me closer to her. She wants to tell you something, says my father, looking at us intently. I am here, Eli. Don't be scared. I'm here. And I bend my ear to her lips. I love you, I hear her saying as slowly as possible, making my heart and my mind stop. I lift my head and watch how she is mouthing the same word but without making any sound, and right when I want to tell her that I love her more than she loves me, she closes her eyes. Eli and I start to tremble because the tingles between us seem to have become less and less intense. She is dying, Noah, my father said. You must mark her to give her a chance. Her wolf will cling to your bond and help her. Mark her? I ask in shock. Mark her now or it will be too late, my father tells me, agitated. I wanted everything to be special. I wanted this to be our moment to remember, but rather than lose her, I'd better give up any dream I had. Forgive me, Eli, I say and immediately elongate my fangs, and without thinking, I grab her neck and I mark her. I feel an electric current running through my whole body as if I had been electrocuted by a sweet shiver, but looking at Eli I see no change. Eli, wake up, and yell. Do not leave me. Eli, I love you. And I am crying, and with me all my men cry, even my father. Michael turned his back and saw him wipe his eyes with his cuffs. Where is she? I hear the doctor say. I want to kill him. Let me pass, he says, but seeing her lifeless body in my hands, his face suddenly turns white. He approached me with fear and looking at her, put his hand over her neck, just over my mark. And when I thought it was over and I lost her forever, the doctor said, She is still alive. Her wolf is fighting. Help me take her to the hospital. Noah's black POV. Daddy Hope said while looking at me with those blue eyes that I missed so much. Yes, princess, I say and I take her in my arms. Did Mommy wake up? Oh, goddess. Right now it would be easier for me to go to war and fight a whole horde of rogues than to look into my daughter's eyes and answer this question. No, Mommy is still sleeping, I say, kissing her little nose, and she puts her arms around my neck and puts her head on my shoulder. I want to see Mommy, she says, almost crying. This has been my daily conversation with Hope for more than 2 weeks. Princess, she is very tired and she needs a lot of rest. We're going to see her when she wakes up. No! Hope snorts suddenly. I want to see Mommy. Sweetie, please. And I try to calm her down. How can I get her to see Eli when she's still in a coma, when the marks of the fight she's had are still visible on her body? Hope will have nightmares seeing her in this state. I want to see Mommy. Hope continues to cry. Hope, that's enough. I raise my voice, but she starts to tremble, and looking into my eyes, she tells me something that broke my heart in millions of pieces. Please, Daddy, don't be mad at me like Mommy did. Please don't leave me too. And she burst into tears. Sweetie, Mommy didn't leave you, and she is not mad at you. She is very proud of you and loves you so much. But Mommy is very sick right now, and I try to say, but Hope looks in my eyes, and like a small and capricious child, she said with all her heart, I do not believe you. She left me, just as Nana Rose did when I was a little. She died and you are not telling me. What is she talking about? Hope, I say, trying to stay calm. I will bring you to see Mommy, but you must promise me that you will not be scared and that you will stay calm. I will, she says, wiping her tears with her small hands, and I really don't know what to do. Being a parent is something new for me, and I have no knowledge about what is good and what is bad to do when you have a child, but my daughter is suffering from missing her mother. I mind link Michael because I am afraid that I will need help. Is Lily with you? I ask him. Of course she is. What happened? He asked in alarm. I need help with Hope. She wants to see Eli. We will be right now, he says. I brought Eli home a week after the attack, but Hope didn't know. The doctors did everything they could to heal her wounds, but the rest depends on Bo, is her struggle to remain alive. I am so scared about the way Eli will react when she sees the mark on her neck. I just hope that she won't break my neck. She will mark us, Hunter said. If he doesn't kill us first, I tell him, amused and sad at the same time. Are you ready? I ask Hope as we stand in front of the door next to my suite. Mommy is at home? She asks, frowning and looking ugly at me. Daddy, did you keep Mommy away from me all this time? I didn't, and I'm already panicking. How can I tell her that every night I walked away from her and held Eli's hand until morning? How can I tell her, yes, I kept her away from her mother for her own good? He didn't, Lily said, coming from behind me. But, Hope tries to say, Noah just took care of her so that she can be here again. And Lily looks at her in a very meaningful way. So are you ready? I ask her again, and this time Hope just nods her head in silence. And behind the door, Eli stays calm, asleep and serene, as if in a deep sleep. No sign of pain or suffering can be seen on her face. She is just my sleeping angel. Hope is approaching her bed, and although the wounds are not as severe as they were 2 weeks ago, their traces still exist. I take Hope in my arms and sit on the edge of the bed so that Hope can see her. Daddy, Hope said. Tonight we sleep with Mommy. What? Lily and Michael and also myself ask at the same time. We sleep here, Daddy. Maybe Mommy will be thirsty. You need to bring her water. We will see, I say, hoping that she will forget, but I immediately see that she beckons me to let her down, and with her little feet she runs and leaves the room, only to return 1 minute later with her pillow and with Mr. Bunny, her favorite toy. Hope, it is not good to sleep here. And Lily comes and tries to take her in her arms, but Hope gives her a deadly look and immediately climbs into bed next to Eli, placing her pillow next to her pillow and putting Mr. Bunny in Eli's arms. Mommy said that Mr. Bunny is magic and that he keeps all bad things away from me. I'll borrow it. Now she will be okay. You will see. Help me, Lily, I whispered to her, looking at her in panic. That's all I needed in my mind. I need to take Hope out from here. You know what, Noah? Lily said, looking at Hope and then at Eli. Maybe it is better this way. This child was her medicine for more than 5 years. All she did in her life was for Hope. Let her be and see what happens. If you will not let her, you are in danger, my dear friend. She will kill you with her little hands. She is her mommy girl, as ferocious as Eliana. Michael said. Don't say it, I start laughing. Good thing you put Eliana in a king-size bed. Michael says, laughing again, or you would slept on the floor. Who are you with? With me or Hope? I ask, smiling and relaxing a little. With the most dangerous person in this room, Lily said, looking at Hope as she kissed Eli's face. Which is? Hope Cross, of course, Michael and Lily said in unison. Black. She is Hope Black, I say. If Eli will let you, Michael says as he leaves the room and pulls Lily after him. And moments in a row after they left, all I did was sit and watch them. Simply, I stayed and looked at my girls. When I was sure that Hope was sleeping, I took her in my arms and placed her on my chest, lying next to Eli. I promised you, Eli, if you wake up, I will make you my wife. All I want in this life is you. But this stinky little brat ruined my speech by pretending to be asleep, and I immediately hear her saying, What about me, Daddy? And you will be my princess and Mommy will be the queen of my heart. Now sleep. And kissing her forehead, I gently stroke her back and trying to fall asleep together next to Eli, author's POV. Next morning when Noah woke up and saw Hope lying across of Eliana's body, he immediately jumped and panicked, fearing that Hope will hit Eli. But right before he lifted Hope's head from Eliana's chest, he felt a hand that grabbed his hand lightly. Let her, please, he hears the most pleasant voice. The voice that he missed so much until he was able, if he could, to let her yell at him all day long, just so he could hear her. Are you awake? He said and lifted Hope's head and put her between Eli and him. Yes, I woke up last night, Eli said, looking at Hope, sleeping soundly, without worrying, not knowing that wonderful things were happening around her. Eli, Noah said, fearing about her reaction. I must confess you something. But Ileana looks at him and pointing to her neck, she asks him, about that? She almost burst into laughter, seeing him swallowing his saliva, completely panicked. I was forced to do it. I swear I didn't take the opportunity. I was just forced. I would have lost you if I hadn't. I don't believe you, Eliana said, trying to look upset even if she is glad that Noah marked her. I'm sure you haven't thought about me for a second, and you're glad I couldn't resist and fight with you. What? No, Ellie? Noah said, swearing in his mind and panicking. He worked so hard to achieve here, and now Eliana thinks that he did nothing but take advantage of the situation? We are doomed, Hunter. Help me, he begins to beg his wolf. Will you let him breathe, please? Bo is annoyed that Eliana is playing with Noah's nerves, but Eliana can't help it. Noah puts Hope on the bed a little bit far from Eliana, and getting up on his knees helps Eliana get up easily, placing her pillow comfortably. Look in my eyes, he said, taking her hands in his hands. If I had another solution to save you, I would never have done that. So, Eliana said, frowning and narrowing her eyes. That truth is that you didn't want me for real. You were forced by circumstances. What? And he has a little bit and falls out of bed. No, I want you and only you. And I am glad that I marked you, even if I am sad that I was forced to do it. I was planning to. And he keeps blabbering, but Eliana catches his t-shirt and pulls him towards her. Shut up, she tells him, staring him in the eye. I didn't want it to be like this. I was intending to. But she stops him again. Noah Black, she tells him in a very serious voice. What were my last words? And he looks into her eyes and knows exactly what she means, but he enters her game and asks, that you will take Hope from kindergarten? And he raises an eyebrow, smiling at her. Not that after, Eliana said. And that you will bring her to my office? He keeps joking. After, Mr. Black, Eliana said, gesturing. I don't remember. Noah starts laughing. I am older than you. I have memory issues. Is that so? She asks and brings him closer so that her lips are only a few inches away from his. Yes, beautiful. And he is lowering his eyes and looking at her lips, which are like an invitation to him. I said, and Eliana starts giggling, that, and she pecks his lips so lightly, but what she feels is beyond words. Being marked makes everything much more sensual, and every touch drives her crazy. That? Noah asks. I forget, she suddenly said. I must hit my head. Eliana Cross, he yells at her. How can you be so malicious? Is that how you treat your savior? Who told you to mark me? But she doesn't know what happened. My father did. Fight with him. Noah said, laughing, but immediately realizes that Eliana is stuck. What? And she can't believe it. He was there? He told me that I will save you only by marking you. I know that you hate him, but he is sorry, and I can't forgive him for lying to me and rejecting my mother, but he loves me and loves Hope, and right now I don't know how to deal with him. And you just did what he told you, she said, putting her arms around his neck while Noah sits over her body with his legs on either side of her knees. When those rogues attacked me, Eliana tells, being serious this time, I was scared. I was so afraid that I will never see Hope, and I had so many regrets, but most of it I regretted that I wasn't honest with you. And Noah looks at her and stays silent. I thought that if I had been marked, I could have asked for your help. I would not have felt so alone in those moments. I struggled with those rogues, but most of all, I struggled with myself. I was weak because of my stubbornness. So you're not upset about that? I marked you? He asks her, approaching and kissing her lips lightly. Are you nuts, Noah Black? And she giggles, kissing him again. I am glad you did it, because I was afraid to tell you that I changed my mind and I want you as my mate. Noah's heart is beating so fast now that Eliana hears it beats. Will you accept me just as I am, Noah Black? Sassy and crazy, panicked and eternally agitated, always undecided and wonderful, Noah said. You are the most wonderful being that I ever met, Eliana Cross. You are all the things you said you are, but more than that, you are my mate, the mother of my child, my future Luna. And to be honest, you're so much better than I am. I still can't believe you put two rogues on the ground alone. You are my Wonder Woman, Eliana. I love you, Eliana says suddenly. Say it again, Noah orders. Eliana's cross POV. Luna, what are you doing in the kitchen so early? One of Noah's Omegas said. Auntie Jen, I'm not your Luna, Please just call me Eli or Eliana or whatever you want, but don't call me like that, I say, blushing. Ever since I woke up from my coma, everyone has been calling me Luna, and I feel strange because I am not their Luna at this moment. Alpha Noah will get mad if he finds out that you are working. You've only been back from a coma for 3 days, and you want to stand up? Auntie Jen said, taking a chair and pointing to me to sit. I can stay on my feet, I say, but she looks at me and turns my own words against me. If you're not Luna, that means I can tell you what to do, being older than you, so please sit down, she says, and we both start to laugh. What did you want to do? She asked me. Breakfast for Hope and Noah, and she was looking at what I was doing. So pancakes it is, she said, and took my utensils. With chocolate? She asked me. Are there any other pancakes? And we start laughing, but immediately the kitchen door opens wide and Noah panics. Why did you leave me? He asks in panic. Good morning, Alpha, Auntie Jen said, smiling at him while Noah nodded his head. I was just here. I wanted to prepare breakfast for you and Hope. No, beautiful, you are banned from the kitchen. You are still sick, he says, and Auntie Jen looks at me and whispers, I told you, making Noah relax a little bit. You are horrible, I joked with him. What should I do all day long? I can't stay in bed all day. I need to go out, Noah, or I am going nuts. Is that so? And he bends and kisses my lips and dragged me out of the kitchen. We haven't mate yet. Hope is everywhere and she is with us all the time. This is the reason I didn't mark Noah yet. We will not be able to hold ourselves and we need to find a way to make Hope sleep alone. I just want to go out with you and Hope, maybe go to an amusement park, exhaust Hope until she sleeps so deep that we have a little time for ourselves. I tell him slightly frustrated. I like how you put things in this discussion. Noah said, So, amusement park? I ask him, going back to the kitchen. If you promise me that Hope will fall asleep soon and we will have time for us, I agree. I want to stay with you without being disturbed by our little killer of passion. And in just 2 hours, Hope was running from place to place throughout the amusement park. It is bad if I'm looking at that carousel. I want to stay with you in my arms on that white horse. Noah asks stupidly and starts to laugh. Oh my goddess! Are you horny just looking at a carousel? I ask, laughing hard, but when I look at Noah, or better say behind him, I am left speechless. Lily and Michael are kissing while Aiden is sitting on Michael's shoulders. I take Noah by his hand and approaching them, I scare them so badly that poor Aiden had a little and he was falling from Michael's back. Oh my goddess, Lily cries out. They saw us kissing. So what? Michael said. I love you. I am sick of hiding. What do you mean? Noah asks, looking at them. Do you need a map to understand? Your Beta loves her friend, Michael said, but Lily is so embarrassed that she doesn't know where to hide. I take her hand and take her from there, walking a little further away from Noah and Michael, who are still arguing. What are you doing? I ask her. I try to be happy, Eli, Lily said, smiling sadly at me. But what if his mate will show up? I ask her. I am afraid that he will leave her and she will suffer. She has already shown up. She is marked by another werewolf and she has 2 kids with him. They rejected each other and now Michael is free from his fated bondmate. What? Why didn't he tell Noah? I ask in shock, because you were more important, Eli. We didn't want to stress him out. So you 2 are together? I ask her. Kind of, she said, looking down. What do you mean, kind of? You are or you are not. We eloped last week. You did what? And now I am yelling and alarming Noah. What's going on? He asks me in shock, running to me. They got married. This happened. They got married secretly and didn't tell us, I say, looking at Lily with tears in my eyes. What? Noah asks and turns to Michael. What are you looking at like that? I told you it was love at first sight. But she is not marked, Noah said. Now that you've found out, I'll solve this problem too, says Michael, and immediately takes Lily in his arms and kisses her. I look at Noah and tell him through our mind link, because being marked now we are able to use it. I believe that I will start crying, I say, but I am glad from Michael, Noah said. He was all over her. It's not about that, I say, miffed. Then, he asks me, not understanding what is happening. I envy her, Noah Black, I say, and leave him alone. What happened? Michael asks, but Noah shrugs. Goddess, men are so, huh? Lily said and came to me. Do you want me to keep Hope with us tonight? She whispers in my ear, laughing. Will you do something like this for me? I ask her, smiling. I will do anything for you, sweetie. I owe you my life. And finally, I have the chance to be alone with my mate, and I intend to use it to the maximum. Author's POV. In the evening, Eliana looked at Noah and smiled seductive. Do you think she'll want to stay with Lily and Michael? She asks him because in the last days, Hope has been like a little leech. It's as if all her childish instincts have been activated, and she longs to be with Eliana and Noah all the time. But the truth is that after all that has happened, Hope is panicked that Eliana will suffer something again. And as for Noah, she is afraid that he will change his mind and no longer want to be her daddy. I hope with all my heart, says Noah, looking down at his swollen friend. If it hasn't dried in the last 5 years at this rate, I think it will explode and there will be only fringes. I swear to you, Hope is guilty of everything I am living in the last few days. I have blue balls. And Eliana starts laughing and looking at his pants nods disapprovingly. You live in danger, my dear Mr. Black. You wanted to be Hope's father. You still have time to run, she says jokingly, but Noah turns white at his face and almost faints at the mere thought of losing Hope. In alert steps, he rushes to Eliana and grabbing her arm, he pulls her towards him, slightly panicked, and says seriously, It is better to think twice before saying such a thing. I will never leave you. If you want to kill me, leave me or take Hope away from me. And Eliana had never seen Noah so panicked, and she immediately put her hands around his waist and, rising on tiptoe, kissed him where she hoped to soon put her own mark on his neck, making their bond complete. I was just joking. I will never do something like this. Neither I nor Hope will ever leave you. You are staying and panicking that I will leave you when I am actually afraid every day that everything is just a dream and that one day you will get tired of us and tell us to leave you alone. That's impossible, Noah whispers and pulls her toward him, making her feel the tension in his body. So are we trying to persuade her to leave us alone? Says Noah, smiling. And looking at Hope, who is watching cartoons, they ask her, Sweetie, how about you sleep at Lily's tonight? Aiden misses you, Eli said, smiling at her daughter. No, I talked to Aiden today and he is not missing me. He will see me tomorrow at kindergarten. Hope said without looking at them. But Lily is missing living with you as we did in the past at the hotel and she wants to stay with you tonight. Eli continues, already panicking, seeing that Hope doesn't want to leave them alone. Sweetie, Noah said, Daddy needs to be alone with Mommy tonight. We need to, and he doesn't know how to explain to a 5-year-old child his need to be with his mate. To make out? Hope asks. How do you even know about that? Both of them ask in shock. Aiden told me what happens when parents send their children to sleep alone. They kiss all the time and do a lot of other things, and the next day they are all full of bites and red spots. I think I'm sick, Eliana whispers and sits down on the couch next to Hope. Are you pregnant, Mommy? Hope asks, looking at her. What? Both Eliana and Noah asked. If you feel bad, let's go see the baby, and immediately jumps off the couch and happily runs to the door to take off her shoes. Where are you going? Noah asks, following her. Let's go to the doctor. I want to see the baby. Hope says with happiness. We don't have a baby, Hope. What are you talking about? Eliana said. What? Well, what do you do all day long if you don't have a baby? Aiden said that after Mommy and Daddy live together, they will have a baby, and Mommy will feel sick, but in the end, everything is worth it because I will have a brother or a sister. Now I'm going to be sick, Noah said. And looking at Hope, he kneels down to be at her level and takes her in his arms, saying, Look, Hope, Mommy is far from being pregnant. She can't be while you are sleeping with her in the same bed. Why? I promise I won't do anything, Hope said seriously. But Noah can't stand it anymore. He loves his daughter deeply, but he wants to mate with Eliana because otherwise his blood circulation will stop in certain parts of his body. She can't be pregnant if you sleep in the same bed with us because she'll throw up on you, he said angrily. Blah, Hope said, deeply disgusted. Then we should wait. I don't want you to have a baby anymore. I like us the way we are, said the little passions killer. Noah is looking at Eliana, who is sitting with her mouth open and can't say anything. But she has little left and starts to cry. and suddenly he gets up from Hope and walks slightly nervously to his office. "What are you doing?" said Eliana, running after him. "Plan B," he says, and opens his laptop, searching for something on the internet. "How to get rid of your child?" Eli asks him, watching what he is typing. "Really, Noah?" "I love her, but she's too much. I want you, Eli," he says with pleading eyes. "She doesn't even want to go to kindergarten and just stays with us. I just want to be alone with you, at least a few hours. I need you like air." Eliana looks him in the eye. "I need you too, but we can't get rid of her and make her feel unwanted. It's all new to her. She'll be all right soon. She's just excited to have both of us with her." And she gently pushes Noah and sits on his lap. "You waited for me for 5 years. Can't you wait a little longer? Until we find a solution? And then I promise you that you will have me." And she kisses his neck, sucking lightly for the place where her mark will stay. "Mark me." Noah said, "I can't. Our situation will be worse with Hope staying between us." And she looks him in the eye. "Give her 1 more week, and if she doesn't stop with all this shit, I'll take care of her by myself." "I'm still looking for Plan B," Noah said. "We will fight with her on all fronts." And seeing a page on the internet, he starts to smile, coming up with an idea. "This could work," Eli said, looking at his laptop. "Let's bribe her." Author's POV. "What does it look like?" Noah asks Eli while he opens the bedroom door next to their suite. "Oh my goddess. Noah, this is wonderful," Eliana says, putting her hands to her mouth. "This really could work," and immediately jumps into his arms and puts her feet around his waist, embracing him like a koala. "Stop it, or I'll take you here in our daughter's room. I can hardly resist," Noah said, laughing. "For the goddesses?" "I'm sorry," Eli said, smiling sweetly at him. "If you are, then don't walk in front of me waving your thighs to torment you, and don't dress so attractive anymore." "I have a loose t-shirt and some leggings. Is that appealing?" she asks, pointing to her outfit. "For me it is," Noah said, sighing. "Anything related to you makes me feel in the 9th heaven." "You are nuts, Noah Black," said Eliana, and entered her daughter's new room, which is the most beautiful child's room she has ever seen. "If that doesn't work, I'll send her to a children's camp 500 miles away to make sure I have time to stay with you until she returns." "I hope she likes this room enough to sit in it," Eliana tells him. And in the afternoon, when Hope came from kindergarten and saw her room, she was so happy that Eliana and Noah thought that they would need a doctor for her, fearing that she would faint. The entire room is full of bunnies and is pink and white. In every corner of her room are tons of different bunnies, but the most important thing is that Noah brought a real white bunny for her. "I hope this will keep her busy." And he took Eli's hand and tried to sneak out in with her. But suddenly Hope asked, "Where are you going?" "To our room," Noah said, and already felt his heart begin to gallop. And Hope looks around, looks at her bed that is one person size, and concludes, "Go and get your pillows. You can sleep on the floor, Daddy. This carpet looks fluffy." "What?" Noah and Eliana ask in shock and almost start to tremble. "Hope, this is not going to work," Noah said. "This is your room and you need to stay here alone." But Hope begins to grieve and her lips tremble. "Noah," Eliana said, looking sad at him and then at Hope. "Sweetie, Mommy wants to sleep with Daddy alone. Is not that we are not loving you anymore, but babies have their own room. Didn't Aiden tell you this too?" "He is a boy. I am a princess," Hope said, acting just like a 5-year-old child. "All right," she said, and looked in Noah's eyes that were red. "I can't believe it," and he left the room angry. And in the night, Eliana and Noah stayed in bed with Hope and her new bunny. But looking at her face, at how happy she was, neither Eli nor Noah could drive her away from them. In the middle of the night, when Hope was completely asleep, Noah got out of bed and walked next to Eliana and took her in his arms in bridal style. "What are you doing?" she asks, trying not to wake Hope. "I can't hold it anymore," he said, kissing her while he was carrying her out of their room. And the night was still young, and they had a lot to do to recover from the past. In her room, Hope climbed into her bed and looked at all the bunnies around and said to herself, "They need to make a lot of babies. Here are too many toys for a girl like me." And she finally felt like sleeping alone is a good idea. Alone in her own room, author's POV. It's been a week since Eliana marked Noah, and they live as mates in the true sense of the word. Noah is so different from everything the world knows about him, and the news that the biggest bachelor from the werewolves' world was taken has been making headlines for days on TV. Some rejoiced at the idea, while others were skeptical and said that it was impossible for a man like him to be faithful to a single woman. But neither Noah nor Eliana cared about what the world said about them. They have each other and are all sufficient because only they know the difficult path they have taken so far. But the world of werewolves is not a world of love. I think the goddess left the mate bond among them somehow to compensate for the daily violence. Beyond the beauty and sacrilege given by the mate bond, the world of werewolves is ultimately about power, territory, supremacy, and often wars. So Noah Black is perhaps the most powerful alpha in the area, but he is by far the least loved. He is respected because his business partners know that he is strong, but to his position there are others who aspire. Noah has never been vulnerable until now. And I guess you know exactly what I'm talking about, Eliana and Hope. Noah. Jason Black said, entering his office without knocking. "Father, what are you doing?" Noah says without looking up from his laptop. "So, I thought you understood I didn't want to see you." "I know, and I will never force you to forgive me for what I did. Living this way is my purgatory, but something happened and I must talk to you." "Father, I am not interested in what you want to tell me," Noah said, and this time was looking at his father. "I'm not arguing with you, son," Jason said, sitting down in the chair in front of Noah. "But it's important. It's about Eliana's and Hope's safety." And immediately Noah frowned, and looking at him, he commanded him, "Talk now." Eliana is alive because of Jason, and he knows that if Jason had wanted to hurt her, he would have let her die, and he would not have advised him to save her. So, if Jason knows anything, he's bound to know too. Richard Cross is coming after Eliana and Hope. He hates the idea of Eliana being your mate. I don't understand what is in his mind, but he came to talk to me this morning," said Jason, slightly ravaged. "About what?" "About Eliana?" Noah asks, looking into his father's eyes and changing his attitude. "He asked me to persuade you to leave Eliana and not accept Hope as your heiress," and Jason looks Noah in the eye. "He insists on you marrying Lauren. I told him that I would talk to you and let him think that I agree with him, but he is insane." Noah looked into his father's eyes and couldn't help but ask, "Why are you helping me? Why do you care about Eliana? She is far from all you hoped her to be, as my Luna." But Jason smiled sadly. "You think so?" and laughed bitterly. "She is your mate, and after rejecting Rose, even though I loved her with all my heart, I learned that even the most insignificant fated mate makes you stronger than any chosen mate. I could never let her go, not even after I rejected her, and she never told me how much she was suffering. I didn't know, Noah. I had no idea, because she's been faithful to me all her life," says Jason, lowering his head. "I didn't know," he says to Noah, taking a deep breath. "You mate is special, and she is very strong in contrast to this angelic and fragile appearance. She almost made me look like a fool that day at the hospital, when your mother died. You don't want to know what she could do to me. And she was just a helpless rogue back then. Rose loved her, and this is enough for me." "Thank you," Noah said to his father. "She is not ready to face you, not yet. Neither do I. At least I am not ready to forgive you, but give me time." Noah said to Jason, "What are you going to do with Richard Cross? He is furious that you marked Eliana." "Let him be. I will talk to Michael and we will find a way to keep her safe." But the truth is that he is afraid, and as soon as Jason leaves his office, he mind-links Michael, asking him to investigate Richard. In the evening, after he took Hope from kindergarten, he went straight home, and the first thing he did was to take Eli in his arms, sniffing her scent. "Hey," she said softly, "what happened to you?" "I had a hard day, that's all," Noah tells her. She will stress out a lot if he tells her the truth, and maybe Richard won't dare do anything in the end. "Eli," he said slowly, looking her in the eyes and getting completely lost in them. "You are so beautiful," he whispered. "Noah, did something happen? You are acting strange," Ella said. "Eli," he says again, so early that it seems like an incantation. "Will you marry me?" he asks her. He knows that if she will become his wife, none will be able to try anything against her. "Is this how you are asking me?" she told him, looking at him in an amused way. I am not Lily, and I do not intend to elope. I want my fairy tale. And I will give it to you, but will you marry me and become my Luna if I ask you? I thought I was already your wife and your Luna, Eliana tells him, teasing him. They need to marry and then have the Luna ceremony in front of all his pack. I'm serious, Eli, he says, looking straight into her eyes. And I am too. What's going on? Eliana asks him directly. Nothing? Eliana asks, seeing that he is silent. Tell me now, or you will sleep on the couch tonight, she said to him immediately. Noah looks at the couch, and the mere thought of not sleeping in her arms makes him shudder. Are you really thinking about sleeping on the couch? Eliana asks him angrily, and pointing with her finger to his chest, warns him. Speak now, or you will find again how to live with blue balls. Shit, Noah said for himself. Dad was right. She is ferocious. Noah's POV. Is everything as we discussed? I ask Michael, looking around. Just like last time, Eli and Lily did an exemplary job and provided us with their hotel for the All Alphas meeting that we had to reschedule after the previous show. Yes, Noah. Everything is perfect. Lily took care of the accommodation, and Eliana organized the restaurant and the meeting room so that we wouldn't miss anything. This place is fantastic, Michael said, looking around in amazement. And now it's in our pack, I hear my father say as he approaches. Father, what are you doing here? I ask him, but this time I am not bothered by his presence. I'm just afraid he will make Eli feel uncomfortable. Richard asked me to come. I must play the game until the end, Noah. I am sorry. And I know he is. It's been almost 2 months since our first discussion about Richard plans to put Eliana down, and since now nothing happened. Maybe he changed his mind and realized that what he was saying was nonsense. Eliana is safe. Carter is looking for her all the time without her knowing, and we live a blessed life together. Next week we are having our wedding. Something intimate at one of my ranches, but we are doing the big step, and I have to confess that I am ecstatic. She will be mine from all points of view, and nothing will make me happier. But today is the last day of our meeting, and tonight we will have a ball to mark the end of our discussions. Richard didn't come on the first 2 days, but today he will be here, and that stresses me out. Where are you, beautiful? I ask Eli through the mind link. In my office with Lily, she said. We are choosing my dress. Eli, there are a few more days and you still don't have the dress, I ask her, laughing. I didn't find the dress, Noah. I want to feel special in it. But we are on the right track, believe me. And looking to the front door, I tell her, Richard Cross just came. Please be careful and stay in your office until I come to take you home, I say. I am not afraid of him, Noah, Eliana says, and Lily is with me. It's not enough, I say. Just stay there. Noah, she yells. Promise me, or I will be stressed all the time. I promise, but you owe me for this, she said, and I know that she is serious. Carter, I mind-link my gamma. Where are you? At Eliana's door, Noah. Don't worry. She won't go anywhere. Thank you, man. So? Michael asked me, laughing. Is everything all right in paradise? Shut up and let's go. The boys are waiting to start. But I don't take 2 steps, and looking at Michael, I say, worried, Mike, send 2 more people to stay with Carter. I don't like that Richard is here at all. At least Jim Lauren isn't, Michael said. I still feel like squeezing his neck because he hit Lily. How are you? Is everything going well between you two? Has Aiden gotten used to living with you? I ask him. He called me daddy, man. I am his daddy. Can you imagine that? That pup is fantastic, and I really feel like a father to him. And Lily? Did she really accepted so easy to be with you? I ask him because he never told me what happened. Of course not. We were outside with Aiden to take him from kindergarten, and a woman came in front of us. She was terribly panicked that I would challenge her husband to a duel to claim our bondmate. And right at that moment, I saw in Lily's eyes the regret that she will lose me. She thought I'd go after my mate. She was already marked. It would have been a nightmare to intervene in her family, I tell him. Yes, but Lily didn't know. Looks like she didn't know for a second that I was in love with her. She thought I was just kind to her and that we were just friends. Seeing how sad she is, I immediately decided to end all the mess and make her mine. So you forced her. I tell him I can't believe that the gentle Michael has the audacity to force a woman to be his mate. After my mate asked me to reject her, I took Lily's hand and went straight to the city hall and forced her to marry me. I told her that I would watch her everywhere and that she would not have a moment's peace if she did not sign the wedding certificate. Are you nuts, Michael? I am. I am nuts about my Lily. I would have cut your balls at night if I were in her place, I tell him, laughing. She was loving me too, man, and she was afraid to admit it, but as soon as I brought her home as my wife, I kissed her until she couldn't breathe. I made her mine. 5 minutes in my arms, that's how much it took her to tell me the truth and to admit that she loved me too. I can't believe that you did that. She is my forever, man, and she is perfect for me, and now being marked, there is no difference between you and Eliana and us. For me, she is my fated mate. I am happy for you, Mike. She's a good girl. But just when we wanted to enter the meeting room, where the rest of the alphas were waiting for us, the fire alarm started. What the fuck is this? I ask and look around. There is no trace of smoking, but everyone is running outside. What the fuck is happening? But then I see Richard Cross coming out of the meeting room quietly and smiling. My mind went blank. Eliana, I told Michael, and we immediately started running up the stairs to the 5th floor where her office was. Carter, guard the door. I order them via MindLink, but no one answers. Rod and Jordan are not answering either. Run, man, Michael screamed in panic. I pushed the stairwell door, and as soon as we entered the hallway leading to his office, our hearts stopped. Carter is barely recovered and is bitten hard all over his body, but the other 2 men that Michael sent are lying in a pool of blood. Eli, Lily, we yell with all our lungs, but no one answers us. The hall is full of smoke, but it is not from the fire. It is a gas that only limits our visibility. And opening her office door, traces of a terrible fight are visible everywhere. Lily lays down. She is not dead, but she is not far away, and Eli, my sweet Eli, she's gone. Noah's black POV. You found something? I ask Michael. No, man, all the cameras are broken. Someone destroyed them, he says. How's Lily? I ask him. That poor girl was so badly injured that it's a miracle she's still alive. She's safe, but doctors are still alarmed. Carter? I'm asking. I'm here, Noah, he said, and entered my office with a bandage around his head and a crutch to walk with. I'm so sorry, man, I couldn't stand against them. There were too many. I don't know where they went, but there were at least 15 rogues. I didn't stand a chance. Did you recognize anyone? I asked him. That's why I am here. One of the rogues was a former pack member from Lauren's pack. And just looking at Michael, I know that he will kill an alpha very soon. That man put Lily down and the rest took Eliana. I am so sorry, man. I couldn't fight. Michael, I say, looking in his eyes, can you help us, or do you need to stay with Lily? I will come with you. She is still in a coma. I need to put an alpha in his ass, he says, and I feel the anger in his voice. We need to find her. I know where she is, suddenly my father said, entering my office. She's not in the area because I can't feel her presence. She is not close enough, I say, looking at him. You are right. I followed Richard Cross. He took her. With the help of that stupid Jim Lauren, he kidnapped her so as not to draw attention to him. He was in the meeting hall when she was kidnapped, but I followed him and I found his den. Where is it? In his pack house, my father said and bowed his head. He took her in his house, and it is almost impossible to get there, Noah. Fuck Hunter. I have to get her out of there until it's too late. And for 3 days we searched for ways to bring her back. But I will lose all my men if we attack directly, and Eli will remain without a trace of defense. I know that she is alive. I feel her every time I go closer to Richard Cross' house. But that's all. I tried to find an alliance, and 3 alphas accepted to fight for me and to support me, but it is still too risky. He could kill Eli before we got to her. And right when we thought that we had exhausted any option to approach his house, Lauren and Delilah Cross came to my house. What are you doing here? I asked them, but just looking at their face, I can see that they cried a lot in the last period. Please, Alpha Black, Eliana's mother said, please, help us to take Eliana out of my house. My husband is hurting her every day, and soon she will die. I tried to enter a few times, but nothing worked. And looking at Delilah, I asked her practically to betray her mate, her husband and her alpha, but Eliana is more important than anything. Help me get into your house without Richard Cross finding out, so no one dies unnecessarily, and I'll protect you. After I take her, you can stay with us, here in my house. I tell them, knowing full well that Aluna will never betray her alpha. Delilah bows her head and bursts into tears. It's been 5 years since I begged him to get her back, since I begged him to give me my daughter back. She was just a child, and in the end it was your child, not some rogue child, but his pride made him lose his mind. I lost my husband 5 years ago. Day by day, his madness and pursuit of power changed him until now. I don't recognize him anymore. And looking at Lauren and then at me, she asks, "Can you come now? I'll put you in the house. I will lead you by myself, but Lauren must stay here until everything is done. I am afraid that he will do something against her too." "Let's go," I say immediately. I just need a second, and I leave the office, followed by Michael and Ely's relatives, and go straight to Hope's room. If something goes wrong, I will never see her again. I need to see her now, to tell her that I love her. Seeing her, Delilah winces and puts her hands to her mouth. Is she? And comes close to her. "Daddy, who are those ladies?" she asks, looking at Delilah and Lauren, who look exactly like Eli. "She is your grandma, Princess, and this young lady is your auntie. She will stay here starting today. Will you keep her company until I return?" I ask, taking her in my arms and kissing her nose. "Are you going to bring Mommy home from her work?" Hope asks me, and I feel my heart breaking down. "Yes. Will you wait for us?" I ask her. "I will be a good girl, Daddy," she says, and looking at Lauren, I tell her, "Take care of her if anything happens. My Gamma will be here soon, and you will be safe." And immediately I get up, and looking at Michael, I say, "While I will be missing, please—" "I am coming with you," he says, interrupting me. "You're not going there alone. I will be with you every step." And looking at Lauren, he said, "I will bring my son here, so that Hope will not feel alone. Take care of them, please." "I will, sir," Lauren said. It took us 2 hours of running through the most hidden and inaccessible places to get to Richard Cross Pack House without making our presence felt. But in the end, just as she promised, Delilah opened the door to the secret passage that leads to the pack house, directly in Richard's office. And I have no idea how all this madness will end, but I must take my mate back. With each step I take through the passage, I feel closer to her, but as I get closer to her, I also feel her pain. The wrists of my hands are burning, and my legs feel as if they are torn by hordes of wolves. "Silver," Hunter said, and he started to growl in my mind. "Hold on, Eli! We are here!" Author's POV. As soon as Delilah opens the door of the secret passage for them, Michael and Noah sneak into the house, and, trying not to draw attention to themselves, they are led to the room where Eliana is being held captive. "I feel her presence, Michael," Noah said. "She is so close." "The first door around the corner," Delilah said. "I can't go with you. There are surveillance cameras in that hall, and if he sees me with you, my life will end." "I don't want to risk your life. If you suffer, Eli will never forgive me," said Noah, and looking one more time at her, he said, "Thank you. I know it's not easy what you're doing. I owe this to Eliana for not being brave enough to fight for her 5 years ago," and Delilah is already in tears. "Tell her that I love her, Alpha Black." "If you need help," Noah told Delilah, "the door of my house will always be open to you. I can't leave him alone. His madness will be worse. Just take her from here," she said, and turned and left the place. In front of the door, Hunter has little left and takes control of Noah. "What are you waiting for?" he asks. "Put that door down." "Shut up, Hunter. We can't draw attention to ourselves." And slowly he touches the doorknob, and opening the door, he feels the earth fleeing from under his feet. "Is he nuts?" Michael asks, looking at the wounded woman from head to toe who lies unconscious in the middle of a bed. "Eli," Noah whispers and comes near her, and he has no idea how to walk anymore because all his limbs are like jelly. "Noah," Michael said. "Be careful. There is a lot of silver here, and it smells like wolfsbane in the air." "Eli," he says, kneeling next to her. Her beautiful face has palm marks and her lips are broken and bloody. Noah is afraid that even a light kiss will hurt her. "Help me to break the chains." Noah says and tries to destroy the silver chains with his bare hands, but immediately stinging blisters appear on his fingers. "Holy fuck shit," he yells in pain. I will kill him, Michael. I will kill him even if he is my father-in-law. And trying to ignore the pain, he begins to force the chains around Eliana's joints again. When they finally manage to find something to release the chains with, Eliana opens her eyes slightly. "You are here," she whispers, while her voice is almost completely muffled. "I am here," he says. "Where else should I be?" He asks her and takes her in hip lap, trying to calm her, and also to make Angel more active so that Eliana could heal. "I don't feel Angel, Noah," Hunter said. "She has too much wolfsbane in her system, and she's just knocked out by it. This is not good at all." Eli, Noah asks while Michael looks outside to see if they are safe. "Can you walk?" But she can't even keep her head straight. "I will carry you, and..." But in just a second, the door opens, and Richard and his beta enter the room, laughing. "What do we have here?" Richard asks. "I've heard that if the prophet did not come to the mountain would come to him. You finally came to accept my offer?" Richard asks. "No, Richard," Noah said, getting up from Eliana and gently placing her in bed. "I came here to kill you," but Richard starts to laugh hysterically. "Keep dreaming," and signal to catch Michael to his beta, he continues. "I knew that you will come after this rogue." And Eliana looks at him so hurt. "She is your daughter." Michael yells at him, unable to bear to hear the nonsense that Richard Cross continues to induce, but Noah signals to keep quiet. "Let Eliana go, Richard. She needs help," he says to Richard in a pleading tone. "She will die anyway. Why would I care?" he asks and starts to walk through the camera. "So you won't marry Lauren?" "Never," Noah answers stubbornly, but as soon as he finishes speaking, Richard pulls out his claws and fangs and throws himself on Noah. "Then you will die with her," he yells and grabs him by the neck, taking him completely by surprise. Michael immediately jumps to his aid, but Richard's beta puts him down and whispers, "Let them fight. This is their war, not ours." And then he looks at Eliana. "You better go and help her, because she is not looking good, and if he puts down your alpha, she will be his next victim." Richard grabs Noah by the neck and kicks him violently in the stomach, causing Eliana to scream. She tries to get up, but every move seems to make her feel even worse. Michael takes her in his arms and runs outside the room with her. But just as he enters Richard's office to enter the secret tunnel, he comes face to face with Gamma Carter. "What are you doing here?" he asks him. "Did you really think I'd leave you alone?" he asks angrily. "Your duty was to take care of Lauren Cross," Michael said in an angry tone. "This is more important. I will take care of her later. She is just some spoiled alpha daughter. I am not her nanny, Michael." Michelle looks at him and can't believe it. Did he really disobey Noah's command? "Can you carry it, Eliana? I need to help Noah," he says to him suddenly, and he is placing her in his arms because she has already fainted due to stress. "Listen to me. Take care of her. Protect her with the cost of your life, Carter. If something happens to my Luna, I will strangle you with my hands." And immediately runs back to the house where Noah and Richard stayed. From the door, he sees Noah grabbing Richard by the neck. At this moment, Richard and Noah stare at each other. But now that Eliana is no longer around and is out of any imminent danger, Noah lets Hunter take control, and in just a second, he shifts in his wolf form, catching Richard under his feet. In one motion, he thrusts his fangs into his neck and squeezes him hard without hurting him. "Did you think you could oppose me?" Noah asks him. "You're just a stupid, crazy old man." And he feels Richard struggling under his grip while his beta is just looking at him. "Why don't you help him?" Michael asks, because he knows all too well that a beta would die faster than turn against its own alpha. In the last 5 years, all he did was to hurt his Luna, his daughters, and also this pack because he was always angry and looking for scandal, his beta said. "Betrayal is not in the beta dictionary. What is going on?" Noah asks, getting up from Richard now that he knows he's already unconscious. "He is just submitting to my Luna command," Delilah suddenly hears from the door, shocking Noah and Michael. She enters the room and approaches Richard, who is lying unconscious on the floor. She bends down and then suddenly looks at him. She punches him in the face. "You bastard!" she yells and gives him another punch. "This is for Eliana." And she gave him punch after punch. "And this for Hope, because I lived without seeing her because of you. And this for Lauren, because you took her sister and best friend, and this," she yells and gives him one more punch, breaking his nose. "This is for me. and without looking at him, he approaches Noah and Michelle and tells them, "Lauren should never be loaded here again. Keep her safe." "What about you?" Noah asks. "I will stay with my pack. I am still their Luna, and when he wakes up I will die if it is necessary, but I will never abandon my people." "Let me kill him," Noah said. "No, this was never my intention." And going to the door, she opens it and says to them, "Leave. You don't want to be here and meet his rage." Noah looks one more time at her, and seeing how determined she is to stay with this crazy alpha, all he has to do is do as she is asked. He took Michael with him and ran straight to the tunnel. You know, Michael, the saddest thing about betrayal is that it never comes from your enemies. "Richard Cross will not let things go easy on us, man," Michael said. "He will never forget what happened here. His Beta and his Luna are in danger. It is their choice. But Delilah Cross is stronger than him, and I've never seen it come." "Neither Richard Cross," Michael said, looking down and analyzing all the things that happened. "Let him be." And sniffing the air, Noah smiles and says, "I feel Eli nearby. Let's bring our Luna back home." Author's POV. "Let me hold her," Noah said as soon as he reached Carter and his men after he managed to get out of the secret passage. He takes Eliana from Carter's arms and runs with her straight to his pack house. The way back to Crescent Moon Pack seems endless, especially now that he sees that his sweet mate is not reacting to anything. "Open the doors," he commands when he reaches his house, where the doctors are already waiting for him. He runs with Eliana straight into his room. "Mommy!" Hope starts to yell, seeing her mother in this state, and Noah turns his head and seeing Lauren near his daughter, he frowns and tells her, "Why are you sitting and looking like this?" And using his alpha command, he tells her, "Take my daughter away from here. She shouldn't see her mother like this." Lauren felt like the most stupid being in the world. "What was in my head?" she asks herself. "Because of my carelessness, my sweet little Hope will cry for her mother. Ah!" She yells to herself and takes Hope in her arm and runs outside the house, even if Hope is crying. "You're a bad auntie," she is crying her little heart out of her chest. "Let me see my mommy," and she tries to escape, making things difficult for Lauren. Meanwhile, in the house, the doctors take care of Eliana, and after they start to clean her wounds and take care of them, Noah asks, "How serious is it, doctor?" "It's not as bad as it looks, Alpha. The main problem is that they put too much wolfsbane into her system, and she is still weak after being unmarked for so many years. But she is out of danger. She will be awake soon." Michael looks at Noah and asks him before going to the door, "Will you be all right if I go? I need to see Lily." "Go, man, and take Carter with you. That stupid run out of hospital. I told him to stay here, but he still came after us even if he was hurt. Force him to see a doctor." And laughing and being a little bit relaxed after he has Eliana in his arms again, he tells Michael, "Tell him that I will beat him if he is disobeying again." And Michael leaves immediately, but Noah starts laughing when he hears him arguing with Carter, who insists he has nothing. "Hey," Carter yells from Noah's living room. "Why did you hit me?" "Because I am bigger than you," he hears Michael telling him. Those two are friends since they were in kindergarten, so Noah knows that they are joking. When the house is silent again, he just stands next to Eliana and takes her in his arms. "My sleeping angel," he whispers to her ear. "What am I going to do with you? Every time I think everything is fine, someone tries to take you away from me," and he closed his eyes and just stayed near her. But because Hope is still crying, he sent someone to bring her to his room. "Mommy?" cries Hope, looking at Eliana's wounds. "Daddy, who hurt my mommy? Tell me and I will bite his leg," she cries, making Noah smile. "Little princesses are not biting anyone's legs, Hope. Daddy will take care of everything." "No, you're lying, Daddy," Hope says, making Noah feel his heart broken. "Mommy is not safe with you. It's the second time she's hurt, and you're not there to save her." And she puts her little hand on her chest and looks ugly at him. "Princess," Noah yells, jumping out of bed and taking her in his arms. "Let me go. I want my mommy." She is crying, making Noah tremble. "She is just upset." Lauren tells him, "She will be fine when Eli wakes up. Don't put her words in your heart." "No, I am not." Hope still cries from Noah's arms. I'm sorry, he whispers to her ear, kissing her face and crying with her. "I promise she will never be hurt again. I will die for her if it is needed, but she will not be hurt again, he tells Hope, who, hearing his words, cries even harder. No, she yells in panic. I don't want to be a girl without Daddy again. Oh, my goddess, said Noah. Help me, Hunter. He starts begging him, but he doesn't have time to say anything, that Lauren takes her in her arms and places her next to Eliana. The little one put her head on Eliana's heart and just stayed there crying more and more slowly. I changed my mind. I want both of you, she said after a while. And looking at his daughter and then at Lauren's teary eyes, Noah realizes that his daughter is just like him. Whimsical and impulsive, saying things in a hurry, only to realize that she said more than she should. How hard did this little warrior make you regret that you are here? He asks Lauren. She is a thoughtful little princess, Lauren jokes. I almost fear for my life in the garden. I'm sure she could beat anyone, she said, laughing, but immediately looking at Hope, who is now ashamed, she says, We are fine, don't worry. She was just afraid for her mommy. Isn't that sweetie? She asks Hope. But Hope stays with her face down so that Noah won't see that she is crying. You are not a Badanti, she says in a rush, trying to escape. What? Noah asks, not understanding what he says, but Hope is looking him in the eye and says nothing. Let her, please. Tomorrow she will be fine. And when Eli wakes up, Hope won't notice anything. You will see. And she walks out of the room. Lauren, Noah calls her, making her stop at the door. Thank you for taking care of my daughter. And then he takes his girls in his arms, inhaling their smell. You saved her. And in a way, you saved me by letting me stay here, she says, and she leaves, crying in her heart for her mother, but at the same time she knows that this is just the beginning of the war. Our father will never close his eyes until he gets revenge, Candy, she told her wolf. What will we do? We have Eli now, Candy said, and she will never let anything happen to us. In the middle of the night, the house is at peace again. Lauren stays in her sleeping room, and Noah puts his daughter in her bed, placing Mr. Bunny next to her to keep her safe. Returning to his room, he goes straight to the window to close it. Is finally silent, Hunter, he says, inhaling the cool night air and looking at the clear, starry sky. It's finally quiet again. It's too quiet, Hunter tells him, still being on alert after everything has happened, and lets Noah go back to his bed to take care of his mate. But right there in the middle of the forest, someone is looking at Noah's house. He can't enter this fortress, but he has enough patience to wait for Noah's mistake. Eventually, Noah will let his guard down and he will be there. He clearly knows that in the end, he will find the right moment and he will succeed in taking his revenge. The key is patience. Whoever has patience to the end will be rewarded. In his room, Noah kisses Eliana's temple and closes his eyes. He is finally sleeping, calm and serene, without knowing that the storm is approaching. Noah's black POV. I guess you've heard of texts like, if I had known, or I'm sorry it took me so long to realize that. Well, I am one of those guys who makes statements like that right now. Last night, Angel appeared and she started to heal Eli, so now only the traces of the silver chains are visible, but otherwise she is normal again. It's been 2 hours since I woke up, and just watched her sleep like I'm sitting in front of a miracle. Yes, if I had known that having her in my life is so wonderful, I would have forced her to be mine from the first day I found out she was my mate. If I hadn't wasted so much time with pride, and if I had done the right thing now, I would have had a lot of memories together. I am afraid, Hunter, I say, caressing her hair with my fingers. I am afraid that this was not the end of Richard's hate towards her or me. After all that happened, she needs to stay with us all the time, Hunter said. And she will, even if she gets upset at first. She will never go to that damned hotel alone if I am not with her in the same room. But I can't tell her anymore that I immediately see her pursing her lips and stretching slightly. I freeze. Open your eyes, Eli, I whisper softly, but I just want to see her opening her eyes to know that she is safe. What are you doing? She asks me, still with her eyes closed, and turns her face to me so I can kiss her lips easily. I am watching you, I say, seeing Eli open one eye and smile at me. Why are you looking at me like that, she asks. I say, blabbering. I am fine, Noah. You saved me. Again. But you saved me. She says, but I feel that something is not all right because she looks taken aback. Eli, Look at me, I say in a commanding way. What happened? She's just looking at me now, lifting herself at her bottom and looking down. I feel like the last stupid person in the universe, Noah. That is happening, she said, and I saw her snorting at once. What are you talking about, Eli? I've never seen a woman like you. I am one of the most powerful alpha, and you put me down and made me go crazy more than one time. You are very smart. I've never met a woman like you. It's not about my intelligence, Noah, Eliana said and looked at me. It's about all this, she said, very annoyed, pointing to her body. I am weak. I am so fucking weak, and I am not able to take care of myself. Have you ever seen Angel? She asks me. And yes, I've seen her. She is the prettiest wolf I've seen. She is small and delicate, but she is so beautiful. Hunter adores her. Where do you want to go with this discussion? I ask her right away because I know this is about something else. I had no problem with being weak while I was a rogue. But since you marked me, and I marked you, I am one of your pack members. I belong here, she says, and my heart is full, knowing that she is accepting not only me but my pack too. You are their Luna, not just some pack member, Eli. Will you shut up? She asks me, making Hunter laugh. She is so sassy, Hunter said with pride. Sorry about that, she said, smiling sweetly at me. But I am too nervous right now. I don't even know how to explain what I want to say. Eli, you just woke up and you're emotional. I try to calm her down, but she immediately gives me a I will kill you look, and I realize I have to shut up. I knew I was weak before. It was hard for me to accept that. But becoming a rogue, I had to learn where I stand. Acceptance is the way to healing, and I learned it on my own skin. All my life I was ready to take my father's place, and one day I had nothing. Because of me, I said, and took her hand in my hand, and I felt my hands, not hers, trembling. I don't regret meeting you, Noah. Looking at Hope, I will never regret meeting you that night. But the thing is that I am damned weak, Noah. And I can't stand it anymore. You are strong, but I am a joke of Luna. How will our pack members accept me like this? She asks me. Is that what this is about? I ask her, laughing. My people love you, Ely. I deprived them for so many years of their Luna that even if you had 5 heads and they would have called you Medusa, they would have loved you just to have a Luna too. Even my father accepted you as our Luna. Why do you doubt yourself? You don't understand, do you? She asks, looking at me angrily. Being weak, I will always need protection. Every time someone will die or will be hurt just to keep me safe. Where is Lily now? Where is Carter or the other 2 warriors? And I don't like the way this discussion goes. I will protect you, I tell her. If you are afraid that someone will suffer doing their duty, I will be the one that will look after you. I don't want to. Suddenly she yells at me, making me feel like we came back almost 2 months ago when she hated me sincerely. But she looked at me, and with tears in her eyes, she said, It is my duty to take care of my pack members, to protect them and cherish them. And now she looks so lost that my heart hurts. Eli, you will become stronger. You are already stronger than a month ago when you were first wounded. You are already healed, and that means that Angel is evolving. I can't do it anymore, she said, and my heat stopped. You're not leaving me, I tell her, gritting my teeth. Leaving you? What the fuck are you talking about, Noah? You will not get rid of me so fast. You have some sins to pay, she tells me, smiling and approaching me. She takes me by the collar of my shirt and pulls me towards her. So ask her. Then what is all about? I want to train, she said. What? I ask her in shock. No, you could be hurt. But as soon as I see how she looks at me, I realize that most likely tonight I will sleep on the couch for the first time in my life, or that I will have to ask someone to taste my food. So trying to save my skin, I tell her, If you want to train, you will train with me. I will teach you. You don't have time for this, Noah. Let me train with Michael or Carter, she said. No, I will be your teacher. I said, and I started to think that maybe it's not a bad idea, and imagining Eli in her yoga pants and her bra, I can say that this is definitely not a bad idea at all. You are a perv, you know that? She asks, looking at me and bursting in laughter. But you are my perv, she continued, and she kissed me. Eliana's cross POV. I need to show you something, Noah said and lifted me from the bed in bridal style as soon as we ended our discussion. I can walk by myself, you know that? I asked him, but he is ignoring me as usual when it comes about touching me. He doesn't miss any opportunity to do it. "Let me hold you, woman," he said with a big grin on his face. "I know you can walk, but I just want to have you a little bit more in my arms. There is nothing wrong with that." And seeing him like this, I can only marvel. "Then show me," I say to him while he is taking me to the bathroom. "Noah," I squirm in his arms. "What are you doing?" Is this the why he wants to hold me? To take a shower together? But when Noah Black puts his mind on something, you have no chance of convincing him to do otherwise. So after 1 hour, we were finally finishing the shower. I can't help but look in the mirror and let my robe fall off my shoulders, analyzing my wounds. The wrists are the most affected because the silver has dug deep into them. Angel struggles to heal them, but it is difficult even for her to deal with it. But there are more traces on my body, and even if they are healed, they are still visible. I look at my shoulder where my father burned me with his cigarettes, and I trace with my fingers over it. Holding me in his arms, with my back glued to his chest, Noah let my robe slide almost completely off me, undressing me to the waist. He strokes my shoulders and breasts with his hands, then my abdomen. "I'd like to make all these signs go away," he whispers. "It's not hurting anymore, Noah," I say, looking at him from the mirror. But he closes his eyes and puts his head in the crock of my neck, right where he imprinted his mark on me, sniffing me. "What about your mind, Eli? What about your heart?" He asks me. "Noah," I say, turning around in his arms so I can face him. "Look at me," I say in a very commanding way, using my alpha voice on him and making him smile. He will never be able to touch my mind. He did it 5 years ago when he betrayed my trust in him and banned me, but after this he disappointed me again and again until he couldn't have any effect on me. And I kiss his lips lightly. "I have something to tell you," I say, and lifting my eyes, I look straight into his clear green eyes, melting my soul. He is just looking at me without saying a word. I know that he has a lot in his mind, but this is the why I need to train, and if he had any doubts, now I am convinced that he will understand me. In those few days he kept me captive, he did a lot of things to me, but also thinking that he will succumb to torment me until I die, he also talked a lot, Noah. It was as if he was in a trance. He talked as a madman about all his plans to put you down, to force you to marry Lauren so he could put his hand over your pack, and he told me what he did to reach his goal. "Tell me," he whispers, almost panicking. "Do you remember my first attack in the forest?" I asked him. "Of course I remember," Noah said, but then looking at me he said with anger, "Don't tell me that it was his hand too." "Now you understand me?" I asked him. "I killed 2 rogues at that moment. Even I don't know where I found the strength to do it, but that made me think that maybe Angel will become stronger during the time." "You fought for your life," Noah said, looking in my eyes, "and I am proud of you." "And I am too, but that man who is my father will never stop, Noah." "I will train you," Noah tells me this time with an attitude, finally understanding the need for my request. "It's not a caprice, Noah. These traces," I tell him, pointing to my body, "they will pass, but if I'll just stay and do nothing, others will appear in their place. I don't want to feel weak anymore, Noah." And I feel tears welling up in my eyes. "You will never feel this way again," he tells me, and he takes me in his arms, giving me a mind-blowing kiss. "I want to show you something," he says. "I have a surprise for you." "I like surprises," I say with a laugh. "Then you'll like it to the fullest," and he takes me back in his arms. And when we got out of our bedroom for breakfast, I saw Lauren and Hope at the table, and my heart almost stopped. "How?" I ask him, almost crying. "Lauren is here?" "Oh my goddess!" Eli, she yells, jumping off the table and crying into her arms, and I can't stop crying too. "Who is this possible?" I ask, looking at Noah and then at Lauren. "How do you think I got into your father's house to save you?" "It was your mother's plan, but she asked me to keep Lauren safe in my pack." "What about my mother?" I ask, panicking. "She couldn't leave your father, but I will find a way to bring her here too. Without his mate near him, your father will lose his last piece of reason." And I hear the front door opening. I don't need clues to know who it is. Lillian Michael. She looked much better than she looked in my office. Not being a rogue anymore helped her to heal faster too. "Where is Carter?" Noah asks Michael. He's coming right now, he says and takes Lily in his arms, kissing her temple. I wanted to thank you too for all you have done in the last few days. Noah said, looking at Lily and Michael, and then at Lauren. Even to me, Daddy? Hope asks, looking at him. Yes, even to you, because you were a very good girl, he said, smiling at her and pulling her from her chair in his lap, making her happy. And just then the front door opens again. We hear Carter yelling, Lucy, I am home. We are in the dining room, Carter, Noah said, laughing. Shut up and move your ass here. But immediately Hope looked up at him menacingly. Daddy, you said that word again? She is the prettiest thing in the world, but we can't marvel at her, because as soon as Carter enters the room we see a commotion at the table, and I see Lauren slipping her cutlery out of her hand, falling over the plate and making noise, and then pouring a glass of water all over the table. But what is more shocking is Carter is looking at her with his mouth open, blinking rapidly. What is going on? Lily asks, not understanding anything. Mine, he whispers, unable to take his eyes off Lauren. Oh, my goddess, this will be so good to watch, but I will tell you later why, because now I can't stand but laugh with all my heart. Welcome to the family, Carter. Eliana's cross POV. Hey, beautiful, Noah said as soon as I put my feet on the training gym for my first lesson with him. I'm emotional, Noah, I tell him and throw the bag of equipment on a bench and start taking off my shoes. Did you manage to calm down Lauren and Carter? He asks me, laughing out loud, but I give him a look that tells him everything. My goddess, he said, putting his hand over his forehead. What a brilliant combination. But the thing is that Carter is a fantastic guy. He and Michael are like Noah's brothers, and Lauren is the most caring and loving girl I know, but they are so extreme. Lauren is obsessed with rules. She has her little escapades, but they are very rare. She is always doing the right thing and is very obedient. Carter, on the other hand, I don't know, but I've often thought he was crazy. A sweet madman, blonde with black eyes, a handsome man that I know that Lauren covets. He never does what he is told. Sometimes he defies even Noah. To make him listen to you almost every time you need to use your alpha command. At the same time, he is trustworthy and always ready to sacrifice himself for those he loves. But Lauren and Carter, together, this is a soap opera that I will not get tired of watching. Yesterday, he almost marked her in front of everyone because he takes what is his, he said. And Lauren almost kicked his ass for this, swearing she wouldn't let him get close to her until he learned to control himself. And for the sake of completeness, Carter now lives with us because otherwise he'll break in just to see Lauren. I swear, I bet he slept at Lauren's door last night. So yes, Noah's question is justified. They will be fine. It's just too soon for Lauren, and you know how Carter is. He scared her. What about you? Are you ready? He asks me. I missed the training, I confess to him. Note, last time I trained was a day before the day I found out that I am pregnant. Then let's make this time useful, he whispers to my ear, making me shiver. This is a bad idea, Angel said. He will train us in another way. I won't let him, I say. I won't let him deprive me of training, so I look at him and tell him to laugh. I'm going to kick your ass, and I raise an eyebrow. Is that so? He asks. Let's see what you remember. I am an alpha. With training, I know that one day I will be strong enough to put him down. Take position, he said, astonishing me. He is really going to train me. Wonderful. I looked at him and started to move around him. I like you watching me, he said, but I want to make an attack on me now. Show me how you do it. My fist flew at his face, but without touching him. Noah grabs my hand and pulls me towards him, and he whispers in my ear, use all your strength or I'll take you right here in the middle of the gym, and he is just ginning at me like a fowl, making me angry. Pushing him, I take a step and clenching my fist again, I hit him directly in the ribs, shocking him. Take that, Angel yells. But when I see him bending down, I run to him and take him in my arms. Oh my goddess, are you all right? And this brat is just fooling me, because in a second he puts me down on the floor, riding me. Take off of me, I yelled at him. Rule number 1, he said, don't let your guard down, and after he kissed me he gets up and tells me, again. And we did it again and again for 2 hours, and in the end my fist hit him in his face, right in his nose, but Noah didn't even flinch. He just kicked me with his knee in my hip, making me unbalanced, and I fell to the floor on a soft mat. He is looking at me and laughing, being very proud of his move. I must confess, training with him was funny. I liked every second here, but now I want to win this fight. So I do all that is needed. I play dirty. As soon as I fell on the mattress, I started to panic him. My hip, it hurt so much. "Oh, my goddess, did I hurt you?" Noah asked, running to me, and he immediately knelt right next to me. "Where are you hurt?" he asks and starts to check on me. It's a dirty move, I know, but it's just as he said. You should never let your guard down. So let's train Noah Black his own lesson. I'm very small compared to him. Noah is at least twice my weight, so I have to think smart if I want to take him down. And as soon as I saw him lean on me, I stretched my legs and put them around his neck, strangling him, shocking him completely. Then when I felt he was confused enough that he did not understand what was happening to him, I put him on the ground with only one movement of my hips, giving him another punch in his face and riding him. I win, I yell at him, leaving him with his mouth open. Did we really kick his ass? Angel laughs. Rule number 2, I say to him. Rule 1 is valid for you too. And I laughed, trying to get up, but Noah grabbed my hips, forcing me to keep riding him. You did it well. You really did it well. Now you need a reward. Oh no, not in the gym. Will you buy me a new purse? I ask him, laughing. No, I'll do something better, he said. Noah's black POV. I look in the mirror and I can only smile. This is the day I have been dreaming about for the last few weeks. I would be a hypocrite if I didn't admit that at the beginning I wanted Eliana just to strengthen my position as an alpha. I knew I wouldn't last long without her. It frightened me that she was a rogue, but at the same time I was inexplicably attracted to her like a magnet. Our bond has always been beyond imagination. And now, thinking at the whole route that brought us here, starting with our nightstand 5 years ago, I can only say that we were meant to be here today. I always wonder, what would it be like if I had known 5 years ago from that night that Eli is my mate? Would Richard Cross have let her follow me? Would she have accepted me into her life? Would hope still be here? Would I have learned to love her so much as I do now? There are a lot of questions in my mind. What if will always be a mystery, but it doesn't matter anymore. We are together, and starting today, we will step into a new stage of our lives. How are you, man? Michael asks me, and I immediately see Carter appear behind him with a grin. Emotional, can you believe that? The great Noah Black has little left and cries, I say, laughing and with my heart galloping in my chest. Let me help you with that bow tie, Carter said, undressing and tossing his jacket to an armchair. Did you see Eli? I ask Michael because I know Lily is with her to help her get ready. You want to know, don't you? He asks me, laughing. Calm down, she will be there and you will see her with your own eyes. That's better, Carter said after putting on my bow tie correctly. I've seen her. Eliana is gorgeous, he says, looking at me. I can't wait, man, and I can already feel my hands shaking. Are you ready? It's time to go. Our pack members are already in place, Michael asks. I look in the mirror before I leave the room. I wear a Giorgio Armani classic tuxedo black suit, white formal shirt with silk bow tie, and my favorite black derby shoes. My taper haircut is brushed up and perfectly arranged. Let's meet our girl Hunter, I say, trembling even when I am speaking with my own wolf. Michael opens the door and Carter beckons me to go. I think you've already guessed. Today I will marry Eliana. After what happened last week, I thought we would have to cancel everything, but Eliana didn't even want to hear about this. It only took her 3 days to fully recover, and those silver traces from her wrists didn't interest her at all. So today we are marrying people. I did not want to risk anything. We will marry in the back garden of my house, which is spacious enough to gather any member of the pack who wants to participate. My house is huge, but the gardens around it are even more spectacular. Being on the hillside, the views from any part of the garden are wonderful. Every night we can see the sunset. The forest almost enters our house, as Hope likes to say. We are surrounded by a spectacular forest of old oaks that cover the property with their strong branches. My land is over 35,000 square feet, and more than half of it is with a private forest, while the rest of it is full of gardens with flowers, where most of the time I don't even get there, but I always felt good knowing that this place is surrounded by beauty. Lily and Michael arranged the garden and decorated the alleys with hundreds of arrangements of pastel English roses in white, light yellow, and orange colors, adorned with wildflowers and eucalyptus leaves. Everything smells like roses in the air. On either side of the main alley, they placed rustic chairs, and looking, I can say that none is empty. My entire pack is here. As soon as I appear at the end of the decorated alley, my pack members stop talking and turn their heads to me, smiling. "We are doing it, Hunter. We are marrying." I say happy as I begin to move through the crowd to the place where I will wait for Eli. Every tree is adorned along the alley with white lights, lanterns, and flowers. I feel like in a dream, and at the end of the alley, the most beautiful flower arcade that I ever seen waits for me and Eli to start our wedding. I walk resolutely, and Michael and Carter follow me. They are my best man, and they have been since we were little. I want them with me today. And if all seems fantastic, when I reach the end of the road and I turn to the crowd, everything becomes reality. The music starts, and every head turns to the other end where my sweet little angel stays and smiles at me. Hope shakes her hand, waving to me enthusiastically as Lauren whispers something in her ear and immediately starts walking, throwing rose petals down the alley, paving the way. Behind her, Lily and Lauren walk shoulder to shoulder, wearing long pastel orange dresses that match the copper leaves of the trees. Lily is smiling at Michael, and he can't take his eyes off her. "You must offer her a wedding," I told him through our mind link. "It's an alpha command." I say even if I didn't use my commanding tone, and he is smiling. I will offer her the sun and the moon from the sky if it is needed. This woman is more than I ever dreamed, he tells me. Lauren is smiling shyly at Carter. He is still living in my house, desperate to catch her and mark her, while poor Lauren is still completely devastated by everything that has happened in her life lately. But I know that Carter will come near her at the right place. At least she didn't reject him, being the strongest in this relationship. Carter will never have a chance to stand in front of her alpha wolf. Looking at her with his puppy eyes, he is the stupidest thing I have ever seen him doing. But this is the beauty of love, makes even the most powerful men act like some dreaming children. But when I looked behind Lauren and Lily, my heart literally stopped. "Mate!" Hunter said that in whisper, being charmed body and soul of the miracle that appeared before him. Eli sits at the end of the alley and looks at me happily. I know now what she means when she said that she wanted the dress. She is simply ravishing. My eyes are full of tears, and I feel them flowing down my face while she is whispering, "I love you." What a fool I was not to fight for her from the beginning. I lost so much time with her. "Daddy?" Hope asks me and gets closer to me. "Why are you crying?" I bend and take her in my arms. She is wearing a dress in the same material as Eli, and she has flowers in her hair that is curly now. Looking at me with those blue eyes, she wipes my tears and puts her head on my shoulder. "Please don't cry, Daddy. You will have puffy eyes," and puts her little hand on my cheek. "I love you, Hope," I say, and looking at Eli, I see her starting to walk towards me. She is wearing a Monique Lhuillier's wedding dress that is called Buttercup. The long, puffed sleeve dress is in a vibrant yellow open-weave silk organza with cascading flowers. In front of the dress, there is a deep V neckline, which shows enough of Elijah's white skin without any vulgarity. She is just perfect. The back of the dress is almost completely cut, ending at the waist with a fine cord from which the gorgeous train of the dress starts. She has very soft and natural makeup, and her hair is caught in a cheek-twisted ponytail. I can't stop my tears, and the moment she is in front of me, I put Hope down and take her in my arms and kiss her directly, making everyone laugh. "Ahim," we hear the priest saying. "We are not at that part yet, then let's start," Eli said, smiling at him and then looking into my eyes, Eliana's cross POV. I have dreamed about this day since the moment I realized that I love Noah. At first, I refused to let him in my life, and I still wanted to hate him. But from the moment he became a part of Hope's life, he just demolished one by one all the walls I had built around me. Seeing Noah Black, who is not a womanizer, who is responsible, who sincerely loves a child and who wants a poor rogue like me in his life just because I am his mate and nothing else. All those things brought me here today. I look into his eyes and I think he is crazy because he has been crying since I appeared at the end of the alley. Mr. Black, the mayor, which is also a priest, asked him, "It is time for your vows." "Already?" Noah asks, laughing and making all the audience smile and giggle. "Eliana Dalila Cross, soon to be Black, are you really marrying me?" He suddenly asks me and I squeeze my eyes at him. So he is full of jokes today. "Are you?" He asks me again, because if this is just a dream, I don't want to wake up from it. "She is, man," Carter said behind him. "Keep going until you're not boring her." And looking at him, I see that his face turns white at once. Lauren is looking at him for sure. "Ha! Good job, Lauren." He keeps threatening him. Maybe Noah can finish his oath. Noah turned his head to Carter, pointing his finger at him without saying anything, and Carter just zipped his lips and the whole pack started to laugh. Turning his head to me, he said, "A lie. The day I found out that you are my mate, I had the thought to mark you and make you mine from the first second. But I am glad that you put me in a corner and opposed with all your strength, because our love today wouldn't have been so beautiful without all the struggle that united us. I love you, Eli. I love you. I love Hope. I love your friends and your family. Almost all your family," he said, smiling. "I just love all the packages that come with you." And now is my turn to feel the tears flowing down. We had those moments when I thought I lost you. Those moments that made me realize that all I want in this life is only you and nothing more. So today I stand in front of you and swear in front of our pack that I will love you forever. And I am sure that my pack will love you too, because they have been waiting for their Luna for years, and now you are here to make all of us happy. And he drags me to him and kisses me again in front of all these people. "We're not there yet, Mr. Black," the priest said again, laughing hard and holding his big belly, and when Noah let me breathe, the priest looked at me and made me sign to start. "My Noah," I say, smiling at him. "My handsome and temperamental alpha, let me tell you something. You are crazy." And I start laughing when he raises an eyebrow and tells me through our mind link, "I'll show you tonight how crazy I am about you." And I blush instantly. Every time you appeared in my life, you took something from me. More or less, but every time something came up and I changed. Angel wanted you from the beginning, so it is not her fault for being late in this relationship. I came in front of you with a lot of doubts, traumas, and disappointments. My heart was broken, but you took it in your hand, and you replaced all the sadness with beautiful moments. Right now, I know that I was sad in the past, but I don't remember much. And you know why? Because it doesn't matter anymore. Since you came into my life and accepted me, I made new memories. I want you forever, Noah Black. I want you to have me, and I want to have you as long as the goddess will allow it. I will never be able to understand why it took me so much to believe in you, but I promise you that no matter what will happen in the future, I will trust you. And now it's my turn to get up on my toes and kiss him. "Is that how they always are?" the priest asks, laughing. "They are even worse," Carter said again, but this time kissing Noah, I held out my hand and caught Carter on his ear in front of anyone. "I'm sorry, Luna," he said. "Can I finish now?" the priest asks, seeing that we are calm again. "By the power with which I was invested, I now declare you husband and wife. Crescent Moon Pack, this is your Luna," he said, and looking at us, he started to laugh again. "Go, now you can kiss your bride." And Noah took me in his arms and gave me a mind-blowing kiss. "Hey," Hope said, "I want a kiss too." And I feel him smiling on my lips and detaching himself from me, he said, "Come here, little passion's killer." And taking her in his arms, he starts to kiss her little cheeks, making her giggle. I look around from Noah's arms and I feel peace. A peace that is scary because I never felt something like this. "Are you all right?" Noah asks me. "I am. It's just this huge happiness that I don't know how to live it. Is too much happiness," I said, looking around and seeing Lily dancing in Michael's arms while he was kissing her neck and whispering something to her. I see Aiden and Hope doing a strange dance that has nothing to do with the music, but they are so sweet and childish that I could stay and watch them all day long. I see Lauren trembling in Carter's arms while he is caressing her naked back with his fingers, never letting her go from his arms. Do you think we will stay like this forever? That my father will let us be? I asked Noah. He looks at me and I know that he is as stressed as I am. Mrs. Black, he said, looking at me in a meaningful way. We don't know the future, but we have this day, and no matter what tomorrow will bring, you have me, and I have you. This is all that matters. I have you, I whispered to him and put my head on his shoulder, dancing and hugging. I have you and you have me, author's POV. Everything around is great. Do you like it, my Luna? Michael asks, smiling and taking Lily by the hand, bringing her to his chest and hugging her from behind. It's perfect, Michael, Eliana said, looking around and feeling like she was living a fairy tale. Everything is so beautiful. Mommy. Suddenly Hope screams and runs to Eliana, completely red in the cheeks, and throws herself with open arms for Eliana to catch her. But Noah catches her and takes her in his arms, spinning around with her. Princess, stop running like this. You will fall and you will get hurt, he tells her, kissing her and placing her in Eliana's arms. Daddy, Mommy, I've made up my mind, Hope said with a big smile on her face. About what, sweetie? Eliana asks her, knowing that Hope will drop a bomb. I talked to Aiden and next week we are getting married too. We like this wedding too much and we want to party again. What? Noah asked, almost blabbering, and looking around he asks nervously, where is that little brat who wants to steal my sweet little princess? But Michael and Carter and the girls can't stop laughing, seeing how affected he is just at the thought that someone will take Hope. He is just 5, for the name of a goddess, Lily nodded disapprovingly. They're just playing. No, if I leave him alone, he will steal her from me, Noah said, still looking for Aiden, and when he sees it, he goes straight to him. Michael, go after him, Eliana said, until he won't ruin our party. But when he sees Aiden with tears in his eyes, Eliana puts Hope down and whispers to her, go and kiss little Aiden. Daddy made him sad, and she doesn't have to tell her a second time that Hope immediately runs away and gives him a little peck on his cheek, making Noah almost faint. You see, he said, pointing to the kids. Evil must be eradicated from the root. You think they're small and bang, a little brat is stealing your girl. You are exaggerating, Eliana said, and taking a glass of champagne, she puts it in Noah's hand and said, relax, or you will sleep alone tonight. Excluded. Wherever you are, so will I, says Noah, squeezing his eyes at her in a way that warns her not to joke about it. Where did Carter find all these waiters? Suddenly Eliana asked, looking around. They're not from our pack, aren't they? No, I don't know them. They are from the public area. Most of them rogues who worked for us in the past, but not all of them. He knows better. He hired them. Why are you asking? Noah said and kissed her forehead. It's nothing. I thought one of them was looking at us strangely earlier. Which one? Noah was already wondering how to get him out of the party. I's nothing. Do not mind me. I am just too emotional today. And she puts her hands around his neck and starts to dance, slowly, but immediately behind them the sound of broken plates resounds, and then another one and another one. What the fuck is happening? Noah asks for and looks around while Michael runs to him, but on his way, Michael seems to be dizzy and collapses until he reaches him. So does Carter, who falls into Lauren's arms. One by one, all the guests begin to fall around them. What the fuck is happening? Hope, Aiden, Eliana and Noah start shouting. Lily just collapsed near Michael and looks at Eliana with tears in her eyes, whispering without force in her voice, find Aiden, please. But when she thinks things can't get any worse, Eliana sees Noah shaking. Noah, no, what's going on? And she starts to cry. He looks at the glass from his hand and smelling it, he can only say wolfsbane and falls to the ground. Noah! Eliana starts to cry her heart out. Run, Eli, he said, almost drowning. Take Hope and run. They are coming after you. No, I will not leave you, she yelled. But looking around, there are still at most 10 members of the pack, standing and running around trying to help the fallen ones. The rest collapsed to the ground, some unconscious, others conscious but paralyzed. Hope! Aiden, she yells, but the kids say nothing even though she hears them crying nearby. They are hidden, Angel said. Look under that table, she said as she made Eliana look around as she tried to lift Noah and place his head on her lap. "Stay there," she whispers to Hope, who is looking at her from under the tablecloth. And Eliana beckons her not to make a fuss. "Noah, I'm going to get help," she said, and got up, but she stops immediately, seeing how Jim Lawrence appears from her pack house with a demonic grin on his face. "You thought you escaped, didn't you?" he asks Eliana to start approaching her, while Eliana starts to take a few steps back, trying to increase the distance between them. She looks at her beautiful dress and swears and grabs it, and she just tears the whole train down, staying only with the skirt of the dress in which she can move faster. "Where do you think you're running?" he asks her, running to her and catching her on her neck, while Noah has a little more and has a heart attack seeing what happens. "Run, Eli," he whispers, but he has no power to speak. "Run? But where is fun, Alpha Black?" Lawrence asks. "You put me in a corner because those damn red." And still holding Eliana's neck, he goes and hits Noah with his legs in the stomach. And that's it. Eliana feels that she loses control of her and a big fury takes over. "Angel, help me," she yelled in panic, seeing how Noah gets hit after hit. It's been only 3 days since she started her training, so she's not a match for Jim Lawrence. All the predictions are that she will lose in a confrontation with him, but she just can't stay with her hand on her chest and let her mate die under her watch. So, saying her last prayer, she punched Jim Lawrence in his face with all her alpha force, making him let go and taking a few steps back. Using her alpha voice, she points her finger at Lawrence and says between her clenched teeth with a lot of anger, "You and me. Until death. You will die anyway today. We are just waiting for Daddy to come here," Lawrence said, and everyone starts to feel that this is the end. Noah's heart just stopped. If Richard Cross gets here, they'll all be dead. "I challenge you," Eliana yelled in front of everyone. "This is no turning back. It is an unwritten law. An alpha cannot refuse a challenge without losing his position." Looking at her, he swore her in front of everyone and said with hostility, "Fine, I don't care. Anyway, in a way or another, you will die today." Author's POV. Jim Lawrence looks at Eliana and gives her a demonic smirk and starts to laugh like a madman. This is going to be so funny. To kill Noah's black mate in front of his eyes while he is paralyzed, and he laughs like a psychopath. Eliana tries to take a defensive position because right now she knows that she is not a match for Jim Lawrence. He is too big, and even if he tries to attack him in a direct confrontation, he has no chance against him. She challenged him in the hope that she would be able to win some time. All she can hope is to resist until by a miracle Noah will recover or they will receive salvation from elsewhere. She looks around and sees some rogues taking off their uniforms. 6 rogues, so this is the way they managed to do it. They infiltrated the hired waiters. She looks at Noah, who tries to get up and trembles while looking panicked at Eliana. "Don't do it," he whispers. But until he can say anything else, Jim Lawrence rushes to Eliana and grabs her by the hair, and he pulls her towards him. Grabbing her by the hand with one hand and with the other by her arm, Lawrence begins to drag her in the middle of the dance floor so that everyone present can see the show. "Leave her alone." Noah shouts as loud as he can, but Jim Lawrence looks him in the eye, and without thinking, he lifts Eliana in the air as if she were a flake and actually hits her on the ground, cracking all her bones. "Lily!" Lily, Lauren, Noah, everyone yells in panic. She just stays there, fallen to the ground, and cries in pain. This can't happen. This was supposed to be a happy day. No one was going to die today. "And it won't die," Angel tells her, giving her strength. "Get up, Eli. We will fight today until our last breath, but if we will die, this jerk will die with us." Eliana's eyes widened. She just looks at Jim Lawrence as he begins to walk around her like a wolf roaming his prey. "You are weaker than I thought." And, looking at Noah, he asks him, "You could have any woman in this world, and you choose a rogue. Are you nuts?" And he rushes towards him, trying to hit him. But just then Eliana gets up on her knees, and trembling with pain, she finally manages to stand up. "I am not a rogue," she yelled, making the whole forest resound, and suddenly she starts to run to Jim Lawrence, who looks at her amused. "Is she crazy?" he asks Noah, laughing. Lawrence pulls out his claws, waiting for Eliana to approach him and give her the fatal blow. This woman is kind of funny, he thinks, and in his madness he doesn't even realize when Eliana is right in front of him, and instead of jumping towards him, She throws herself to the ground and pulls out her claws and sticks them in Lauren's legs, tearing his muscles. Jim Lawrence collapses under his own weight that can no longer be borne by his severely injured legs. Eliana gets up immediately and, looking at him from above, says, "Rule number 1, never underestimate your opponent," and she thrust her claws into his throat, tearing his throat long enough to let him live a little longer. "Rule number 2, don't mess with my family," and she sees the horror on Jim Lauren's face. Is he really going to be killed by a woman? "Rule number 3, Eliana said, smirking at him. "Never accept a challenge in which you don't know who you're fighting, because guess what, you stupid jerk? I am an alpha female." And he immediately inflicted the deadly blow on Lawrence. But in her back, those rogues who accompanied him begin to surround her and revolve around her. "Eli," Noah shouted, feeling his body begin to recover a little, but not enough to fight. He took just 2 sips from that glass, so he is not as affected as the others. "It was interesting to find out that you didn't die that day in the forest," said one of the rogues that seems to be the leader. "You killed 2 of my friends that day, and now you will pay for that." And that rogue leader signals to his companions to attack Eli. She looked around and took a chair in her hands, and when the first rogue came, she hit him in the head with all her force, making him faint. She struggled with everything she had and killed 3 rogues, but when one of the rogues caught her arm and bit her hard, she knew that she would not be able to stand for much longer. The rogue's leader rushed to Eliana and punched her in the stomach, throwing her to the ground. "Shit!" she said. "That really hurt." And she begins to cough, spitting blood under the horrified eyes of Noah and those closest to her. She just tries to ignore the pain and stand up again, but she can't, because the rogue pulls out a dagger and immediately sticks it in Eliana's abdomen. She turns her gaze to Noah, and her tears start to flow on her cheeks. "Our forever was just for a few hours," she whispered to herself, and collapsed to the ground, feeling how the blood started to leak on her. "Eliana," Noah yells, unable to move and take her in his arms in her last moments. And when the rogue leader leans over her, trying to hit her deadly with her last force, Eliana grabs him by the neck and, stretching out her fangs, kills him instantly. The rogue falls over her, and she just stays there waiting for her end. "Eliana," is all she hears around her. Everyone shouted at her desperately, but she is so weak right now that even staying with her eyes open is too much and hurts. And just before the darkness embraces her, Eliana hears a familiar voice commanding angrily, "Catch the rest of the rogues," and with a powerful growl he commands, "Kill them and bring the doctors." Noah's black POV. "I cannot breathe. The wolfsbane is the worst thing I have ever experienced. I swear that no matter how much someone will hurt me, I will never use such a thing on another being. This is burning all the entrails in me, burns my bones, my blood, even my hair stings. I see Eli being dragged, beaten, and I lie like a useless, completely paralyzed, and I can't help her. Hunter!" I yelled with all my force, but he is temporarily annihilated by this damn wolfsbane. The moment I saw Jim Lawrence falling to the ground, I thought I started hallucinating. She did it. She killed an alpha, and a few rogues as a bonus, but when that jerk put his dagger in her, I felt a strong pain in my heart. "No, Eli. Goddess, please don't take her. We had too little time together. Please, not for me, for Hope. Please, I love her. I want our forever." She fell on the ground and with her last strength killed that damned rogue, who fell over her body, blocking me from seeing her. I want to crawl, but I can't. "Eli," I'm starting to shout. I mind-link her, but nothing. My heart hurts too much. "Kill the rogues," I heard a voice suddenly. "Father? What is he doing here?" Since he helped me to rescue Eli, he went to find more clues about Richard Cross and his allies, and now he is just here? I see someone lifting the rogue over Eli's body, and then I see her. She is unconscious. "Save her!" I whisper desperately and see my father pick her up from the ground and run away with her in our house. And that's all I remember. The next day when I woke up, Hope was sleeping on my chest, completely crouched, with her eyes swollen by tears. "Hunter?" I asked, trying to figure out if I had fully recovered. "I am here," he said in a voice so muffled that I almost didn't recognize him. "Is she dead?" I ask, and I almost burst into tears, but I control myself because I don't want to scare Hope. "No, I feel Angel. She is alive, but she is not fine at all. Hunter said. She is struggling to live. I lift Hope slightly and get out of bed. The wolfsbane is still in my system but is not affecting me to the point of incapacitating me. I went out of my room searching for something, for someone. I am in my own house. Noah. Suddenly I hear my father. Where is she, Dad? I ask. I need to see her. But at the same time I am afraid to face reality. What if I lose her? She is in your room. And I start to walk, but my father stops me. Noah, she is not awake and she was very wounded. A lot of broken bones and ribs, internal bleeding. You will not feel good seeing her like this. Dad, I need to see her. Let me go. And if I could, I would run to her, but this wolfsbane is slowing me down. I open the door and I see my beautiful Luna lying in our bed, sleeping with a lot of IVs that enter her body. There are devices everywhere. And in the whole room, only the sound produced by them can be heard. Her heartbeat resounded everywhere. She is alive. I whisper and go to bed next to her, not knowing where to sit so as not to hurt her. I just stay close to her and hold her hand, and in just a few minutes I fall asleep because walking 20 feet between our rooms puts me down. But in an instant, I opened my eyes when I heard Hope yelling and crying with all her heart. No, you are lying to me, she said, while my father tried to explain something. They are dead. Mommy and Daddy died and I am alone. Help me, Hunter, I say, and in a rush I open the door and shout her name. She looks in my direction and runs to me with her little feet, throwing herself into my arms. I am here, Princess. Daddy is here, I say and signal to my father to leave us alone. Seeing Eli, she puts her head on my chest and stays close to me. And this is the way we stayed for more than 4 days. The most beautiful day of our life turned into a nightmare. Right now, Hope sleeps near Eli, and I just look at them. I lift myself and kiss Eli's forehead. Thank you, Goddess, for her being alive. She saved all of us by challenging Jim Lawrence. I am so proud of her right now. And I can't help but kiss the tip of her nose, her cheeks. Her lips are wonderfully sweet, and then I feel it. As a light breeze, I felt her lips move along with mine as if she were trying to answer my kiss. Eli? I whisper, but she is still with her eyes closed. Her hand moves a little in my hand, and this is the moment when I know that she is close. Eli, you can do it. Please open your eyes, I say and gently caress her forehead. I am here. When she opened her eyes, my heart stopped. When those blue eyes looked into my eyes, I felt that I would never be able to survive if she were no longer with me. You came back, I whisper to her. Hey, she wants to say, but it is too difficult for her. Don't speak. I immediately told her I'd mind link her. Don't force yourself, I'm near you, I tell her, and I immediately kiss her hand. And Hope is here too? She asks, putting her hand over her little body. We are all here. We were waiting for you to come back to us, I say without being able to take my eyes off her. She is so pale and weak, but I will help her recover. I will be her shield. Noah, she said, did you catch my father? No, beautiful, that one of the rogues escaped and told him what happened. So it's not over yet? She asked, and I saw her eyes tearing. He will never touch you again. I know that he is your father, but next time we meet he will be dead. And I'm serious, and I'm not kidding. And she closes her eyes and whispers, I am so tired. I love you, I whisper to her, although I'm sure she's already asleep. But when I see her smiling, I tell her once more, I love you, Eliana Dalila Black. I love you forever. Author's POV. Please, please, Lauren. Carter's cries on Lauren's door, but no one notices. Lauren, cross, he yells, starting to punch in the door. Open the door or I'll put this door down. What the fuck are you doing? Do you want to demolish my house? Noah asks nervously as he leaves his bedroom. You're going to wake Eli. Calm down immediately. I'm sorry, but she doesn't want to talk to me, Carter said nervously. And why would she want to? Michael asks, suddenly appearing in the hallway. Because I am her mate? Hello? Carter said, raising his arms as if it were obvious. Did you bring Lily as I asked you? Noah asks, looking at Michael and ignores Carter's tantrum. And Aiden, too. Good. I need her to help me with Eli. She is still in her room recovering and she needs a friend right now. And Hope, too. It's not safe to take them out until we catch Richard. What about me? Carter asks. What about you? Michael and Noah ask simultaneously. Will you help me get Lauren out of her room? He asks with the eyes of a beggar puppy. No, Lily said, coming with Aiden in her arms. Why, Lily? Why? Carter asks, booming. Because you are not acting like a gentleman and all you know is to hunt the poor girl and try to mark her without even knowing her. But she is my mate. We'll learn about each other later, Carter said. Michael looks at him and then at Noah and asks, Is he stupid? It seems so, Noah said, and looking at Carter he said, Why do you want Lauren? He asks, knowing that Lauren is on the other side of the door and listening. But Carter looks at him and doesn't know what to tell him outside because he wants her because she's his fated mate. That's what I thought, Noah says, looking at him. When I met Eli, I was furious because she was rejecting me again and again. All I knew was that I needed her to strengthen my position, to be stronger, and to have a clear conscience. But Eli had something else in mind, and she fought with me until one day I almost lost her. And right at that moment, I understood that I want her because I love her and because I will never be able to live without her. And Carter just looks at him and says nothing. He looks at the door behind which Lauren is hiding and then looks at Noah again. I will ask you again. Why do you want Lauren apart from the fact that she's your fated mate? What entitles you to go over her now and mark her as you mate? And Carter stands speechless and begins to feel more and more embarrassed. Do you even know when her birthday is? Noah asks. Do you know what her favorite food is? What are her passions? For the goddess' sake, do you even know how old Lauren is? No, I don't know, Carter said, lowering his head. In this case, I would ask you to stop trying to demolish my house and get to know Lauren first. She is Eli's sister, and I guarantee you never, but you will never be able to force her to accept her. And he smiles at Carter. Those women's hearts have a lot of love in them, but to enjoy it, you have to be worthy. They are alpha females. They will never submit in front of their mate. Eli was a rogue, and yet she resisted me. Shit, Carter said. I completely forgot about that. And looking one more time at Lauren's door, he let his head down and left. Lauren, Noah said as soon as Carter left the area, open the door. And immediately she sticks her head out the door and looks left and right, trying to make sure Carter doesn't jump out of nowhere and takes us by surprise. What was that? He asks her, looking at her slightly frowning. He is always lurking like a predator, and he wants nothing else than to mark me. And I don't want to be marked by force. I want to live the moment and to be special. I don't want to be rushed through the house and crammed into a closet just to be marked by him. You heard him. He doesn't even know why he wants to mark me. I assure you, he won't bother you until he has answers to Noah's questions, Lily tells him, smiling. Will you come with me to see Eli? She asks, and stretching out her hand, she pulls it after her. You were tough on Carter, Michael said to Noah as soon as they're alone. No, he is a good man, but he does not know what love is. The only love he felt in his life came from his friendship with me and you. You know his story. Let him know for himself what he has to do. For now, Lauren is safe. I have news, Michael said. I talked to your father, and he thinks he traced Richard Cross. And suddenly he changes his face. Why do I feel like that's more than what you want to tell me? What happened? Noah asks, staring into his eyes. When it comes to Richard Cross, nothing can be clear. It's about Eliana's and Lauren's mother. Speak, Michael. Say what you have to say without detours. What happened to Delilah? She disappeared. After you saved Eli, no one knows anything about her. Shit, and Eli doesn't have to find out about this for the moment, says Noah, starting to get agitated, and after thinking for a while, he looks at Michael and says, Find his beta and find out where Delilah is. That's the problem. He killed his beta. Author's POV. Do we really have to go? Eliana asks, looking at Noah, who is very serious in front of her. Yes, Ellie, it is a must. And coming toward her, he says, It's the third time when we try to make this damned alphas meeting. And now, more than any time, we must succumb because the danger around us is bigger than the one that rogues are. The rogues are not a danger to anyone if they are integrated and are offered decent working conditions. Most of them just want to be able to live quietly away from the things that have affected them in the past. Eliana said, a little annoyed by the idea of generalizing all rogues. And yet, there is a part of them that causes trouble wherever they go. Noah says, and tries to take her in his arms, but Eliana is already more than annoyed. I was a rogue. and all I wanted was to have a place where to raise my child, and everyone chased me where I was going. I met Lily at a foundation, but there was a full in my first night with Hope. I slept in my car in that parking lot where we met 5 years ago. What do you mean, Eli? Noah asks, trying to calm her down. What did they mean? She asks, on the verge of emotions. That all of you, as alphas, should look beyond the status of the rogue, make a council of evaluation for rogues and investigate them, but give them a real chance. I don't know, but find a solution because most of the rogues are just like me and Lily. Did you know that I work in your pack being pregnant with Hope? She asks. What? Noah exclaimed, hearing this for the first time. Yes, I worked at a restaurant and sometimes I was cleaning rooms in a hotel and I was working from morning to night, Noah, and I was 10 times worse paid than a member of your pack. I was exploited. I didn't know, Noah said, and taking her in his arms whispers to her. I will talk to the alphas. We will find a solution for those who seek shelter in our packs. That's what you should do, or I will punish you, Eliana said, making Noah smile. How are you going to punish me? He asks her, trying to imagine Eliana in a domineering role. You perv. I just recovered for 2 days and you are dreaming of vigorous activities? Me? Noah asks, trying to look innocent. What are those vigorous activities, Daddy? Hope suddenly asks, poking her head in the door and making Eli look at Noah, squeezing her eyes. Explain to her, Noah Black, Eliana said. Noah goes to the door and takes Hope in his arms. What did I tell you about seeking on the door? He asks Hope. That is not beautiful, she says, looking at him and blinking her long lashes and making him melt. Exactly, and kissing her cheeks, he say, is not proper for a princess to act like this. But I wasn't spying on your door, Daddy. I was spying on Auntie Lauren's door, because Uncle Carter came in there and didn't come out for a long time. I am worried for him. You know that Auntie Lauren is ferocious. What? Eliana asks, hearing Hope. Do you think he is alive? She asks Noah. He must be. Your sister will never kill her mate. Oh ho, she would. Carter is just annoying, and she exits the bedroom and goes to Lauren's door. There is silence. Maybe she did kill him, Eliana said, and put her hand on the doorknob. Can you put your hand over Hope's eyes? She asks Noah. Why? Noah said, looking at her weird. Because even if she killed him, even if they are in a vigorous activity, Hope will be shocked. Shit, you are right, Noah said, and Hope put her little hand over his mouth. Daddy, you are my prince, and you can't speak like this, making him smile. Eliana signals them to shut up and pressing the doorknob and lets the door open easily. In the middle of the bed, Lauren is sound sleeping, while Carter sleeps in the same bed but without touching her and snoring until the windows shake. Are those two for real? Noah asks. Let them be. It is good that he is still alive. I wanted to ask you something, Eliana said, closing the door slightly and letting Carter and Lauren sleep. Did you find anything about my father? And Noah's face goes blank. He didn't tell her anything about the fact that her mother is missing or about the fact that Richard killed his beta. He composed himself and looked at her. No, sweetie. My father is still looking for him. I really hope that all this will end soon, said Eliana, and coming to Noah, takes Hope from his arms and tells her, Go and play, sweetie. Later Aiden will come to visit, and Hope immediately flees to her room. You know, Noah, Eliana said, and she smiles at him in a meaningful way. I just remembered that we didn't have our wedding night. Is that so? Noah asks, pulling her to him and putting his hand around the tiny waist. Yes, it is, and it doesn't suit me at all, Eliana said with a sigh. You are still in the recovery period, even if you look fine from the outside, but you heard the doctor. 1 or 2 more days, and then we can have as many wedding nights as you want. And he kisses her nose. Can I have more than one? She asks, and puts her little hand under his shirt, making him tremble under her touch. Yes, Mrs. Black. If you want, you will have one every day of your life. Just tell me, and I am happy to help you. Mr. Black, you are bribing me to forget that tomorrow you will take me with you at that shitty alpha meeting? Yes, it is time to end this madness and live in peace, said Noah and lifted Eliana in bridal style and went to her in the bathroom. What are you doing? She asks him. We have a little spy on our door again, and I want to start the training for our wedding night. And he starts to laugh. Hey, Don't drive away your daughter as if she's in your way to happiness, Eliana said, looking at him and pointing with her finger in front of his face. And Noah catches her hand and gently slips it down his pants, making Eliana understand his need, and she doesn't need a second invitation. She kisses him and whispers, "Let's just not waste such a good..." And looking at the door where Hope eavesdrops, she just says, "attractive opportunity," and both of them start to laugh. And they used their time together in the most fascinating way, because the storm is still coming, and those moments are the only thing that will remain in the end. The bond between them and their need to be happy in the end as a family. Author's POV. "Are we trying again to hold this meeting?" one of the alphas that came to the meeting asked. "It's mandatory," Noah said, holding Eliana's hand in his hand. "So she will stay with us?" another alpha asked. "She is an alpha by birth, and she was Richard Cross's heir. His other daughter is also here with my gamma, and I need to know that they are safe. After all that happened, I believe I am not asking too much to let them stay in the same room with you," Noah says, using all the authority he has. "No, in fact, they are the reason for gathering here," one older alpha said. "It's good to see if they really deserve all this inconvenience." And Noah frowns a little, not liking the mischievous comment at all, but before he can say anything, Eliana is in her alpha mode, and looking at that alpha, she said, "If you feel that there is some inconvenience, Alpha Bush, you can leave any time. We are not here to force you to do something that you don't want. No one will judge you." And the old alpha immediately turns white, looking around at the other participants' eyes. "Is not what I meant," he began to stammer, realizing how stupid his comment had fallen. But Eliana does not give up at all, and letting go of Noah's hand addresses the participants. "My family is the reason for this meeting. My father's deeds led here. Now you are in my house because this hotel is mine, and if you don't want to be here, it is your choice, and I assure you that you can go without repercussions. But if you stay, do it because you think that's okay, not because Noah asked for or because you feel pressured." And she looks at Noah and smiles. "I know that Noah will defend our future as a family, but the question is, will my father stop here? What if one day he will choose to attack another pack he wants? Or something even worse?" "You are right," a young alpha said. "If he was able to kill even his own beta, he is already lost in his own reality." "What?" Eliana asks and turns her face to Noah, and she realizes that he knew about it and kept it secret from her. "Eli," he mind-links her, but she stops him. "Did you hide anything else?" "Yes, but right in not the right time," Noah said, slightly panicked. "We'll talk at home, but believe me, we'll really talk about this. You can't hide things from me." And looking around, she sees Lauren, who cries in Carter's arms. "Ely," Lauren said, "do you think that Mom suffered something?" she asks. "We will find out when the meeting ends. Noah will tell us everything he found out." And looking at Carter, she puts some keys in his hands. "This is from my apartment. Ask Lily to show you where it is and take Lauren there to calm down." And Carter takes the keys but doesn't take even 2 steps as Eliana stops him and tells him commandingly, "Carter, don't leave her alone. Not even for a minute. If something happens to her, I will kill you with my own hands. Right now she is my only family that I know for sure that is alive." And her face is so ferocious that Carter submits instantly. "Yes, Luna," he said, and took his mate with him, while Lauren just stayed with him without rejecting his presence. "I know you're mad at me," Noah said through the mind link. "Mad?" Eliana asks. "Mad is not the right word, Noah. I thought you would trust me." "It's not about trust, Eli," he said. "It's about protecting what I love. I would have told you, but not now, after I would have found out what is really happening," he said with a sadness visible in his voice. "Will you forgive me, please?" he asks her, but she is just looking at him without saying anything. And when the meeting starts, Noah has his mind full of Eliana. "So, let me understand," one of the alphas said. "Why should we ally against Richard Cross? All he did was to reject his own daughter. Okay, and he also tried to kill her several times. It is true that now he is collaborating with rogues, but this is not something that will affect us directly. Nothing indicates a visible danger to us." "This fucking opportunistic shit," Sam said through MindLink, because at the meeting every alpha brought his beta to accompany him. is not about the way it affects you right now, Alpha Carol, Noah said. It's about our principles and the defense of values. But he is right, Alpha Black, another Alpha said. If we get up now to help you, won't we attract his wrath over us? And Noah feels how the whole sky falls on his head. Eliana just looks at him and feels his worry, and she mind-links him in a more calm voice. Don't worry, love. We will fight with our own resources, and we will do everything that stays in our power. And at least we will not go down without fighting first, if this is not enough to convince them. If it's not enough, it will mean that there is a chance to lose you, and this is not an option, Eli. And at the end of the meeting, even if they had the same opinion regarding the rogue's problem, when it comes to Richard, the Alphas withdrew from the discussions. They're cowards, Sam said as soon as they were left alone. They are just some fucking cowards. And Sam is so furious that his face is all red. But when they thought that they were alone, two of the Alphas came back. My Luna said that if I will not help you, she will leave me. A young Alpha from the neighborhood said, Greg Smith, I believe it is his name. She and your Luna were friends in primary school, and she is forcing me to stay and fight for the sake of love, he says with a laugh. But in reality, Noah realizes that he wants to be here too, and is not forced at all. I will help you too, said another Alpha that stood in the back of the meeting room all the time, and which no one has recognized, but now that it is in front of them, both Noah and Alpha Greg exclaimed together. Holy fucking I am sorry, they said looking at the man in front of them, unbelieving that he is here. What is going on? Sam looks at him, so does Eliana, and after some time she also recognizes the man. Prince Leonard. Author's POV. Looking at the prince that stays in front of them, none of those present can believe that the next Alpha King is in front of them. Eliana, why are you looking at me like that? Did you forget when we were little and we had plans of marrying and reigning together? Prince Leonard asked, laughing. What? Noah asks in shock and takes Eliana's hand in his hand, unconsciously pulling her towards him. You hurt me, dear Eliana. You left me for Alpha Black. He keeps joking, but Noah is already so panicked. He will never be able to win in front of the future king if he wants to steal his mate. Seeing him sweating and almost fainting, Eliana started to smile. Prince Leonard, I'm sorry that I tricked you back then, but what woman can stand in front of the bondmate? She asks, smiling at him. I know a woman that resisted pretty well and made a certain Alpha almost lose his mind. Noah said, looking at her. Because he was a scoundrel, Eliana said, squeezing her eyes at Noah. Holy goddess, you are unchanged, says Prince Leonard and laughs with tears. All this time, Alpha Greg Smith looks at them with his mouth open. You know the prince personally? He asks. Yes, we met when we were kids, when my father took me with him trying to transform me into a proper heiress for his pack. And you didn't say anything all this time? Greg asks and looks at her and then at Noah. I just found it, don't look at me, Noah said. She never made a fuss from knowing me, that's why I always liked her. She was the future Alpha, and she acted like a normal girl. She was my friend, and she never cared about that, none knew except my father. Do you want her as your future queen again? Noah asks. Noah Black, Eli yelled at him. Are you for real? Stay still, Alpha Black. She will never accept me after she chose you, but if she changes her mind. She knows where to find me, says Leonard and winks at Eliana, making her laugh. So, Eliana said, are we talking about the real problem here, or do we keep joking until I'm going to become a widow because Noah can't breathe from stress anymore? And she invited the prince and Greg Smith to her office, which is a more appropriate space to discuss. Michael comes too, and when he sees the prince, he asks, smiling, Holy shit, you look a lot with Prince Leonard. But seeing the smile on Noah and Eliana's faces, he just mutes, and when he comes to his senses, he whispers easily, He's Prince Leonard, isn't he? Yes, he is. Can we get over this now? Noah asks, still holding Eliana's hand in his hand. During the meeting, I just found that my father killed his beta. Is that true? Eliana asks, looking at Noah. Yes, to save you, your mother and his beta betrayed him. It seems that somehow he found out. What about my mother? Eliana asked again. She is safe. She is at the palace, the prince said. What do you mean by the palace? And everyone is shocked. It's a long story, but what's important now is to stop your father. He went too far, Eliana. His beta was my mother's cousin, and killing him he made an unforgivable mistake. Prince Leonard said, "Are you sure my mother is fine?" Eliana asks again, not believing anything he is told. "I would never lie about that," Leonard said. Eliana just looks at Noah, and he takes her in his arms, kissing her forehead. "Even if he disappointed you so much, you still care about him, don't you?" Noah asked. "It's not about that, Noah. It's about ending a chapter of my life in such a painful way. I still can't believe that the person who hates me the most is my father. If it will be necessary, I will kill him with my own hands if he will try to touch you or Hope." "It won't be necessary, Eliana," the prince said, "but to make him come out of hiding, we need to create a fictitious opportunity for him." "Not at all," Noah says, standing up and realizing what the prince is going to propose. "I accept," Eliana said. "No, Eli, I can't risk your safety. You almost died twice because of him." "Noah," Eliana said, taking his face in her hands and kissing his lips without caring that people looked at her. "He is the only threat in our life right now. Ending this madness, we will be able to live in peace." "I will protect you," Noah said. "I know you will, but for how much time? And I want more kids with you." "Noah, how can I have them when danger looms over us?" she said, making him smile and feeling his heart full. She wants kids with him, not with some almighty prince. "Do you really want that?" Noah asks her with some puppy eyes. "Yes, and to be able to have them, I need to know that my father is out of this picture. Alpha Black, she will never be in danger. I have an army ready to come and help you. I will bring my warriors too. Now that Prince Leonard is here, I know that I am doing what is right." Alpha Greg said. "You are a good man, Alpha Greg. I will never be able to thank you enough for this," Eliana said, and laughing Greg said, "Just tell my Luna that I was brave enough, and maybe she will tell me too that she wants kids with me," and all of them start to laugh. "So what's the plan?" Michael asked, bringing his feet back to the ground. "This is what we will do," started the prince, and this man really knows how to make a plan. Let's hope that will work. Author's POV. "Eli, I'm scared," Noah said. "For the first time in my life, I'm really scared." "Noah, I am scared too, but I'm more afraid that if I'm not brave and I don't do as we agreed with Leonard, in the end, I'll lose even more. I can lose you, Hope, Lauren, and this is more scary than the thought that my father could hurt me," Eliana said, sitting down in Noah's arms. "I'm angry, Eli. I'm just angry. Some people do nothing and are happy, and we have to fight so hard to be together." "It's karma, baby," Elian said, laughing. "For all your years of whoring around," and immediately Noah's face turns white. "Come with me," she said, and took his hand, walking with him in their bedroom and smiling sweetly at him. "Mrs. Black," Noah said, "why are you smiling at me like that? Are you trying to seduce me?" "You can say that, but the fact is that I am tired of all this cuddling because of my wounds. I feel better, and after this day and the prospects that tomorrow brings, all I know is that I want to be with you." And she kisses him. "Will you go to the hotel today?" Lauren asks Eliana after their breakfast together as a family. "This is the plan for today. Why are you asking me?" Eliana asks her. "I would like to come with you. Maybe I could help you as Lily does." Lauren said, "I feel useful here, and I don't like this feeling. I promise that I will take you with me, but not today. I will have a very busy day, and if you want to, it will be wonderful if you can take Hope from the kindergarten." "Is something happening?" Lauren asked, slightly panicking. "No, sweetie, but I need to focus on something with Noah, and Hope will feel alone for sure. And you know her, Michael and Carter will stay with Noah too, and," she tries to say, but Lauren immediately tells her, "All right, I understand, but I just want to mention that I know that you are lying me," she said, smiling, "but is all right," and she left. After last night, when she reconnected with Noah in the most beautiful way after a lot of time of recovering, she made an oath. She will fight, and she will do it in her way, because she was an alpha, then a rogue, then a damned rich rogue, and now she is Luna of the most powerful alpha she knows. Making sure that Noah is at his office, busy with Michael and Carter, she takes the car and goes straight to the hotel. "Lily," she said, seeing her good friend. "I need your help." "What's wrong?" Lily asked, looking at her. Eliana never asks for help. She is the one that always helps the others. Oh, nothing, but I just made an order for some new armchairs for the lobby, and I can't decide about which one is the most beautiful. I talked with the fabricant, and he waits for you to decide about the model. Show me some photos, and I will help you choose. Lily said, still looking at her in a strange way. No, Lily, it's about the material. I want this time to offer more than a good vibe. Please, go and choose one of the models. I already made a selection, but I can make the final decision. You are strange, Ely, Lily said. No, darling, I am just unfocused today. And looking at her with pleading eyes, she said, Please, do it for me. You know that I am not usually ask you anything. I will do it, but if this is a diversion, I will not forgive you. I just want you to know that. And Lily took the address from her hand and exited the room. Being alone in the hotel with Noah and his men at his office, and Lauren and Lily away from her, she took the phone and made the phone of her life. Leonard, Eliana said, I am ready. This is a no-return way, Eliana? Are you sure? He asks. At least let Noah know. No, Leonard. Knowing that he will be exposed and he will try to save me risking his life will just made me fear. I can't risk my loved on safety. I trust you, Eliana said, and I am ready. Come after me until Noah doesn't find out what I planned. And she ends the call, letting Leonard without the possibility to say something else. And in just a half of hour in front of her hotel, the men sent by Prince Leonard came and took her. But in his office, Noah is thinking at Eliana. Michael, I will go home. I need to see my wife. I already miss her. He said, looking at his watch. But she is not home, Michael said, looking at him. She is at her hotel trying to. But Noah's face whitened. What the fuck are you talking about? He said. She is at home. No, she is not. I know for sure that she is at the hotel because she asked Lily to choose some furniture she wants to change in the lobby. Call her and tell her to go back. She wasn't supposed to be at the hotel. And looking around, he sees Carter. Call Lauren and asks her where she is. And Carter just did as he was told. But looking at Noah, he said with some scared eyes. She is at kindergarten to take Hope, as Eliana asked her. Shit, 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 Noah said, running out of his office with Carter and Michael after him. She lied me. She went after her father alone. This damned woman. I love her and I hate her so much right now. Maybe she's just working, Noah, Carter said. Maybe she. But Noah cuts him immediately. Maybe she just find a way to fly to the moon, he said with fury. She fooled me. That happened. In the morning, she woke up and told me that she will stay at home all day. And when they finally arrived at her office, Lily is just running out from the hotel. She is not here. And in all his life, Noah never felt that his heart topped and is not able to start again. Not even when he find out that Eliana is his mate and she wants to reject him. Not even when he found that he is Hope's father. Not even when she was hurt in the past. There was always a hope that she will recover. But now, he is a walking dead. Call Leonard, he said. He must know where she is. This was his plan. Author's POV. As soon as she reached the destination set by Prince Leonard, Eliana saw how her father appears in front of her face. What is this? She asked, seeing the car of Leonard nearby. This is a very good plan, my dear daughter, Richard said, and in just a second he signals someone to catch Eliana and bring her to the prince's car. So it was all a lie? Eliana asked with tears in her eyes. The biggest one of your life, Richard said, laughing hard. And you were just a fool and believed it. Angel, help, Eliana said, seeing how the prince exits the car with a different face, and coming in the face of Eliana, all she can say is just, why? Because I have been loving you since you were 3 and I was 10. Because I can't stand to see you loving that stupid alpha, how let you pregnant and wasn't there for you. Because you were supposed to marry me, not him. Leonard, Eliana yelled at him. It was just a childish promise that it was more than clear that we will not be able to hold it as adults after we find our mates. How can you say something like that? Leonard asked in horror. I love you. I loved before to learn that in this world mates exists. Since the first day I saw you, so little and delicate, all I knew is that I need you in my life. But I am married now, and I love my mate. She almost yells in his face, making him to darken the face. He is not worthy to be named your mate or your husband. I know his deeds. He is just a fool to let the years go by. And you deserve me? Eliana yelled, punching him in his chest and shocking him. Yes, And you will forget about him. You will love me when you will see how much I love you. There are weeks since I came in front of his house to look at you, to see you on some windows, to smell your fragrance. I can't stand it," Leonard yelled. "I am just sick of seeing you in that man's arms. You are mine." "Why now? Where have you been in the last 5 years? Why now when I am happy?" Eliana asked him. "Because I didn't know where you are. That's why. How was it supposed to know that you are the owner of that hotel? It was placed in the public area. All I knew was that your father banned you and Duke. He is not my father." Eliana yelled in his face. "He is a criminal, and you are the same. You said that you loved me? Mark my words, I don't love you. In fact, from today I hate you so much that I can't explain it. I will never accept you. This is what you are saying now, but when you see what I can offer you, will change your mind," Leonard said and signaled his man to catch her. "Let me go," Eliana yelled, but in vain. "Angel, what are you doing? Why don't you help me?" she asks with frustration. "I will, but right now we will both die if we fight. If we will escape from this fucking prince, we will need to fight with our former father, which is worst." And remembering something, she turns her head to Leonard and asked, "Do you have my mother at the palace, or was it a lie, too?" "She is my mother-in-law. Of course I protected her," he said as if it was the most normal thing. And looking at him, Eliana felt sick. "What are you going to do with my family?" she asked, shivering and trying to control herself not to transform and die attacking him. "Their lives will be in your father's arms. It's his decision. My only purse was to take out of Noah's black house without a fight." "What about my daughter?" Eliana said, feeling how her heart sheds in millions of pieces. "She is just a bastard child. I can't accept her. I will give other kids to love. I will never love you if you touch them," she said through gritting fangs. "You will. It's my life goal," and he pushed her in his car while leaving with her. But in his pack, Noah has a little and faints in stress. "Where the fuck is she?" he said, punching some walls. "Did you check the cameras in front of the hotel? That is the only exist." "I checked it," Carter said. "A very expensive car took her, but the numbers were fake. We didn't identify anything." "What car was it?" Noah thinks. "A Rolls-Royce," Michael said, looking at him in a meaningful way. "This is that prince's hand," Carter said. "I bet she works with him to run and fight with her father." "No, I have a bad feeling about this," Noah said. "But I can't put my finger on the problem." But he can't even think that immediately. Carter's face becomes white, answering to his phone. "Shit," Carter yelled. "We need to go, Noah. Your house is burning. Someone attacked you, place," he said, looking at Noah. "Lauren is at home with Hope, and someone is putting fire at its entrance to put down the gates," Carter cried. "This is more than kidnapping my wife. This is war," Noah said, running out of his office and jumping with Michael and Carter straight into their cars. They drove like crazies to his mansion. "What will we do?" Carter asks again. "Lauren can't be hurt. I didn't even mate with her. I will die if she suffers anything." But everyone is silent. When Noah finally arrives at home, he sees a bloody picture. His Omegas are lying dead, some in the garden, others on the steps of his house. His fortress was conquered for the first time since it was built. "Find the girls," he said, looking around. "No matter what, find Lauren and Hope. And Michael," Noah said, looking at him. "Tell Lily to take Aiden and hide. She is not safe at the hotel." Looking around, he sees the traces of the fight, but at the same time he feels the most hatred. "Richard!" he yells. "Get out! Your business is with me, not with my Omegas and my family." And laughing like a madman, Richard yells, showing his face, "Family? You will have no family soon." Eliana's POV. I look around in the room where Leonard imprisoned me. It's a beautiful room, but I can say that this is not at Palace, where his father still reigns as king of werewolves. I must find a way to run from here. I can't let him win, and I have to protect Noah and Hope and the rest of my family, so I just look around, trying to find something, anything, to give me some hope that I will escape from here. But there is nothing. The windows are barred. The only way out of the room is guarded, because I can feel the presence of Leonard's warriors at the door. So I do the only thing that comes in my mind considering the situation. I start to pray. On my knees, the only salvation can only come from the heavens, so that as the situation stands at this moment, I rather die than let Leonard fulfill his hideous plan. Moon Goddess, I say, crying for the first time after a long time. Please help me. I never asked you for anything. In this life I had only one moment of insecure, and that moment cost me everything. But at the same time I received more than I would have ever thought because hope appeared in my life. But now I need you. I know that I have a lot of defects, and maybe I deviated from your plan for me, but please, just for a few moments, forget my mistakes and give me a chance to get out of here. And if I can't escape, I beg you, save Hope and Noah. Just save them and take me if it is too much for you to save all of us. Living without them is something that I will never be able to do. And I stay in my knees, with my head on the edge of the bed and crying my heart out, I just whispering, please. This way I fell asleep from exhaustion and stress, and this is the way I almost had a heart attack when I felt a hand on my back, caressing me lightly. Angel, I say trembling, if this is Leonard, kill him! And I elongate my claws and turn around, but I just stay with my mouth open and look at the person that's standing in front of me. My dear, don't be shocked, the most beautiful person I ever saw said, smiling at me. She wears a white, silver, long dress that looks very royal. Her hair is white blonde, and her eyes are so unrealistic, looking like some topaz crystals. She is somehow glowing, and I can be more than sure that this must be some vision, because a real person would never be so perfect. You called me, the woman said. I didn't, I replied, a little confused. I never saw you in my life. I was just praying and then I stop. Mother, Angel whispered. Moon goddess? I ask, almost collapsing. This can't be possible. She was speaking with us, the werewolf, hundreds of years ago, when we needed guidance and her help constantly, but now in our days she is not talking to us directly. So in the end you know who I am. She said and came closer to me. Is this a dream? I ask her with emotion. It's not. And she caresses my face, making me feel her touch, and everything in me jumped, touching me. She gave me a strength that I never felt in my life. I came here to tell you personally that you didn't disappoint me, and that all that happened was a big plan that in the end worked. If that night, 5 years ago, wouldn't have happened, you and Noah wouldn't be together today because your father would have killed him. So you did the right thing back then, even if somehow it looks different. And the thought of not having Noah in my life just makes me cry. A lot of things will happen in the next few days, but I need you to trust me that all of this was planned, and in the end everything will be as it should be from the beginning. The moon goddess said, Please, just save Hope and Noah, I tell her, holding her hand. I don't care about myself. Of course, I want to live and have a happy life with them, but save them if you can't save all of us by my father's wrath. Eliana, the goddess said with a smile, I've got this. Even Angel is the way she is, and seems weak because I wanted to. You were meant to be an alpha, but you became Noah's Black Luna. I gave you enough power to succeed as a rogue, but now all this ends here, and I will give you back the powers that should have been yours as an alpha, and more than that. What are you talking about? I ask her. I don't want any power, I just want that all this to end, but I can't say anything more that the moon goddess puts her hand over my head and orders me. Shift, Angel. And in a second Angel took control and shift under the goddess' command. Holy goddess, I yell, looking at my paws. What is happening? I ask in panic. This is the real Angel, the goddess said, looking at me. I didn't let her appear because your father would have used you against your mate, and that would have killed both Noah and you. This is the real Angel. And I just look at the ground, at my pure white big paws. It can't be, I say to Angel, but she runs and stays in front of a big mirror, and I know that if wolves could smile, now she would be smiling. I'm a fucking pure white wolf. Moon goddess, I say, thank you. Now you have the power you need, my dear. Use it wisely and make things right. I will give you time to save your dear ones, but in the end you will decide your fate alone. Use this power wisely, she said and disappeared. Angel, I yelled, seeing her in the mirror. You are a white wolf. That's why mentally you were so strong. That's why we achieved to realize so many things as rogues, because we were never meant to be weak, but to be the strongest wolf from our species. And hearing that someone is coming into my room, Angel shifts and gave me full control. I take something on me in a rush, and suddenly the door opens. Did you change your mind? Leonard asks me, entering to my room as if he is already reigning the world. About what? About leaving Noah and accepting you? I ask him, looking straight into his eyes. Yes, be with me and you will be the strongest female in all werewolves' world, he said seriously. I want to be the strongest werewolf, not just the strongest female wolf, I tell him. That will be impossible, my love, because as a king, I would be that one, Leonard said and held out his hand for me to accept it, but I have other plans. Shift, Angel. I tell her, and in 1 second, Leonard is put on the ground under my paws, and for the first time I see panic in his eye. I growl at him, and I can swear that he pee on him. I am at least 1 head bigger than any other wolf I ever saw. The last white wolf lived 300 years ago, and somehow we thought that they are an invention. And seeing him trembling under my paws, I elongate my claws, being even fiercer, and just say, Surprise, you're not the strongest anymore. Author's POV. Eliana, still in wolf form, catch Leonard neck with her claws and drags him out of the room, making all his warriors to tremble in fear seeing her, and in just 1 second they took a step back and knelt in front of her. Kill her! Leonard yells at them, but they are just looking at the wonder that appeared in front of them. The white wolf is real, one of them said with astonishment, and we are blessed to see it with our own eyes. Submit to me and you will live. Angel, Mindlinks, all of them making them even more shocked, and they just nod. Where are we? She asks one of the warriors, and Leonard wants to say something, but Angel's claws tighten around his neck, suffocating him and making him dizzy. This is one of the annexes of the palace, a warrior said. Just 10 minutes run and you'll be at the palace. And she said to the warriors, Take your prince and follow me. And believe me, if you will try something against me, I will punish all of you, she said with a growl. And the warriors just take their prince and follow the white wolf to the palace. What is this? The king said, looking at the marvelous white wolf that stays in front of him, and then at Leonard, that is held by his own warriors. My king, Eliana said. Prince Leonard took me from my mate and tried to force me to accept him as his mate, but I love my mate and this is out of discussion. Leonard! The king yelled at him, making him shiver. What the hell did you do? And the king looks at the white wolf in front of him with topaz eyes, and he is so happy to be able to see this wonder that he can't take his eyes off her. She is mine, father. She promised me when we were kids that she would be my queen, Leonard cried. Who promised that? The king asked, already annoyed. You have a mate, and at some point you will find her, and this female wolf has one too. What have you done? My king, Angel said, mind-linking him. Promise me that you will not do anything against me. Just let me transform and then everything will be clear. I promise, the king said. He knows too well what stands in front of him. He will never touch such a perfect creation, but when Eliana transforms and he sees her, he can't do anything else than exclaim, Eliana Cross, he asks, coming closer to be sure that what he sees is not wrong. My king, Eliana said, bowing her head in front of him. I am sorry for disturbing you this way, but Leonard kidnapped me, and with the help of my father, he tried to kill my mate and my daughter. I would never enter your house like that, but I need your help. I will leave Leonard in your hands. I don't want to hurt him, but if he will appear in front of my eyes, I will not be responsible for what will have happened to him. So please keep him away from me. And the king just looks at his son and asks him, Are you crazy, Leonard? How could you kidnap a marked woman near her mate? I love her, Dad, Leonard said. I loved her all my life, and he looks to the ground. Just go far from my face and be grateful that Eliana didn't kill you, because I would have done it if I was her, the king said, and he signals to his guards to take Leonard. My king, Eliana asks in every respectful way. Is my mother here? And her heart is small like flea. Yes, Eliana, she is here with my wife. Do you want to call? The king wants to say, but Eliana stops him. No, just keep her safe until all this ends. I need to find Noah and my daughter. My father should be there until now, and I am worried. And the king nods, and Eliana transforms again into her wolf form, the new one, and runs to Noah's house, as if her life will depend on it. As soon as she arrives near Michael and Lily's house, she can see that on the hill, Noah's house is burning, and her heart just stops. Huge flames can be seen rising in the air. She runs through the forest, and when she is near her house, she looks around and sees a lot of dead werewolves. Her omegas, Noah's warriors, Carter is on the ground and he is full of blood, while Lauren keeps him in her arms, crying her heart out and asking him not to leave her because she wants him. Angel, where is Noah? Where is Hope? She asks, already panicking. Hope is not here, Angel said, and looking around, she sees Noah fighting with her father. Both of them are full of wounds. Somewhere in the garden, Michael also fights with some rogues. Shit! They will be killed, and she throws herself without thinking in the middle of the rogues and pulls Michael out of Rogue's hands, making him look at her in amazement and lean in front of her. Michael doesn't recognize Eliana, and how could he do that when everyone knows that Angel is small and weak? But when she looks straight in her eyes, his heart stops. Eliana? Michael asks her, almost unbelieving what he sees. Where is Hope? She asks him directly. I hide her with Lily and Aiden. Michael tells her, and knowing that she is safe, Eliana has a new wave of energy and runs to Noah. She arrives just when he was on the ground, and her father's claws were ready to kill him, and jumping in the air, she catches her father and lifts him over Noah. In the next second, with a big growl that makes anyone stop from fighting. Submit! She yells at the rogues that keep fighting with Noah's warriors, and they almost froze seeing her and hearing her in their minds. But her father had another plan, and seeing her busy with the rogues, not caring that in front of him stays a sacred wolf, a pure white wolf, he takes out his claws and tries to hit her. Noah is so shocked seeing this image in front of him that he is almost mute. He feels Eliana in this white wolf, but this is something hard to believe, and he is sure that his senses are not working correct. Look back, he yells, and turning her head, she sees her father trying to end her life. She runs and makes a leap in the air, twists and lands on her father's back, causing him to fall to the ground under her weight. Why, father? She asks him, making him stop and looking at her. Father? Richard asks, convinced that he didn't hear well. Eliana just looks at him. He deserves to die, but at the same time, he is her father. He is Lauren's father and her mother husband. And most of all, he is the grandfather that Hope will never know if she kills him. And hitting him hard in his head, she make him lose his consciousness and faint. Take him to the prison pack, she commands, using her Alpha command combined with her Luna command to some warriors that are still alive. When he will be awake, tell us. Tears starts to flow over her face from her topaz eyes, and she can't even realize when Noah is near her and starts to caress her fur. Eli, he whispers, putting his arms around her neck. How is this possible? He asks, looking at the beautiful wolf that stands in front of him. It is the will of the goddess. I will tell you, but right now, help me put him in a dungeon. I can't just kill him, she said, looking at Richard. Will you transform, please? Noah asks her, and she comes back in her human form in a second, staying naked in front of him. Noah takes off this shirt and covers Eliana's beautiful body and then takes her in his arms and holds her at his chest. I thought I lost you, he said, putting his head on the top of her head. I was so lost in the last 2 days that I couldn't even think proper. I am here. My love, Eliana said, calming down after everything ended. I am sorry for leaving without telling you. I trusted Leonard, but he acted so miserably. I hate him deeply for what he did to us, she said, putting her head in the area where Noah's heart was pounding. Every beat is for her, and she knows it. He destroyed our home, Eliana said, looking around after some time. This beautiful place is just some ruin right now. We had nothing left here. No, Ely, I still have everything, having you and Hope, Noah said, and left the place to find Hope. But in their way they see Lauren and Carter. She is still crying, and Carter is almost dead. Mark him, Eliana tells her. Mark him. You are stronger than him, and this will give him the necessary strength to recover. And without thinking, Lauren marked Carter. Michael and Noah take him from the ground and carry him to Michael's house, which is not destroyed, and let him recover under Lauren's surveillance. Let's take our girl, Noah said, taking Eliana's hand. He drags her to him and whispers, I love you, Ely, but please, never leave my side or I will die. Author's POV. Oh, my goddess, Lily said, seeing Eliana in front of her. You crazy woman. What was in your head to go after your father alone? What if something happened to you? Didn't you think about those at home? She asks Eliana and burst in tears. I'm sorry, Lily, Eliana said, taking her in her arms. I wasn't thinking properly at that time. I was so afraid that staying here, all of you will be in danger that I trust Prince Leonard and follow his plan, but it was a trap. I will never talk to you if you ever do the same thing, Lily said, making Eliana smile. I promise that I will never try to solve the problems on my own, she said, and looking at Noah, she whispers to him. I promise. Where is my daughter? Noah asks Lily. She is sleeping, Lily said. This farm is the best hiding place ever. Is in the middle of the mountains far away from the damn town. The kids played outside until they fell exhausted. This pure air is like gold. Can we stay here tonight? Eliana asks Noah. I need quite a place to clear my mind. We will stay as long as you need, Eli, he said, and takes her hand and signals to her to follow him. Where are you taking me? Eliana asks, looking at him and then back to Lily and Michael that are smiling at them. I need to clear my mind too, Noah said, and led her down a small man-made path. Following the path, they entered the forest, and after 15 minutes, walking, a meadow full of flowers opened before them. In the western part of the meadow, a clear lake shines in the moonlight, while all the flowers are glowing. What place is this? Eliana asked him, looking at the splendor around her. I called this place the Roses' Meadow when I was 5 years old, Noah said. My father built this place when I was little. I never understood the meaning of this place. Hundreds of roses in the middle of the mountain, but after finding the truth about my real mother, now everything makes sense. He really loved Rose, but he was a coward, Eliana tells, looking at those beautiful white and pink roses. He regrets now, but this will not bring my mother back, Noah said. Where is your father now? Eliana asks Noah, being worried. I hope that he is safe and that my father didn't do something to him. He is fine and he will come home. He was tracing Richard Cross on a wrong lead. Tomorrow he will be here and stay. He looks at Eliana. His heart is still tormented, and taking her hands in his hands tells her, Never, but never do that again, Eli, and he pulls her into his arms and kisses her. Only the thought that I lost you made me lose control. If you hadn't appeared then, your father would have killed me. You are my force. You don't need to sacrifice for me, because if you are with me, I am stronger. I know that. I learned my lesson, Eliana said. And putting her head on his shoulder, she said, The moon goddess visited me, and Noah is looking at her with his mouth open. Now I know that everything will be all right. And she takes his hand in her hand, hugging it to her chest. I struggled so hard to survive in this world, and now I know it was all for a purpose. And what was the purpose of this crazy life? Noah asks her, because for him, the thought that he lost so many years with Eliana is killing him. After Rose died, I read somewhere that we are healed of a suffering only by experiencing it to the full. And at that moment, it seemed to me that when Marcel Proust said that he was hallucinating, but now, after all the things that happened in the last days, I understand. The mean of all this suffering life was to have you forever, and the goddess made me see this, so believe me, Noah, all this shitty life was a bless. Eliana tells him, smiling, This is still hard to digest. Noah whispered, But I trust you, because I love you, and because you are gorgeous, and I just found out that my mate is the coolest wolf on this earth, he tells her, laughing. And I am stronger than you are, she said, sticking her tongue out at him. Now is you turn to protect me, Noah laughs in her face. There will be no need for that. Eliana tells him and looks on the sky at the beautiful moon. Everything bad ended. What about your father? And Noah just looks at her. I will not kill him. All the evil stops here. All the revenge, all the madness. I can't stand it anymore. He will stay in prison for the rest of his life, after he will heal, because I hit his head with a lot of force to knock him down. And the prince? Noah asks her. He hates Leonard with all his heart. He tried to steal a marked woman from her mate. This is blasphemy. The king will deal with him, is not my business. He is history for me. So, what are you telling me? Noah asked her, taking her in his arms and putting her sit in his lap. I am telling you that from now on we will be just happy, and we will never be afraid of anything. And Eliana put her hand around his neck and kissed him lightly. But first, she said, and kissed him again. We need to rebuild our house, because and she kissed him again. I want another baby. Is that so? Noah asks, smiling at her. It is, and I was thinking of something else. And she tries to find her words to tell Noah what she is thinking. Tell me, Eli, what do you have in mind? I hate the town. It reminds me of a lot of things from the past. Why don't we build a pack house here? For all your pack members who want to live in peace, in the middle of nature, in the way that the goddess created us. My pack has over 1,500 members. Many of them already have their homes and will stay where they work. But look at this place. Imagine a pack house here, in the middle of the mountain, in this beautiful cedar forest. I don't need the luxury you had at your house. Imagine living with Michael and Carter as neighbors, and not in the way you were, but door by door. Let's go back to the beginning, Noah. Let us live as the gods wanted us to live, and Noah looks at her. You are right, and looking around he realized that he needs this peace. He is tired. His business could be run from any place of this world, as well as Eliana's hotel. And looking into her eyes, he said, let's build this place together. You and me, and he pulls her in his arms so that their bodies are glued, and staying in his lap, Eliana wrap her long legs around his waist. And let make those babies. Babies? Eliana asks, laughing. I said one baby. Nia, Noah said. I need my own little pack. Let's do it, Eliana says in a soft voice, feeling how blessed she is to live these moments with her mate. Now? Noah asks her, raising an eyebrow. Now, she said, and let him do his job. Noah's black POV, 5 years later. I look around from the roof of my pack house, and I can't believe that 5 years have already passed since my life entered the era of happiness. My wife was brilliant about building a pack house here, and moving here was the best decision of my life after accepting her as my mate. My life before and after I met Eliana can be written in 2 different books. The first will be boring and annoying, and the second will be about the happiness of loving and being loved. She gave me everything and never asked anything. And after all these years together, she is still surprising me every day. Our pack house was built in 6 months because even though I thought not too many people would want to move here, to my surprise, more than 600 of my pack members followed me here. My business is thriving and nothing has changed except the fact that now I go to town only when is absolutely necessary. If at the beginning we wanted to have a traditional pack house, after all the ideas came to light, we deviated a little from the plan, trying to offer everyone who followed us here the opportunity to live comfortably. Now looking around from the highest point of this settlement, you will not see any house, because they are isolated in the forest and only from the ground you will see them. We built the pack house where more than 200 people live, and the rest of the pack members opted for individual houses, and I gave them everything they wished, and now I have a happy pack. The funny part is that those who choose to live in town now want to move here, and we are welcoming them with open arms. The pack house is a splendid Victorian mansion, decorated with stone and towers, because this in the style that Eliana wanted, and features 8 levels with over 5 living rooms, 100 bedrooms and individual bathrooms, 8 elevators, 20 fireplaces, and 10 80-foot wraparound porches with gorgeous views of the mountain. The main level offers 6 spacious public rooms and an open kitchen. The massive central tower continues up to levels 7 and 8, where are my condo bedrooms and a patio with panoramic 360-degree views down to the mountain and the forest. The ground level includes a laundry room, 5 bathrooms, and the main kitchen, plus a convertible space for additional living. The mansion sits on a 288.84-acre property, so yes, is a lot of space for everyone. She's coming! Hunter laughs, making me wake up from dreaming. Daddy! Hope yells, "Where are you?" And I see her coming outside on the roof patio. I am here, sweetie. What happened? I ask her, laughing. She is already 10 years old, and soon she will start to look like a little lady. She is so beautiful that I can stay and just look at her the whole day and not become tired. What happened? Do you really ask me this? She said sullenly, and I can only pretend I don't know what she's talking about. It's my birthday. That happened. And she almost starts to cry. I woke up, and you weren't there to kiss me and tell me happy birthday. So you're bigger than yesterday? I ask her, joking with her, but she squeezes her eyes at me, just as she was doing when she was 5, and she makes me laugh. I open my jacket and take out a shiny box from my pocket, and smiling at her, I bend down to be at her level and hug her. "Happy birthday, my love," I tell her, and she puts her arms around my neck and crying tells me, "So you didn't forget?" "Never. You are the love of my life," I whisper to her. "What about me?" Rose, my little 4-year-old girl, asks me coming out on the patio. "You are also the love of my life," I tell her, and I see how Hope looks at me and puts her hand on her chest. "You are bribing us with sweet words," she said. "Mom is the love of your life," and she makes me laugh. "No, we are!" My 5-year-old twin boys said, pushing each other to get in the door faster and come to me. "Jacob, Joseph," Eliana is shouting at them. "Stop it, you will get hurt again." And she appears in the door like a fairy, wearing a beautiful blue sky chiffon dress that let her 9-month pregnant belly to be seen. I caress Hope's head and go to Eliana and take her in my arms and put a hand over her belly. "What are you doing here?" I asked her. "You should rest." "I am fine, Noah," she said, but I feel how she tries to stick near me, and I pull her to me, putting my arm around her shoulder. "This is the last one, Noah," Eliana said, smiling at me. "Look at them. They are always running and fighting for your love and ignore me." And immediately she growled. "Because you are always with them, and I am always busy, but you are their mommy, and they adore you," I whispered to her. "Mommy?" Hope said, coming near her, and I take Eliana's hand and help her to sit on the comfortable sofa we have mounted on this upstairs terrace. The place is like a dream. We have here 4 sofas and a fireplace, lots of pergolas, and you feel like in some garden, not on the roof of your house. "Mommy, look what Daddy gave me," Hope said, showing the shiny box. "Open it," Eliana tells her, and I see her putting her hand over her belly. Hope opens her present, and I see her eyes shining with happiness. "Daddy, you are the coolest daddy in the universe," she yells, and she jumps into my arms, and then she shows Eliana her present. "Mommy helped me put it," she said, and Eliana takes the 24-centite white gold necklace with a little pink diamond flower and puts it on Hope's neck. "Isn't it too much for a 10-year-old anniversary?" she asks me through our mind link. "No, my love, all 5 of you deserve the universe and also that little pup from your belly. I have the money. Why keep them for me?" I ask her and she smiles, but in the next second I see her face whitening. "Noah, take the kids from here. My water just broke," she said, and I see that she has tears in her eyes. "Kids," I tell them, "why don't you go to Aiden and Charlotte to show them Hope's present?" And they run 1 floor down. This is the blessing of living together. "Michael," I mind-link him, "my kids are coming to your condo. Keep them safe." "Are you for real?" Michael asks. "You have a whole kindergarten," and he starts to laugh. "Eli's water just broke," I tell him, and I heard just a "shit! Another black is on the road," and he ends the dialogue. The kids arrived at his house. I run to Eliana and take her in my arms. "I swear, this is the last one," she keeps saying. "You said that at the last 3 and 9 months ago you were crying that you want another pup," I tell her, laughing. "They are so cute," she said through tears, "but they are also so evil sometimes. And they are ours." I whisper to her, kissing her lips while I put her in our bed, but suddenly the door opens. "I am here," Lily said. "So do I," Lauren said, followed by her mother. "Where did you leave the kids?" Eliana asked in panic, seeing Lauren here, alone. "The girls are with Carter," she said. "All 3? Are they safe with him?" I asked. "Last time they ate so many sweets that had energy for 2 days." "They are," Lauren smiled. "Now let's bring this pup into our world," she said, and went near Eliana. And 5 hours later, in the middle of our bed, the most beautiful baby pups were sleeping at Eliana's chest. A baby boy and a baby girl. "I love you, Eli," I say and kiss her forehead. "I love you more," she whispered, closing her eyes and resting her head on my shoulder. "Will you bring our pups here to meet their siblings?" she asks me, and without saying anything, I open the door and all our 4 pups fall on the floor, making us laugh. I signal to them to go to Eliana, and in 2 seconds they are in bed, next to their mother, looking at their siblings. "They're so tiny," Rose said. "I was bigger. You were like a tiny cat," Joseph said. "A small, rainy cat that cried all day," Jacob approves. "And you 2 were like some stinky puppies, 2 shitty puppies," Hope said, and all 3 asked in unison, "What about you?" I was gorgeous, of course, she said and winked at me, making me laugh. They started again, Eliana said and closed her eyes, saying again, those are the last one. And this is the way our family greeted Wilson and Allison. They are my treasure, and having Eliana and our pups in the middle of this heaven is the definition of a blissful life. And just as George Santayana said, the family is one of nature's masterpieces. The end.